a huge favourite
The
in
world
the
of good.
semi-final.
But yet again, that's so difficult to do that because Nick's so quick compared with Tom. So judging the top end is really, really hard.
Well, Thursday.
Yep. It probably would have been the personal best anyway if he'd run it through the back door.
It would have done anyway. Semi-finals then. Brad Jackson against Sylvian Novak. Nick Good against Tom Atkinson. Chris, appreciate you.
Thank you very much,
buddy. Thank you
See
very
you
much.
later.
Right, comp eliminator. You got 2 pairs and a bye run here. It's just the way the ladder has worked out.
And then after that, we've got...
Yeah, if you're not in a viewing position now, get over there because you have got the you've got the gunfight that is Super Street Bike round 1 in phenomenal conditions. You've got an 8-mile-an-hour tailwind, not a huge amount, but you've got incredible air, and well, goodness knows what we're going to see.
Just explain what you're talking about. I mean, we keep mentioning the density altitude. Go on.
Density altitude. Basically, it's trying to describe it like, imagine a mountain climber. The higher you go, the less oxygen there is, and you starve yourself of air. You can't breathe. Engines pretty much work on the same basis. The higher the density altitude is, say for example 2,000 feet, the engines are starved of air. They can't make enough power. If it goes very low, they get loads of power, means they go faster.
Which is what's been happening the last couple of days. Robin Sattler, very good explanation, sir. I want to pat you, just pattern that one. 9:58, your number 1 qualifier in comp. Jordan goes red.
Jordan goes red.
004.
He had a mountain to climb anyway, trying to get around Robin.
7:51, yes. An early click of a 9:20 for Robin Sattler takes him through to the semis.
It was only a 004 red. But tell you what, Jordan had a massive job to do to get around that super quick little dragster that runs so far under index.
Yeah, the thing is, it's just whether he wants to, you know, wallop his index by running it out the back door.
Yeah,
Jordan,
and Robin obviously protecting his index there.
There you go. So Rene Erzman, this is his 2nd bye run. He was due to race who yesterday?
Yeah, Chris Orthodoxy, but as you said with the Viper, they didn't know what the issue was at all.
So this will be a on a bye run, i.e. where he has no competitor in the other lane.
And he's saving the car as well as the index. Yeah, no need to push too hard.
Well, he's had some times when he's been here. I think he was back here at the Summer Nationals back in June. And yeah, he broke in qualifying and then couldn't take a bye run in round 1 or similar to that anyway. So he's got
Robin.
He's got, yeah, absolutely. He's got Robin
Sattler. Because there's 2 Robins, don't forget. Yeah, he's got Robin Sattler in the semis.
And this one is a race for a bye into the final.
It is. Fred Hone and Robin Orthodoxy.
It doesn't normally work like this, but it's very much Fred Hone riding his luck this weekend as opposed to just being very, very good. Robin Orthodoxy, though, has problems starting the altered. There was a pop. That pop you heard was the engine.
And again.
Well, he's going to have to get on with it shortly because
Fred's
otherwise...
waiting. He's waiting. He's trying to hang on as long as he possibly can.
Probably going to give it one more go. case you're wondering what we're watching, we're looking at the back of the tower at Fred Hone's competition. That is Robin Sattler. No, Robin Sattler. Robin Orthodox. Too many Robins, you're right. Yeah. In the altered. There we go. He's got it started. God, that was a bit nervous for the team, wasn't it? Fred Hone.
Well done for Fred for waiting.
Well, Fred Hone is normally good for... He's the champion from last year. He's normally good for #1 qualifier and event wins. So far this weekend, he's had nothing like that kind of performance. But he's very much the Mickey Gilchrist of comp. He can pull it out when he needs to. Well, very, very unusually short burnout for Robin Orthodoxy that time.
Not textbook at all at the moment, unfortunately. Into the pairing lanes. Can I please have FIA Top Fuel Dragster, please? FIA Top Fuel Dragsters into the pairing lanes, please.
Yeah, so once again, if you're sat listening to Nitro FM in the queue to get in this morning, which is huge as ever, don't worry, you still got a little while. You probably got about half an hour, 45 minutes before Top Fuel runs, but yeah, that's why there's lots of people that get up early. Very good morning to Toby Owers. Toby, hope you have a really great day, mate, and that's why I told you to get here as early as you possibly could this morning. He was in by about 6:45, I think, judging by the message this morning, and that's why, because you beat all the queues. So everybody in the pits, now is a very good time to make your way into the grandstands, onto the spectator banking, because it's going to get quicker and faster all day long. Fred Hone with the super modified Granada Scorpio in the energy check lane, and the altered, the A altered of Robin Orthodoxu, Auto Glim Lane 745. There'll be a stagger on the tree, but this is first to the finish line wins. There you go, no tire shake for Fred. It was bound to happen sooner or later.
He's gone into the distance, look at that.
Oh, 744, 183, finally. Well, he rode his luck to that point and then was good when he needed to be.
Wow, he's going to get a bye into the final.
Unbelievable. A very unfortunate 8:51 for Robin, though. Obviously had some kind of problem, which is a real shame, because they'd run their first 6-second run in a while in qualifying. And they were very, very good indeed all throughout the weekend. So we're on to
Super Street Bike, and Ven is in the first pair. He went 6.80 yesterday. He got to the top end, came round the corner and said, what did I want to run? And as soon as Angie said 6.8, he goes, no.
He was as nonplussed as I've ever seen anyone set a European record. He
as soon as he heard the number 8, that was it. He lost interest.
He's a leader in the championship. I think we worked out if he goes through this race, he is European Super Street Bike champion. Not sure whether he's going to go for a huge number in round 1 because he wants the win. That may come later today. Steve Venables, 692, 215. That was definitely for the round win at 215 miles an hour. 821 at 179 for Dave Thomas. Lose out. Still a really good effort from Dave to qualify. I think that does wrap up the Super Street Bike Championship for Steve Venables. Congratulations. So I wonder if he's going to be happy at the championship. Who knows? Anyway, Mark Hope, Graham Dance, number 8 and 9 qualifier. 7:33 for Mark Hope. He was delighted with that yesterday. Graham Dance, number 9, with a 7:41. Once again, folks, heads up, first to the finish line wins. These bikes are run on street treaded tyres, would you believe it, over 200 miles an hour. Well, that one lived up to the billing. Mark Hope's just out in front. He's drifting towards the centre line. 7:30 at 195. He did a good job of hanging on to that. Good effort for Graham Dance at 7:57, 193. They got quite close after the finish line. I think, Mark did keep it in his lane. And it's Mark that takes on Ven next round, is that right?
Yep.
Awesome. Margot Schmidt. And the newest member of the 6-second club. He was a very, well, they're all happy when they run quick. They're always happy at the top anyway. Graham Bouchin. Yesterday he went 6.97. Vesaruinen from Finland was the first with a Kawasaki into the sixes, and he's done it on numerous occasions. Great to see Graham Bouchin join the 6-second Kawasaki club. Hole shot for Margot Schmidt by quite a bit, actually, but I think Graham's already gone past her.
Sailed past, look at this.
Look at that. 7.09 at 2.02. Most importantly for him, a round win. 7.90 for Margot Schmidt, 1.85. Really not the performance they were looking for this weekend. She's run in the low sevens before.
All right, Mark Dainty and Steve Mead. Now, Mark qualified 7.54. Steve Mead, though, 7.09. His weekend didn't start off brilliantly. He wasn't qualified after the first couple of rounds, but he certainly got his act together and got the bike down to where it should be, 7.09.
You bet. Steve Mead's done the whole tour for the Super Street Bike Series this summer. Been out to Sweden, Finland, down to Germany too. No tyre spin at all this morning. He's drifting left a little bit, but he's got enough to hold off Mark Dainty with a 7.28 at 1.93. 7.47 at 1.98 for Mark as a lose-out. His quickest run of the weekend in a losing effort. They don't give us a chance to breathe, do they? Have you noticed that? Just quick.
Quite bizarrely, they're actually coming round in the order of the ladder, mate.
That's most unusual, because they normally go through. Yeah, that is a bit bizarre. You're right there. It will be Graham Bouchin against Steve Mead in the next round. That'll be a great race. Clemens Vallier, number 15 qualifier from Germany, in the energy check lane, taking on Daniel Lentz, I beg your pardon. Another 118 to 60 foot for Daniel. Is this going to be another 6 or 7.02? 206 miles an hour.
Right, next up then, Rick Stubbins taking on Yannick Ricard. Now, interesting, the higher qualified bike, all of them are selecting the right lane for round one. Well, the lanes are extremely even, but it's just down to rider preference as to which lane they want. Rick Stubbins qualified with a 7.26, Yannick a 7.42. Now, so far the form book has been pretty accurate. The higher qualified bike has taken the round win, so no upsets just yet. Oh, but there's your first one. Rick Stubbins goes red. So Yannick Ricard is going to go through to the next round. A 7.36, no good. 7.37, Yannick takes the win. Two pairs to go. Right, Gary Bowe and Knut Muller. Gary qualified number 3, 6.97. We had 4 bikes in the 6-second zone for qualifying. Gary Bowe again selecting the right lane. The higher qualified bike always has lane choice in round 1. And then after that, it's whoever's the quickest in the next pairing gets lane choice. Green light drag race, 125 to 126, but the rest of it is all Gary Bowe. And Gary takes it, 7 flat, 207. Final pair, Morganslund, Alex Hope. Well, Alex did have hopes of a championship. He took the very first round event win, first meeting of the season, but after that, it's been pretty much Ven all the way. So, Mogenslund ran 7.11 in qualifying. Alex Hope not having the best of weekends. Ended up getting one down the track, 7.45. But was struggling at the early stages. The bike performing a bit too well. The power was coming in. It was lifting the front wheel up at various stages along the track. Another green light race, 121, 60 foot for Mogans. Alex not giving up on this one, but it's Mogans all the way. to a 6.97 at 210 miles an hour. Let's lose out there, 7.26 for Alex. Was a big puff of smoke as Alex went into the shutdown area there, so our spotter's having a good look out there. So round 2 pairings, Venn taking on Mark Hope, Graham Bouchin taking on Steve Mead, Daniel Lenks against Yannick Ricard, and Gary Bow taking on Mogens Lund. Oh, we've got some excellent colour commentary coming up in Pro Mod. Dow's just getting himself ready. Oh dear, Daryl's just putting his earpieces in, getting ready for Pro Modified. Just before that though, the 2-seater dragster will be putting a run in. Paul Brown with Passenger on the first run of the day. Passenger looking a little bit apprehensive but excited at the same time. Right, so 2-seater. Paul's been given the signal to fire up. Perfectly executed. Now, the 2-seater dragster experience, this car goes north to around about 135, 136 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. Gets there about 4.9 seconds. And I always like to try and compare it to a quick street car, as in like something like Porsche, Ferrari based. 0 to 60 is about, what, 4.95 seconds for a fairly decent car. And this car's doing 135 miles an hour in the same time frame. Gets to the top end in around about 7.7, 7.8 seconds. And this weekend, about 172, 173 miles an hour. Now, if you fancy going the back of this, part of a VIP package here at Santa Pod Raceway, or just go and see the team, and you can book yourself a ride. It doesn't have to be a big European event like this. It could be one of our sports events or other events that we have on the calendar. The 2-seater drag experience is very busy indeed, and pop around and see the team. Talking of racing experiences, Santa Pod have actually got 2 Ford Mustangs, and if you fancy a passenger ride in that, please visit santapod.com. Have a look on the pages there, find the Mustangs, and put yourself a passenger ride in one of those. An arrow straight run once again for Paul. Dumps the laundry, 7.77 and 172 miles an hour. Right. It's Pro Modified next, and it's number 8 and number 9 qualifier. It's a lucky dip, take your pick. Okay, so Daryl is going to make a wander down onto the start line.
No, you can have this one. Go on, you get in there.
We are joined in the tower. All of a sudden, Dick Costa has got much better looking.
Yeah, that's because he's hiding up the end.
And it's a very, very warm welcome, actually, to Stephanie.
Hello.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Now, of course, Stephanie Kate, obviously part of Andy Robinson's team. Daughter, obviously,
Yes.
to Andy. And great to have you back up here for the European Finals. A bit frustrating. This has been a bit of a weird year for you lot.
Yeah.
I know Luke's been kept ridiculously busy. Andy's been kept ridiculously busy building people's cars and looking after everything else. But when you have a busy workshop like that, you don't have a heck of a lot of time to build your own car.
Yeah, so I think that Dad would have liked to have started building the new car already. Unfortunately, it's not quite started, but he has been collecting a lot of parts and things have been happening in the background, so that's good.
And selling a lot of the bits as well.
Yeah,
Just
obviously
about
selling,
jumped
gaining
in
some
there
money.
too quick, mate. But yeah, absolute masterstroke. We loved the Facebook layout of the car. There's just like Andy and Luke looking down on the car.
It's like a Pro Mod Camaro jigsaw.
That's it. Yeah, it looked like it was just like a little Airfix kit where everything was laid out. It was just cut them off the sprues.
Yeah.
And that was a phenomenal idea, and a lot of people chipped in a fair old wedge of money to get a piece of history. Didn't they?
We're really, really grateful because we raised a lot of money there, and that's all going back into racing the new car. So all that money will go into parts or labour or what have you, to get the new car back out and running as quickly as possible. So
Yeah.
we're so grateful, and everybody's been so kind and generous with it. So Dad's been really, really touched as well, and quite emotional about it because it is a big thing. He didn't think that it was, worth any money. So
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show, A, the history of the sport, B, that people will clamour for anything these days. And I mean, I was thinking, cool, I'd love a bit of that. And then I saw the bit, I can't afford it.
it's quite a rare occasion where you can have an accident in a car and so much of the body is actually still in good condition. And, a lot of the time you have an accident and the bodywork is the first thing that goes completely.
Yeah.
But obviously a lot of the body was actually still not in bad shape.
Right. Talk a bit more of that in a moment. And Dick Costa has joined us once again in the tower. Dick, I mean, it's just been a phenomenal weekend at Pro Mod, hasn't it?
It's been awesome, yeah. And we're not done yet.
We're nowhere
4
near.
more sessions to go.
We have got some mouth-watering races in this round 1 matchups, haven't we, Colin? The first one rolling around the tower, 8 and 9 qualifiers, both with personal bests. Your brother doing the crew chief in on the fabulous Lightning McQueen of John Tevenham, taking on Bobby Wallace. Now, like everybody, I was a bit worried when I got up this morning because it was chilly, to say the least, and was worried it wouldn't be warm. It's lovely down here.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
This morning the DA was minus 150.
Yeah.
So
it's climbed to 8 feet.
yeah.
That's what it is.
Really?
It's 8
wow.
feet. Ridiculous.
Ooh, this track, they did some work on the track last night, so it's going to be even better than yesterday.
So both of the cars have run their personal best, and they were so close. I think it was 6:03 to a 6:02. One of them might be able to nip into the 5 seconds this
Well,
morning.
I think they both are.
Both will be definitely trying whether that happens, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, the only guarantee from this race is that we're going to have a Brit in round 2. That's the only thing that I can put a bit of spin on.
John, obviously, to be able to do this in his first year has been really, really good, but Bobby's going to be real good on the tree as well.
So it's Bobby Wallace then in the energy check lane down the road in Bedford. John Tevenham from Woking with this beautiful 53 vet in the Auto Glim lane. Round 1, Pro Mod European Finals. Both driving through Chade, both going for it. It looks like it's going to be JT.
Oh!
5:97, 2:38. Very quickly, Luke. I know you're busy giving him the good news, mate, but you've got that boy into the 5-second zone. That was awesome.
Yeah, unbelievable. I honestly can't believe that. That car shouldn't be going that fast.
Oh, behave. It was running 6.0s every time, but has it been fun working on something different?
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's been character building at times, but we've had a good laugh.
It's always character building, mate. Good news is go get ready for round 2.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
No bother. That's Luke.
Wow.
But
Your
look at the
brother.
tyre,
You got to be
the
proud
tyre
of those
shape
boys.
marks.
They're fantastic, aren't they?
Oh, definitely.
And Bobby was not giving up
No.
on that one.
I mean, he was 0.98 60 foot to JT's 0.99. Bobby had 100th off the start line. At 3:30, they were pretty much level. The rest of it was all JT, but my goodness me, what a race that was.
Right, go on, Colin. You do this one.
Oh, my goodness me. Right, okay. Simple maths. Mickey Gilchrist has to win this pairing. If not, it's game over for him. Dmitry Samurakov qualified higher than Mickey G. It's not very often you see Mickey G qualify in the number 10 spot.
He didn't do his normal pull it out of the bag in the last
No.
qualifying session thing, which was a bit unusual. I did say yesterday that when I interviewed him when he was sat in the car at the top end, I was putting myself in the way of serious personal harm because he did not look even remotely but then you wouldn't, would you? You know, but Mickey Gilchrist has done this so many times. He knows what he's doing inside out, back to front and upside down. Who's your money on, guys?
Oh.
On the right lane.
The winner.
You can say it out loud, Dick, it's
No,
fine.
my money's on the winner.
Mickey has got a way of getting down that track even when he's struggling. So I think that,
Well, in this case, I think it's all coming back to experience.
yeah, I agree. And obviously Dimitri's got his first year, so
Yeah.
he's run that 5 second and he's done 2, but he's definitely not as experienced as Mickey.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, well, my money's on the Camaro, so... Always will be, to be fair.
Yeah, well, Camaros are good, aren't they?
Yeah, we're all slightly biased. Right, air density, 93 feet. For those of you that are tuned in around the world and seeing what conditions we've got here, but look at it, glorious sunshine, a tailwind, and 2 incredible Pro Mods on the line. Here we go, second pair, round 1.
Oh, we have.
Oh, Mickey's got to try hard. He's got to try hard, but it's not enough, and it's a 598.
That's Dimitri's first ever round win. As well, that's Dimitri's first ever round win, and he takes out Mickey G.
And we have a new European champion in Pro Modified.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Jan Eriksson's still going to win.
I think also David may have a chance.
No, David. I think David's too far off.
No, David. We worked it out this morning. He can do it, mate. It's still possible. If Jan Eriksson suffers the same fate as Mickey Orland Mickey Orland, for God's sake, Mickey Goldquist just did, then it gets very interesting indeed.
If all three of them fall in the first round and David wins the event, David can do it. Right, this is Kim Christensen taking on Freddie Fagerström.
So Freddie did a lot of damage yesterday.
Oh.
Someone say he's got three motors this
Not
weekend.
only yesterday, the whole weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Friday, one engine. Yesterday, I think even 2 engines. It's been
he
a
put
mess.
all 8 rods through.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty. If you're going to do it, that is, pretty big.
Yeah, and the burnout, he lost the push rod. So we made a run on 7 cylinders, and that killed everything.
Yeah. So obviously he's managed to fix it, working pretty much all night, I should imagine, to get it back round for round 1.
Well, Kim Christensen is in the 590s. Freddie's been in the 5.9s once. It would be wonderful. We've had him here. This is his 20th year anniversary of coming over to Santa Bud Raceway. He has entertained us so much for so long. It would be wonderful if he could do it here as well. He wasn't even on the entry list till early this week, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he also had a lot of friends in Sweden, in Tier.
He's got a lot of friends around the world as our Fred. A lot of people will be willing him on, but Kim Christensen wants to halt his progress straight away. The third pair then in round 1 for Pro Qualified at European Finals, both into pre-stage. Hold on tight, because here we go. Oh, what a side-by-side matchup then. I think Kim's might just nick this one. He does. 6:02 to a 6:05.
Such a shame Freddie had to lift. Give us the short numbers, Colin, because I bet you Freddie was ahead at
he
half-track.
was. He was 0.97 to a 1 second flat at the 8th. Freddie was, 700ths up. But then
what was the time, just quickly?
390 to 397.
That would have been a 5-second run, unfortunately for us. Never mind. But Kim Christensen moves to round 2.
Jean Delemont, Roger Johansson. Jean Delemont had a nightmare in qualifying, a parachute pop out on the start line, totally aborted one of his runs, and he wasn't in the show till late in the day, but eventually got the job done, went 6.14.
Oh no, drama in the right lane.
Now, has he lost reverse or has he lost fire? Whilst they're doing that, into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have Nitro Funny Cars, please? Nitro Funny Car, can you come down into the pairing lanes, please?
Oh, he's lost fire.
Well,
so John really drove that car yesterday on the team. He was all over the track from the barrier all the way to the centre line, and he was not giving up.
well, one thing you can always be sure about with Pro Mod, it's completely unpredictable, isn't it? And, I mean, your family, Steph, and your dad obviously have been in the position of running for the championship. You actually had a race with Mickey Goldquist for the title, didn't you? Yeah,
we've actually had 2 races where we've been leading the championship all year, come down to the European finals and lost. Not something that we like to remember too much. Once against Mickey and once against Matt Eriksson. So it's just so competitive and so difficult.
That is a good looking run despite a bit of a weave. 6:45, 2:32. Jean Delemont into round 2.
Big disappointment for Roger Johansson.
Yeah.
I'm sure they wanted Well, of course they wanted to win, but really good qualifying effort with a bunch of 3 5-second runs, actually. I think that was something like that. Which, again, Steph, just to go back to the nitrous days with you guys, you know, you've been around that long. Isn't it incredible that nitrous cars are in the 5.7s? It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's mental. It's so challenging to do nitrous. I think a lot of people go blown because it is an easier way of going fast, to be honest.
Steady, you'll upset a lot of them.
I know, but it is like to be able, when you see Bobby making that kind of progress and almost getting into the 5s, it's very, very impressive because nitrous is not the easiest way to do it.
What makes it more difficult from a technical standpoint? I mean, because the thing is, with blower, you can kind of, it's fuel system and overdrive and things like that, isn't it? What is it? It's, you know, if you don't mind me asking.
I don't know, to be honest, I wouldn't be able to give you much technical information, but I do remember that when we decided to go blown, there was a lot more information available. So a lot more people were able to and happy to give you information about engines and stuff like that. Whereas with nitrous, it seems that because it's so difficult, people protect it a lot more and then you have to pay for it. So I think that that's maybe one of the key factors in that.
Is there a big difference, Dick, as well, you might know this one, is there a big difference in cost of the engines? Because nitrous engines just appear to be very, well because they look expensive.
Because it's a regular Chevy engine normally, then it looks cheaper, but it's absolutely not. Everything is aluminum, billet aluminum. The fuel system is very expensive these days with the electronic fuel ignition and the computer stuff, and like Steph said, the backup that you need from let's say Switzer Dynamics, like who's helping Jean Dulemont. Nothing is cheap in Pro Mod. No. Nothing, absolutely nothing.
The engines are so big now as well. There's no limit, is there?
Yeah, well, I think it's 906 cubic inches or so.
But then that means that the engines are heavy. So when I was talking to Roger last year, actually, I think it was, he said, you know, he's got a massive engine, but that means that it's hard for him to get down to a low
minimum weight,
because it's just so big.
It's also kind of on the limit of what you can build a V8 to, isn't it? Because you can't go that much bigger than that, really, can you, guys?
No, you have the bore spacing is bigger, let's say 5-inch, and that's the only way to get these big bores. Otherwise, the cylinder walls will be too thin, and with the nitrous, the cylinder pressure are very high.
Right, well, next pair is going to be Mats Eriksson and Marcus Hilt.
Very much smoking Marcus Hilt.
Yeah, that doesn't look very good, to be honest, but it might clear.
Well, he's another guy that's smashed his PB to smithereens this weekend. Marcus Hilt, 6.15. He found a tenth of a second on his previous PB with help from Cap Stanley down there. Went to see him last night. Very, very happy man indeed.
I had a really long chat with Marcus last night, and we were just discussing the ever ongoing conundrum that is drag racing. That 3 years of absolute hell, broken stuff, blown engines, loads of money, nothing going right. One run, all of that just goes away.
It's and that was that.
Exactly, it's all forgotten instantly, isn't it? Yeah, 99.999% of the times it's a complete pain in the backside. You spent your whole time skint. Overworked everything else, but the 001 that it goes right makes all of it worth it. Mats Eriksson from Borlänge in Sweden, master chassis builder out there in the Scandinavian country. As you mentioned earlier, Steph, previous European champion. He was also first into the 5s way back when.
He also nipped us to the 5-second pass. I was not pleased about that either.
Well, your dad was in the other lane when he did it as well, unfortunately.
I was so excited because I could see Dad's pass. I didn't realise that Mats had done a 5.
That was actually 10 years ago this weekend, unbelievably.
Oh, goes the time passes so fast.
That was the event that they brought out the T-shirts with 6-0 on them, and they didn't last very long.
Yeah, I think it's. I think the T-shirt ended up reading, "You have a 6-0 door slammer." That's cute.
Marcus' engine is far from happy.
It's
already breathing very heavily from the catch tank in the back. Oh,
Mickey G disappears into the distance with a 584.
Mats Eriksson smashes his personal best into next week. 244 miles an hour. Even Adam Flamark's happy. How's that work out? Adam's done it all, seen it all, and he's delighted. Well, both of Adam's tuned cars, both Dimitri and Matt's, are into round 2.
I'm assuming that's a PB there for Max, isn't it?
Oh, massive.
Yeah. First 5.8?
Yeah,
half a 10.
All right, okay.
I think he did a 5.8 in qualifying, but yeah, much
89.
better. Yeah, that's right.
Right, our attention is diverted back to the championship once again now. We've had a few pairs where it hasn't had any reflection on it, but here we go, getting serious once again. David Vector, qualified number 3 with a 5.81. Can't believe that. He's the 3rd quickest blower car in Europe at the moment.
Yeah, before the event
alongside
he was
Kev
the quickest.
Slyfield.
David had a lot of work yesterday evening. They burned the piston in the 581. If you saw the short numbers.
He said it kind of stopped at the top end. That's what he said to me anyway.
Yeah, you could see it on the short numbers. You run a 380 on the 8 mile, a 250 on the 330. So it was really a 70 if he could make it to the end. But first you have to do that.
I've never seen anyone so unhappy to run a 582. Let's put it that way. He wasn't that. Up against Kev Slyfield, who may be, after today, the leader in the Motorsport UK Championship because of Mark Hartwell not qualifying.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark is rooting for David.
Well, Kev is another 5-second race car, but he hasn't found that form this weekend. UK and the Thunderbird in the Auto Glim Lane, Holland in the Energy.
Well, David Vector needed a tap on the roof from the start line crew to get going there, but a 5.82 at 2.42.
That was with the pedal, wasn't
Yep.
it? I thought so.
But he was a week late.
It's a 0.43 reaction time, terribly late.
That was one of those where you were actually looking at the car going, go on then.
Look, in Kev's lane, he had such a massive tire shake that the oil came out of almost everywhere.
So that was important for Kev for the championship, because if he was able to win that round, then he would have gained a few points over the Voodoo Hemi lot, who unfortunately didn't qualify. But he has closed in that gap to, I think we worked it out to like 14 or 15 points.
That's less than a round.
It's less than a round, but unfortunately the thing is that you can't gain that amount of points in qualifying or low ET, so you'd still have to go around to be able to gain those. So although you think, yep, that's good, it's less than a round, it doesn't always help you. It might as well be 20 points.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that means that if they both go out, we're both to go out the same round, then it would be obviously Mark. However, it's whoever then goes furthest on the day, isn't it? So, yeah, you bet. So. I can only think as well, you guys had a better view up there, that something shook seriously loose on Kev's car because it kept going. It didn't break anything, but obviously it must have been the catch can or something like that.
Or the hose from the front to the back.
That rattled loose a bit. Well, we're out there with T-shirt Karen, that's James Humphreys. Everybody gathering on the banking and in the grandstands. You're just about to be shot by James. Come on, give him a cheer. Also give us a little bit of time to talk about Steph, just what the plans are for your dad. I mean, we know that you're looking to build a new car. Have you got anything in mind already?
Oh yeah, we've already got the body. So
okay, fine.
Yeah, the body was. I think the body was on order, like maybe only a couple of weeks after the accident. To be honest, Dad was straight on it. In the medical centre, he was pretty much talking about what he was going to do. So there was no delay from him, I don't think. So yeah, the body's going to be a Camaro again. So I know that some people have thought that it was going to be something different. Unfortunately, financially, it makes more sense to have what we had before because we already had the moulds. So it was a cheaper option, to be honest. And also, the body shape is really good. It's aerodynamic and it works well and it looks pretty. So.
Well, we're used to watching. I said this back to you at the Door Slammers, but now obviously we're here at the European Finals. Your dad's put you through some serious stuff over the years watching him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Can you think, I know of quite a few, but I'm not going to say anything, but can you think of a particular low point from your end? Because you've seen him being crashed on fire, all kinds of things.
That's what
I think it gets worse the older I get, to be honest. So obviously when he crashed the Rover, I was quite young. Last year when he crashed was pretty traumatic, to be honest. And because it was at night and it looked very... I don't know what the word would be. It looked much more dramatic than actually the Rover crash, to be honest. When you compare the two crashes, it wasn't nearly as bad, and although he didn't have any injuries after the Rover crash, he had bruises and black eyes from the G-force. But it looked so much more dramatic because it was at night, and then it had all the sparks, and you couldn't really tell exactly what was happening. So yeah, that one was probably the worst, I should imagine.
It's the awful moment between seeing something happen and knowing it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, and because it was at night, your brain doesn't really catch up with your eyes. So I actually thought that he had gone over the barrier towards the pits, but he actually stayed contained into the track. So your brain kind of makes up things. I thought I saw the underneath of the car, whereas actually it was the roof of the car and that kind of thing. So it's a bit of a weird experience, to be honest.
Well, the other one, the one that I remember, sorry to go through them, but obviously you were there all the time. The one in Finland with the fire, that was particularly nasty.
You can crash your car, that's okay, they're prepared for that. But have your car on fire, I remember Henry Joosten here, it was
Henry's
terrifying.
fire was awful.
But it was the same with your dad in Finland, it was...
Yeah, and to be fair, with Dad's fire, he knows what's going around so much that he knew where the fire truck was, and he actually aimed for it. So he knew that he was on fire and literally pointed the car to them, even without being able to see.
Well, there seemed to be forever between when he went through the finish line and stopped, and because of the way Alastaro is, you could see him. You could see him get out the car and roll in the grass, probably trying to cool himself down a bit as well. But at least you got that instant relief to know that he's out and moving and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And also in Finland, it was a bit more difficult because obviously they don't. They do speak the language, but obviously they're speaking in Finnish. So a lot of the time we didn't know what was going on, and there wasn't anybody who spoke English that would tell us. So we were waiting for a really long time before we found out whether he was okay or what had happened. Whereas obviously with the crash last year, we had everybody talking to us very quickly, and we were told that he was okay and that he had walked out the car almost immediately, to be honest.
I think you should get your own back. I think you should do something to get your own back. We've got to think of something.
I'm sure I did as a child.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe even like driving the car or something like that, just so he knows what he puts you all through every time, both you, Luke, and your mum as well.
Yeah.
Well, you were going to race at one point, weren't you?
Yeah, so I have got a license, and I raced a super comp car, but I don't have the money to race, unfortunately. It's a very expensive sport, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh?
I'm not sure if you've noticed.
No.
Well, yeah, it's a lot more expensive for some people than others, obviously, but especially, it's just how. I do and don't want to ask the question, but how long do you think your dad's going to race for as well? I mean, he's been around since the birth of Pro Mod worldwide, actually, because Pro Mod in the UK started before it did in the US. We started in 1988 with Pro Modified. They started officially as a class in 1990. So, yeah, he's been around a little while, since he was about 12.
Yeah,
so
I was a Pro Mod baby. I was born in 88 as well, so literally that's all I've known as well. And he will race until he can no longer, basically. So until he feels happy being in the car, he will race. And that's what Luke would want as well. So he'll be crewing and making sure that Dad's safe and tuning the car until Dad decides that he's not happy with it anymore. And to be honest, I can't see that happening anytime soon. He runs around like a teenager.
So you've still got, you've got all your friends, like you said, you grew up with so many people here as well, yeah, and there's lots of them down that are racing themselves. Some people have obviously gone away from the sport, but there's plenty of them that that's still about. I think I've just noticed as well, Gordon Appleton sitting up there and Sabri, you must have grown up together, you two, actually.
Yeah, we don't live too far away from each other either, so yeah, they come up every year to the finals. Watch them racing. Usually we try to get past the first round so they can see the car run more than once.
You made Gordon get up early this morning. That's what it was,
make him get up early.
Good stuff. Well, any idea how long the clean-up's going to be, Mr. T?
No, I think you're literally seeing it as you are there. Obviously the different shoe, the bigger one is out there just clearing the track. The top end looks okay, so it's literally just what they're doing on track at the moment. I would imagine it would be 5 minutes tops at the moment. I haven't got an official word, but it's not going to be long.
That's good. Well, I'm just going to wander around and see who I...
Yeah, that was a great run. I mean, all the conditions were right. Yeah, there is so much that comes into play: wheel speed, weather, ignition here and there, yada yada, blah blah. And sometimes all the planets are aligned, you know. And that was yesterday, and that was great for like a 20-year-old car.
Yeah, and a 20-year-old driver and owner too. So you went 578. Standing on the start line watching was just incredible, mainly because we all knew what we wanted to happen. You all knew what you were trying to do. But you guys all jumped in the air when he got through first gear. It was almost like that was it.
Yeah, it's I can say, I think with all these cars, if the driver hits second gear in the reasonable area, then these cars will go down the track in 9 cases out of 10. And that's why we were so happy when we heard Jimmy put in second gear. Then we know that the car probably will go down, you know. So, and the track here, I mean, this track is excellent, but it's also a very challenging track. There is so much bite in the track, so you almost have to fight that.
So you just give it more, basically. So if you, without having to kill me, can you tell me what you changed to get it to do that?
No.
Okay. Well, I thought I'd ask anyway.
Come
you know,
on.
It's always worth the try. But it's going to be fun race day. Obviously, now Mickey has gone out in round 1.
Yeah, that's a kind of surprise because not to take anything from the other drivers, but Mickey is a really savvy guy and he knows. But he's been struggling here this weekend. Last race at TRP, he was like, he was excellent. He had the best race car on that event, in my opinion. Jan had some bad luck. We suck, but he had a really good race car. He was in the 80s all the time. So, and that tells you also how sensitive these cars are. You know, if you got just a little bit outside the window, you're really, really struggling.
And you're going to suffer as well, obviously, like he did. And with the fact that when we got up this morning, it was cold this morning, but the good thing is the sun's out on the track to warm it. Does that make it better?
Yeah, and that's not always better. If the track is already tight, you don't want to be, at least for my car, then we have to struggle a bit more.
So really, what you should do is take up golf and have a nice, easy life, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, a beer, you know.
Fair enough. Anyway, you've got your driver, Jimmy Orland, coming around in a couple of moments now. It's going to be very interesting. Anyway, you can catch Jan Eriksson. It's going to be a big ask, but you can do it, you know. It happened last time. You guys went out round 1 in Tierp and, you know, Mickey won the race.
Yeah, it's like Jan and his team has a really good race car, and I would be very much surprised, actually, if they, you know, didn't perform as their usual standard. But anything can happen.
They've been so good this year, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been great. He's ugly, but he's great.
I think that goes for most of them, to be honest with you, but there we go.
Hey,
Anyway.
watch it, Daryl.
It's okay. No, only drivers, Dick, not crewmen. Don't be daft. That's absolutely fine. Anyway, Magnus, good luck today. As always, it's very entertaining watching you, and thank you for making the long trip over from Sweden.
Okay, thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
No problem. It's very unusual I get to interview him before a run, actually, because I don't like disturbing people before they're going to run, because they're thinking about other stuff than, well, talking to me, obviously.
Right, a little bit of update on the track, Dale. Top end is absolutely fine. It is purely what they've got on track at the moment, but proving to be a little bit of a challenge, so it's going to be a few minutes. A couple of other updates for you. Live Action Arena due to start their first of 2 shows today in about 5 or 10 minutes time. So Live Action Arena, their first show, that's the other side of the Spectator banking, their first of 2 shows today, going to be starting in about 5 minutes time. Other piece of information that I've just been given. Santapod TV, thanks to Steve Young for the update on this one actually. Santapod TV is showing Freddie at the top end. He lost the blower burst plate, which cost him that particular run. So that was very unfortunate there for Freddie. The burst panel went.
And that normally means some more engine damage.
Yeah, that's not necessarily a good thing.
Well, it does relieve. Just explain what that is, actually, Dick, because well, you've run with blown cars for years. Well, both of you have, so you know how they work.
Yeah, well, in the intake manifold, there's obviously the blower boost pressure, and if something goes wrong in the engine, like a valve burns or a valve spring breaks, then it ignites not only in the cylinder but also in the manifold. And there's a lot of fuel in the intake manifold, so it will explode there. And to make sure that the blower is not getting off the car, there's a relief valve in it. That's just a metal plate that then will burst open to relieve all the pressure in the manifold. And there's an automatic shut-off device on these cars. There's a little connector in front of the burst panel, so if the burst panel goes, the connector is disconnected, and then it will deploy the chutes, kill the engine or the fuel system, and well, then it's just rolling to the end.
Well, one thing that's quite amazing about that is that they've got on Pro Mod cars, obviously they're door cars with roofs and windows and everything, and they have a burst panel at the front, but also one at the back of the manifold as well, don't they?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Okay.
No.
The back of the one at the back of the manifold has a little deflector on it, which deflects the air, the pressure upwards. Up. Yeah.
Yeah.
However, you probably know what I'm going to say. Jason Scruggs was testing his brand new Dodge Stratas quite a few years ago down in Texas, and they didn't have time to put the deflector on the rear of the car, and they had the relief panel go pop in the back of the manifold, and it blew the roof off.
Yeah. Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's that much pressure that gets released. It's it's quite unbelievable, really.
Yeah, there's so much fuel going in these engines. So and that's all in the manifold. So if something happens there, well, it's a huge explosion.
How much do you think as well? I mean, Pro Mod cars these days.
Well, the blower cars these days running the 580s.
The one my heart has gone to me, not gone to wait. He's a cuckoo in my car.
Going drag racing in Europe this year? Then your first call must be DFDS.
Fast weather.
Well, he's going to need to go fast because it is Jan Eriksson taking on Nick Davis. Well, it's a must-win for Jan, isn't it? Quite simply.
Well, kind of. If he goes out and Jimmy goes out, it's his.
Yeah.
However, he'd much rather not that happen.
He wants to be in control of his own destiny, not for what other people around him do.
Yeah, and we have a phrase in England called Sod's Law, and Nick and Rob are probably going to hit it perfectly. Yeah, Nick Davis was a kind of ho-hum at the top end. He said, you know, I don't think that's going to be good enough to get in. It was, obviously, and he ended up in a number 15 spot, which means he gets a date in round number 1 with championship leader Jan Eriksson. I have to say FIA championship, not MSUK or Motorsport UK championship leader. But Mickey Goldquist is already out, and I'm sure Jan Eriksson knows that, unless he banned the crew from telling him. Would you want to, I mean, guys, would you want to know if your main rival had already gone out, or would you just want to get on with it and focus on the job?
Of course you want to know.
So Nick Davis has actually been struggling quite a lot this weekend with tyre shake. He's had some of the most violent tyre shake I've seen ever on one of the, I think it was the second qualifying pass.
Yeah, it's been a story of shake in quite a few classes this weekend. But let's hope they can get a good clean pass down here. Nick would love to run his first 5 right here, right now. He's going to need one to get around Jan Eriksson. Jan qualified with a 5.78.
Dare I mention, Jan Eriksson went red in the final of Hockenheim as well. Here we go.
Well, Nick's putting up a good fight. He's putting up a good fight. Oh, 589. Jan Eriksson takes it from a lose-out.
Fabulous race. Look
and
at this
personal best.
speed for Nick. Well, unfortunately, Rob, you hit your ass with both hands in the first round instead of Q1.
I didn't hit it hard enough from the get-go. Do you know what? The track's fantastic. A few people have struggled. It's got a pretty narrow tuning window. If you can find it, it's fast. We were just late to the party.
Awesome speed as well, though.
Thanks, bud. See you in a couple of weeks.
No bother. Bob Loring, well done.
So does that mean that Jan's won the championship then?
Not yet.
So
No, it depends on what Jimmy does.
Jan's still got one more round. If Jimmy wins and keeps winning, Jimmy can still win.
Okay.
Depends on what Jan does too. We'll see. Now, Jimmy Holland does not have the easy matchup, or easier matchup you'd normally expect in round one with Michel Turenne and the Pro Dutch team in the Auto Glim Lane. He qualified number one with the first 5-second run by a blown pro mod in Europe of 5:78. That was Magnus, his crew chief and car owner I was talking to earlier. What struggles have they had this weekend, Dick? I mean, a lot, I guess.
All kinds of, yeah. And it's not only this event. They've been struggling actually the whole season. The main event was good, and then everything went wrong in a way. I think they didn't even qualify the first tier. And in the second tier, they had this accident with the crew member. They got run over, so they didn't want to run anymore. So we're not qualified. And now they're qualified number 16, and they're fighting four-link settings mostly. The rest of the
does the four-link? How does the four-link work? What does it do? It's like the angle of attack of the rear wheels, basically.
Yeah, you can put some force in the four-link. It's difficult to explain. Because of the rotation of the engine, it will lift the left rear tire. And that's how you have to set up the four-link to get the same pressure on the left and the right rear tire. You can put some load in it to pull the car to the rear axle, and you have give it a little bit of rear steer. It's a very there's a big book about four-links.
Wow.
Jimmy was lucky.
Unbelievable.
Sometimes you need to be lucky more than good. I thought Michel had that when Jimmy backed out of it.
Yeah, but his engine stopped.
Yeah.
So maybe...
Jimmy just dodged the bullet there.
Bullet? He dodged the machine gun.
He's still in with a chance. Magnus... Yeah, I don't think Magnus wanted to win like that, and he looks a little bit... what's the word I'm looking for? Again, nonplussed, probably. Well, like you said, it's been tricky just to prove it again.
Yeah, that's as a tuner there, you're not happy with yourself, but we got the win. It was a tardy one, but it's a win.
Yeah, well, it still all counts for the same. I mean, the thing is, sometimes you run pretty good and lost. Sometimes winning ugly is better than losing pretty, I guess.
Yeah, but you're really kicking yourself, as a tuner when you see this, but. Well, we have to go back.
Good thing is at least you got another chance, you got another round.
Yeah, we got another round, so yep. Okay.
No problem. Go get ready. That's Magnus. Well done, sir. Pairings, round two, Cole.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. David Vector has got Kim Christiansen. Jan Eriksson has got Dmitry Samurkov. Matt Eriksson against Jean Delamont. And Jimmy has got John Teppenham.
Okay.
Mouth-watering prospects for round two for Pro Modified. Next up, folks, though, you want to get yourselves into a fantastic viewing position. I know you're already there. But next up, folks, it's FIA Top Fuel Dragster. Dick, Stephanie, Ben, thanks ever so much indeed for coming up to see us. We will see you again for semi-finals. No, quarter-finals.
Quarter-finals.
Goodness me.
Yeah, it's going to be
trying to lose
quick.
around there. I didn't want to do that.
Because the Pro Mods has to go back right at the end of this
They do.
FIA and FIM series. So they have a really short cool down time. See you later.
Right. Okay, so going to hand over to Daryl down on the start line momentarily, but as you can see, all of our track crew are in position. And
We
Daryl,
are.
it's all yours.
Absolutely, we are here ready to go. You can see all the fantastic Santapod staff here ready to go. Before we actually get to anything, they've been working their backsides off since Wednesday for this moment. So before we get to a little bit of pre-race introduction, I would like everybody here to warm their hands in appreciation for the fabulous Santapod track crew, ladies and gentlemen. They absolutely deserve it. European records aplenty this weekend, Keith. It's just been one for the memory books, this one.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we always like to think on the last round, any records that have gone in Europe on the tour round, we take it back, especially from the Swedes. You know, nothing wrong with a bit of Swede bashing. And they like it as well. So, but I'm really delighted. We worked hard to get the track right. You know, we laid the new track last year. It's still got quite a long way to go. I say this all the time, but it's come good. What went wrong a little bit on Friday, the rain and the temperature got too cold. I said to you Friday night the track was too cold. We're up to just under 80 degrees at the moment, which is pretty good. You saw records going yesterday. I'm delighted that, you know, the Pro Mod fastest blown motors. I think to be honest, you won't see that again with the turbo with the change, so we should be sitting almost with the fastest Pro Mod European record. We have it in Top Fuel. We have it in Top Fuel bike. I think today, if our Flying Greek actually wins the championship, and remember there's 3 or 4 championships almost still up for grabs. If he wins that, the last round he's going for the absolute all-time fastest time in the world. He's got the second fastest time in the world, and I think the first round of Top Fuel, as always, is going to be brutal.
It certainly is. We're talking about Top Fuel bike. Phil Papaphilippou from Greece ran a backed-up new European record. The only guy in the world to run 2.56s on the same day as well. That was outstanding.
I wouldn't do it.
I doubt you'll ever get the chance to either, Keith. We're about to move on with round 1 Top Fuel.
Okay, as always at this time I get the chance to say I know we thanked all the crew. They've done a fantastic job on the track, but always, I'll repeat it every event that you all attend, whether you're new to this weekend, whether it's your first time at drag racing, or you're one of our die-hard fans. Sincerely, from everyone involved in this track, from myself down, from everyone involved in the championship, all the teams, they're all my mates. We can't do it without all of you. So from all of us, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Teeth. Well, on that note, you wonderful folks up there on the banking and in the grandstands are in for a treat. If you've never seen these race cars before, they are the quickest and fastest accelerating vehicles with wheel-driven vehicles on the planet. 0 to 100 in less than 1 second, 0 to 300 by the time they get to those orange blocks up there if everything goes well. We're just about to fire up the first pair of 10,000 horsepower monsters, which is Stig Neergaard and champion again, Anita Michaela. Before we get to that beautiful noise of Nitro, please all stand for the national anthem.
So the stage is now set. The first pair of cars fire up behind us. Joined in the tower once again with Pelle and of course Barry. This is it. Party time.
Yeah.
Your first pairing then, Stig Neergaard, the Eye of Storm Top Fuel Dragster, going alongside Anita. And what hasn't Anita achieved, goodness me? She hit the ground running this weekend. Her opener was a 3.90 top fuel. Nobody else was at the races. She ended up in the number 3 qualifying spot, and as everybody managed to get their act together. But this is now round 1 eliminations. She wears that number 1 with pride on the rear wing of her car. She's going to be carrying that number again next year. Stig would like to
well,
go round.
Well deserved, I would say. I mean, she's had a fantastic season. Absolutely. So.
Well, she's got down every track.
Yeah.
And not everybody can say that this year.
I think the 2 runs that he didn't run at 3 seconds was the first of this year that he didn't run 3 seconds. So, I mean, very consistent. Yeah. Very good team.
Yeah, on my pit walk-arounds, I've had a really, really long chat with Tommy, and in one of the runs early on yesterday, they actually damaged 2 inlet valves.
Both into pre-stage. Here we go. Anita is in. Stig is in. Hold on. Stig was trying, but it is Anita to a 3.900, 296, and she carried the front wheels through about 300 foot out there. My goodness me, what a run. A lose out, 406 at 254.
Well,
Darryl.
The conditions are definitely better this morning, obviously. Anita, though, caps a championship. Another championship, Tommy. I know that. I guess that's not quite what you wanted, the number-wise, but still, it's another 3-second run and a round win.
Number looks good because we have yesterday a huge problem. Blower 1 engine totally almost, and we're doing second pass yesterday, and now it's second pass number 2, and looks good.
Well, into the semi-finals. You must be so proud of your wife. How many European championships do you guys have now?
In top fuel, this is number 4.
Number 4. Are you going to come back for a defence next year?
We'll see what happens next year.
That probably means Tommy's taking over. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, from Finland, obviously still nobody can catch that chicken, that pesky chicken from Finland. Please raise the roof for both teams. Anita Michaela's team and Stig Nygård's team. Stig really gave them a run for their money on that one. Well done, guys.
Yeah, well, just going back to what you were saying, Darryl, down there with Tommy, and he was saying he had a lot of problems yesterday with the blower. I'm just going to give the spectators some idea of how much it costs to run one of these cars. Without any damage to the block, pistons, crank, etc., the inlet valve, headwork, and a brand new blower could cost around $20,000. So just on one run, and that's not actually. They're all the ancillary bits, really, from the actual motor. It's staggering, really.
But, well,
it's quite.
I think that basically sums up speed, costs, how fast you want to go.
Yeah.
If you want to go that stupidly fast or insanely fast or blisteringly quick, you're going to have to pay for it. Yeah. And my goodness me.
And if they don't, even if they don't go wrong, they're about $5,000 a run. That's £5 UK, £5,000 a run at least. Yeah. Now, I haven't tried. If anyone wants to have a go, they're very welcome. You can't burn it that fast. You couldn't actually set fire to it that quick, could you? Really? You know, even if you had a blowtorch and $5,000 in notes spread out, you couldn't set fire to it that quick. Yeah. Also, Glim Lane from the UK for CBD Asylum. It is Liam Jones taking on your new, repeat #1 qualifier and European record holder Maya Utian in the energy check lane. However, there's a bit of a twist to this tale, isn't there, fellas? Because they're teammates.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this. Really am.
Well, 3.806, new European record set by Maya yesterday. Liam, as you know, he just wants to win everything and sets everything to kill mode every single time.
Now the thing is, these two have raced each other a couple of times this season, and I think everyone has gone in favour of
Maya.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And yesterday I had a quick word with Jamie, and that run, although it was a European ET record, he actually said it was going to go even quicker.
I saw him in the bar last night, and he was really annoyed. Yeah, really annoyed.
One of the smaller injector lines broke, and leaned the motor on that cylinder, took out a couple of valves, and they had clutch problems at the top end, so the clutch actually wasn't fully engaged either. So,
I mean, if you're one cylinder out, you're missing about 1,500 horsepower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's see if everything goes right this time. Maybe, well, Jamie was saying last night, he said if we can get through round 1, then we're going to send it to kill. And we'll just see what happens. But let's see. Our man Jamie at the front of Maya's car.
These are two 3.8 second, 300 mile an hour top fuel dragsters. If all goes well, this will be fabulous.
Well, this one is going to be Liam.
Wow.
Well, finally, Liam takes one for the home team. 673, 95 miles an hour. It's not the number that he wanted, but the win light is what they care about. They both had tyre shake. I'm not sure whose was worse, actually, really. You guys still from up there?
Yeah, I think Liam's was looking at the tyre tracks. Liam's looked worse, but as Colin said, he was definitely in it to win it, and I don't think he was going to lift off there at all. I mean, those tyre tracks.
Horrible.
Horrible. Yeah,
well,
way down track. Yeah.
Maya finishes her season number 2 in the points, I think, with a couple of European records. Still, nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, the two Runa Field teams, Maya Rutian and the CBD Asylum team from the UK of Liam Jones. Well done, fellas. You've got more work to do, which is a good thing, especially on race day. What we're talking about, you know, getting through to round 2 and everything, because the conditions are a bit cool. Give it a couple of hours till they run the semi-finals, and it's going to be a bit warmer, isn't it? Yeah. I think that's what we're all waiting for.
I had a quick word with Gary, actually, when he was taking the track temperatures, and at that particular point it was 78 degrees, so in the ball game, really.
Wow, exciting runs.
Yeah, not what we were expecting.
No.
I thought we might get a couple of really 380 side-by-sides there, but
I think they were tuned for it.
I think that was the thing, Colin. I think both teams had actually tuned it to go for it.
Maya almost passed the Christmas tree sideways.
Yeah.
So, I mean, completely lost traction there.
Well, that's Maya's first full season on tour. She won the last event in Tierp, didn't she?
Yeah.
And I bet that was something to see, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race, really, and we saw 2 European records at that time. So if this continues, we'll see what we're going to end up with next year if you improve the European record every time.
Well, it looks like they're moving off the top end. We've got our next pair coming up now. Obviously, in other forms of motorsport, such as circuit racing, you have the W Series for women. We don't need that in drag racing. We have perfect equality. We have 4 male top fuel drivers and 4 female top fuel drivers. The European champ, again, is a lady. And we have 2 young ladies behind the start line at this time. No giggling. Autoclim Lane, Slick Tricks Racing, another Runa Field car, Suzanne Kallin. From Sweden, it's so cool to see Suzanne back in a top fuel car, taking on India Urbacher. Was number 2 qualifier yesterday with a 3.88. She holds the European speed record as well. So it is all females at the top of the tree in top fuel.
Yeah, quite a bizarre twist actually, because 3 women have held the ET record this year, and the guys have just never had a look in. Anita started the year off taking the record, then India held it for a very short time.
Yeah, I have this theory about it. You look at all 3 ladies, all beautiful, slim.
What are you saying, that the blokes are just fat and ugly?
Well, all these cars weigh the same, basically. So you put a very light person in there, it's going to go quicker.
That's why I'm not driving anymore.
Yeah, that's why I'm not driving anymore.
Nobody wants to hire me.
That's why none of us are driving anymore.
Oh dear, oh dear. Right, anyway, let's have a look at the qualifying order. India, she qualified number 2 in the end with a 3.88. Suzanne, fair to say, hasn't really been able to go A to B properly this weekend. Was in the 7-second zone. She has been low cause in this car. Went 4.0 at the main event.
Yeah. In a qualifying run yesterday, it actually shook her fillings out. So that's how bad the tyre shake was. It was very, very, very fierce.
So those of you tuned in around the world, some great coverage here through Santapod's webcast here. India, she's in the left lane, the LG Chat lane. Suzanne's in the right lane, the Autocliv lane. Your third pair in FIA Top Fuel round 1 here at the European Finals. They're both pre-staged, they both go in. Well, this one is all India to a 4.10, 236.
Well, they managed to get it through the shake zone, which was the important thing Aaron Brooks was talking about yesterday, wasn't it, Carl? Yeah. What were the short numbers? Go on, just tell us something.
Yeah, I was just going to Suzanne's ET out, 6.31 at only 89. The short, though, India, 0.85, Suzanne, 0.89.
Okay, well, 0.89 to 60 foot, 4.10, and a win light.
Yeah, the win light is always that's what we want, but something is wrong on the engine. We hear that when she backs up, but she bring it home, so we go next round and we'll run 370 then.
That's good to hear, sir. I mean, you guys have worked your tails off. Give the teams a cheer, ladies and gentlemen, from Switzerland and most of those from the UK and Sweden too. Has it been fun getting your little girl into drag racing? Is it something you'd recommend all parents to do?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. She drives very good, and it makes me a little bit fear because it's you know, I know how dangerous the cars are, and then you see your little girl sitting in there. It's not so easy for me, but
yeah, it's not so easy to watch. But then you used to do that to her all the time, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, Urs, it's really good that you're in the semi-finals, and good luck getting it ready.
Thank you.
No problem. Urs Urbacher, the legend that is Urs Urbacher, actually.
Well, it'll be India racing Anita in one for the first side of the ladder. And Liam will be taking on the winner of our final pairing, is of course Tethys and Patrick Pers.
Well, that was interesting as well. He said they're going to try for the 3-7 in the semi-final round. I think, again, what they're alluding to, chaps, is what we were talking about, which is the fact that they like a little more heat in the racetrack, don't they? What is it that's so important about that?
You go, Pella. No, you go.
You do, please.
Sort it out between yourselves and let us know.
Yeah.
Go on.
Pella's more technical than me. I was just a driver.
Same here. But I mean, of course, in ideal conditions, you should have a warm track, because then the cars are set up for a maximum traction, and the colder the track is, you lose the traction actually. So this is going to be perfect when the sun is up for a couple of hours more for the next round. It's going to be perfect.
It's actually quite warm down here, but we need to get some heat into the concrete, because concrete. I just spoke to John Smith as well. He said the optimum temperature is about 90 degrees. I don't think it's quite there yet. Obviously, that's in Fahrenheit. No. But yeah, it will get there definitely. And the fact that it's actually got a nice black rubber film on the top of it as well, it soaks up heat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you have the other problem of if it's cooler, then obviously the motor produces more horsepower. But obviously, the cooler it is, the track doesn't take the horsepower, so then you end up.
It's looking for that balance.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw yesterday in Maya's run. It was an absolute picture-perfect run almost. Yeah. After all the other cars had been really struggling, violent tyre shake. In not just in Top Fuel, in quite a number of classes.
Yeah. It proves if you get it right, it really works, doesn't it? Yeah. So just to, while we've got to pause for hopefully a couple of minutes, any idea how long, Colin, or are we just finding out?
I will find out for you.
Good man.
There is concern in both lanes, actually, which is a bit of an annoyance. But yeah, I'll find out. I'll come back to you in a moment.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, because obviously we can let everybody know and keep them up to date. We've got the next pair ready to go anyway, which is Tethys from the UK in another Urs Urbacher car, sponsored by Musterbet. Going to be taking on Speed Ghost from Stockholm in Sweden, and that's Patrick Pers. Yep, I've just heard actually about 5 or 6 minutes on the track, hopefully, so really not that long at all, and a bit in the shutdown area as well, but that's a lot easier because it doesn't take as much grooming, so don't go anywhere at all. Now, just to explain what Top Fuel Dragsters are, if there's a few of you out there's probably quite a lot of you that have never been before, so just explain what you see, and obviously they are loud, they are nasty, they are very, very fast indeed. The engine is based on a V8 Hemi engine. The engine is based on a V8 Hemi engine.
Correct.
And why did they end up with V8 Hemis? Because Pelle used to run Chevys, didn't you?
Yeah, first 2 years was Chevys because they were easy found and cheaper.
So what was the problem with running them with Nitro?
I mean, it was.
Lots.
It didn't hold. It didn't hold it. I mean, the heads was cracked, the block was cracked, and also didn't have sleeves in it like the Hemi blocks have. So, I mean, if you have a crack in the block, you have to change it. But if you have a crack in the sleeve, you can exchange it.
So, really, that's why Hemis became the engine
and
of choice.
Course, they are perfect. They're perfect for this purpose. I mean, the Chevy was a truck block and standard looking cast iron heads, and that was not racing stuff. It was more made for daily use.
Yeah. A lot of the early racing engines, like early racing Hemi engines, were just out of trucks and cars and everything, weren't they? Yeah. Same as the superchargers that they bolted on top of them. So the basic engine, the V8 Hemi engine, 500 cubic inches, which is just about 8 litres, would produce, if you put carburetors and everything on it, produce about 1,000 horsepower. However, if you put a supercharger on it and you put methanol through it, which we do in some of the classes, probably looking at about 3,500, 4,000 horsepower. However, some brilliant person at some point in the past, and I'd love to shake him firmly by the hand for doing it, worked out that if you put nitromethane in it, it's got unbelievable oxygen holding capabilities. It makes its own oxygen, basically. Barry describes it best, actually. Go on, you compared to the old 4-star fuel.
I can't remember what I said.
Oh, okay, well, you've told me it many times, so I thought I'd let you know. Anyway, no, you remember the old 4-star fuel that we used to have before unleaded? It produces 4 times more power than unleaded fuel, than leaded fuel, just because of how rich in oxygen it is. It's so explosive. The best way to describe it is it's a liquid explosive. That's what takes the horsepower output from 4 to 10,000. Okay, each one of those cylinders produces around about 12 to 1,500 horsepower, which is still mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah. It's still the same horsepower as a modern-day Formula One car.
You bet. Well, actually, probably still slightly more.
Yeah.
Admittedly, they've got a lot smaller displacement. But if you think about it, logically, if you're watching the Grand Prix in Monza later on today, the entire Formula One grid does not have enough to cover these two sat behind the start line. You know.
That's why we like this sport.
Absolutely.
This is a true motorsport.
A true motorsport. It's very easy. One of the best descriptions. So many people say to me, "Well, what's exciting about going fast in a straight line?" Chaps, you've probably had the same thing only 1,000 times.
Yeah,
exactly.
1,000th time.
Exactly. And the best analogy is well, when you watch the Olympics, do you watch the 10,000 meters, the marathon, or do you watch the 100 meter sprint? Which is most exciting? There's a very easy answer to that one, isn't there? Because everybody wants to see who's the fastest person in the world.
I have another expression that I used to tell people because they say, "How can you work year round and do a race in 4 seconds? Well, what's the excitement?" And I said, "Do anyone measure the time a high jumper needs to jump the bar?
Yeah.
Nobody. I mean, it's not a matter. It's a matter of how high he jumps, not how quick he jumps,
or how much he prepares either.
Yeah, I mean, he works. He's practicing 4 years to go to Olympics.
And the other thing I always say about that, Daryl, is you tell me a dragster that actually does go in a straight line, because there's not many.
They never do.
You only got to look at the tyre tracks down there, and you'll see where they've gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. From your point of view. Up there, you can see where they go, and they don't go straight at all. It's almost like the chaos theory, getting 10,000 horsepower down to the racetrack. And again, another thing I used to explain to people is you see those skinny little front tyres on the front and those huge rear tyres on the back. If the back tyres want to send it one way, the front tyres ain't going to make any difference whatsoever, are they, really? They do make a bit of difference, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Because they use them as a rudder when you, especially when you make a wheelie. I mean, you still need the front wheels to help you to straighten it up.
I just realised, I think someone was trying to tell you to be a high jumper, Pella, because you're quite tall, aren't you? Maybe that was what they're getting at. They weren't looking for a racing analogy, something like that. So, yeah, believe it or not as well, again, to explain for maybe people who haven't been before, if you look at a top fuel car, unbelievably, they did evolve from normal cars. So way, way back when in California on dry lake beds and everything else as well. What they did when they started drag racing, i.e., the reason that the drag strip is 1/4 of a mile is because that is the distance between blocks in, a housing block in the US. And they started racing. Then they obviously found airfields and things like that to race on. They wanted to go quicker. The easiest thing they could do to lose weight was take the body off of a normal car. Then they went quicker.
And the rest is history.
Exactly. Then they got longer and skinnier.
Yeah.
And then they became really fearsome when they started adding nitro to them with the drivers behind the engines. And that's why they ended up being long and skinny anyway, for stability at high speed. And then after a few too many nasty incidents, Don Garlich's perfected the rear engine car, and that's what we have today, basically.
I mean, actually, we saw in the States this winter there is a methanol car where the driver sits, it's a dragster, and the driver is sitting in between the front wheels. And we discussed why. And a friend of mine said, because he wanted to be the first over the finish line, of course.
Well, him personally, not the car then. I think we've talked about that. We've talked about that, Barry, haven't we? That must be the weirdest sensation to steer.
Weird.
Yeah, really weird.
It doesn't make any sense, and it looks like there's no driver there.
Yeah, you bet. So we're still moving on with the clean-up. The track is virtually done. You guys can see probably better up the top end than I can. Nobody's got unstrapped. They've still got the starters hooked up, so we're not far away at all, really. So just give us the matchups again quickly, Colin, for the semis.
Well, yep, India has got Anita, and Liam, as we know, is going to take the winner of this next pairing. What I've just seen quite interesting, both the drivers are in the cars, and they've both been cooled down with external fans at the moment. Tethys is holding on to a little handheld fan, and they've got like a blower actually blowing air into Patrick Purs's cockpit.
The fire suit is nice when it's cold outside, but in these temperatures it's quite warm in there.
Yeah. Just a quick one, actually. A little bit behind on this. Top Methanol should already be in the lanes, but can I have Pro Stock car, please? And the first of our bike classes, which is the Super Twin bikes. Can we have you into the pairing lanes as well? Now, a few, I've just been onto social media just having a look round. Rob Brown, one of the Maras, picture of the year in the Spectator land. Love that one. I'm not going to read it out, but I think it is absolutely brilliant. You're not allowed to say what it's of. That was during Pro Mod. But that was
a die-hard racing fan.
Die-hard fan. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I'm liking that one. Very, very good indeed. Also, there's so many racers on the grandstand and the banking that come to sportsman events, even do Run With Your Bro and stuff like that. There's so many of them here this weekend, and they're all doing their own little bit on social media. And believe it or not, it actually helps spread the word about the sport. A good buddy of mine, Andy Park, is out there somewhere. Andy, give us a wave, mate. There he is, Andy Park, made the trip down from Scotland. Nice little post this morning, Andy. Good to see him. I bet you're here next weekend, though, aren't you? Hot Rod Drags, is that one for you? Thought it would be. So you'll be here competing next weekend. He's got a 9-second street legal Ford Model Y with a screw blower on it, and you know, it's stuff like that that people sort of develop themselves in their garages at home, bring them to the racetrack, and have a blast. And it's going back to the roots of the sport.
That's how I started.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, back in when we built we purchased Stagecoach, and when prior to that, myself and my brother were hot rodders.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, people talk to me all the time about driving a top fuel car, but you know, I've driven most things really, except funny cars. So yeah, grassroots drag racing. I'll be here next weekend.
Oh, Hot Rod Drags is a cracking event. It's a 3-dayer. And if you want to see it from a different angle, just seeing, sort of going back in time, but up to date.
Absolutely.
It's an eclectic mix of vehicles next weekend. Come along next weekend. It's Hot Rod Drags. It's a 3-day event. I'll be up in the tower, and all sorts of people will be joining in, and it's proper fun, that one. It's at a slower pace, but it's not meaning to say that people will be not trying as hard, because they certainly will be. So,
and also, I enjoy the dragster as well.
While you guys are chatting, I'll beg your pardon, just very quickly. She's just come back down, so I'm sure she wants to have a chat.
Yeah, go for it.
Very quickly, just sorry, India. Congratulations on a round win, but it might not be good news, I guess.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm happy we won the round, but it would have been much better if the engine would be in one part. But the guys are already fixing it, so I just came down to watch our second car, and let's hope this one is having a clean one, a good one, and yeah.
That run yesterday was really good, and at least you're in the semi-finals against Anita as well. Come on, you've got to beat her at least once this year.
Well, I mean, we had a better run yesterday, so this makes me a little bit more confident about it. So, and you know, it's racing, it's drag racing. Everything can happen, and we will definitely try to give her a hard one.
We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, guys.
Yep. I think I was just saying that you know, grassroots drag racing and the Dragstolgia, a brilliant meeting for me, and you actually get to see sort of where top fuel cars started. You know, big motor, front engine stuff. It's excellent.
Yeah, so our calendar doesn't really stop. Hot Rod Drags next
Yeah.
weekend. Weekend after is the National Finals.
Yeah.
It's the last round of our National Championships. We've got Flame and Thunder coming up end of October. For information on all these events, you know where to visit, santapod.com. And that will give you all the dates. We've also got another one of the Jap shows. We've got Run What You Brung. Now that's where you should want to come along. So everybody sat on the banking and on the grandstand hasn't been down the track yet. Yeah, you can go for a passenger ride, but bring your own car.
Yeah.
Tenner to get in, 25 quid, unlimited track time. But the thing is, if the weather's really good, a lot of people will be doing it.
Yeah.
But if you pick a quiet day, you can have like 20 runs.
Yeah.
That's cheap motorsport.
That's a lot cheaper than to run a Fuel Dragsters.
Yes.
Yeah, however, if you like it, it suddenly empties your wallet. It takes your house and everything else as well. So they've been waiting a while. Patrick Pears with the Speed Ghost and Must Have Bet Tethys from the UK. Now, Tethys had a pretty good time in qualifying in the 4.0s again. He hasn't made a 3-second run yet. Now would be a good time because then we're guaranteed an Englishman in the final.
Yeah. And obviously Pears actually made it down the track yesterday. And this car is for sale, he keeps telling me. He doesn't want to take it back to Sweden with him. So anybody who wants to get out there into drag racing, I mean, if you've got enough money, I'll come and drive it for you, but I haven't got enough money to buy it, but it is for sale. Go and see Patrick in the pits. The amazing thing is, you know, drag racing, small family. We've got crew chief. I know we've got an American crew chief over there with Tethys, but the guy at the front is an ex-crew chief of mine, and Robin down here with Patrick, an ex-crew chief of mine. Amazing. It's a small world.
Okay then, so it's Patrick Pears representing Sweden this weekend. That's his home country, Tethys from Harrow in West London. Your number 4, number 5 qualifier, that doesn't mean anything anymore. Whoever gets to the top end first wins. The last pair in Top Fuel round 1. Oh, it's a middle pedal fest. Patrick got back on it and takes it at 518 to lose out 586.
Well, that'll make them smile after all the hard work. They had a real horrible couple of events back at TIEP. They were DNQ. And it looked like they were going to have a similar kind of weekend, but they got down the racetrack yesterday. I think they lunched it quite well, didn't they, guys?
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to see what was left of it?
That's the difference between owning it and driving one. Patrick owns that car, and he can get on and off the pedal.
Yeah, because he's only going to cost himself.
Exactly. Yeah. I think Tethys the blow belt.
Yeah, you can see it just
supercharger
past
belt.
the
They're just
track
picking it up on the track now. Yeah.
And after that, he was dead in the water.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you see, when there's elimination, it's the first one over the finish line that counts. So, I mean, if it would have been a qualifying run, then he maybe never got back on the throttle again.
Yeah. Yeah, when that blow belt goes, it's like hitting a brick wall. You know, Pella, it's it's an amazing feeling. You're blasting along there, and then suddenly the blow belt goes, and it's just everything switches off, and you feel like you've hit a brick wall. Yeah.
The difference is when you go through the finish line and pull the chutes, obviously you get a nasty tug doing that as well.
Yeah.
But the difference is you're ready for it.
Ready
You're the
for
one
it.
that did it. Whereas when something breaks on the engine, it's just like it goes from. Just again, I need to explain. When they hit the throttle off the start line, they accelerate so hard. You get 5, 6, sometimes 7G, and because the car accelerates so hard down the racetrack, still, if you go through the finish line up there at 300 miles an hour, you're still pulling about 3G. It doesn't really let you go, does it?
No, and then when you pull those chutes, you go
Exactly.
to a negative G, and that really does hurt.
That's even worse.
Yeah, your body's trying to go somewhere where it wasn't designed to go. It definitely hurts. But I always say to people, you know, it does hurt, but it's a nice hurt.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you're hurting, you know you're going to stop.
Yeah.
Because if you pull that chute and nothing happens, you
Then you're
imagine how quickly you move in, and it doesn't take long to be at the end of the track if the chutes haven't deployed. Yeah.
Especially when you're waiting for the chutes to deploy,
Yep,
and you
yep.
wait too long, then you're in deep.
Yeah, then you're in deep trouble. Yeah,
Yep.
like I did in Mantorp, straight off the end. Still waiting for them to deploy now.
That's something you two have got in common, isn't it? You've both been in that field a couple of times, I think.
Yep.
I've been round the corner on 2 wheels in a top fuel dragster in Mantorp.
Right. I never tried that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't try it again. That's why I went in the field next time.
Oh, I thought you were driving a bike.
Yeah.
But just to go back to the G thing, is 3G through the finish line, if you hit both chutes and they both hit at the same time, you go from 3G plus to 5G negative.
Yeah.
And that's why people, if they do it for a long period of time and have quite a few of those, you end up with detached retinas and all sorts of nasty stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot better these days with the hands devices and all the other stuff, isn't it, guys?
Yeah.
It is, definitely. Yeah.
It does make a big
I saw a video when I was actually hitting the finish line. As soon as you let the pedal up, you see the head going like this.
Yeah,
So we're on with Fuel Funny Car. Gentlemen, thank you for all your help and knowledge with Top Fuel. It's time for the UK Funny Car Series. This is a big one for Kevin Chapman in the energy check lane with Thermareg and Haas. Only Kevin's second season in a Fuel Funny Car, and he's leading the championship. Taking on Jason Phelps with Mark and Jackie Hawkins Gladiator. 2 beautiful machines. Now, qualifying for the Fuel Funny Cars was a bit of a hit and miss affair, to be honest with you. However, this is all about getting over the stripe first. I think if Kevin Chapman wins this, he does take the European Funny Car Series, Colin. Is that right?
Correct. Kev qualified number 2, Jason number 3. In actual fact, we're going to throw qualifying out completely because nobody got a representative number in. It was a coasting fest in the end.
Well, these are effectively, they are still fuel engines. They're still Nitro engines. They're the same basic engine in a completely different car. Short wheelbase, carbon fibre bodies. And one brave soul sitting behind basically what is a 10,000 horsepower bomb.
Well, very calm and collected, both teams down there actually. So looking at the GoPro on the back of Jason's rear wing, that's going to provide some fascinating coverage. But here we go then, the first pair, Kevin Chapman, Jason Phelps. The All Funny Car, the European Series could be decided here. Indeed it has been. 4.90, 213 mile an hour, and a big trophy. Kevin Chapman takes the win, and he also takes the series. Well done, Kevin.
Congratulations to the Thoroughbred Crew. Just quickly, John. John Bodie Smith over from the US tuning both Kevin and Kevin again. Do you ever get confused with that? Kevin Chapman in his first full season, he's got the trophy.
Yes, he does, and been a bit of a struggle, you know, with the racetrack. We got it off the line that time, but now we got to work on the middle of the course. You know, got to thank both teams, you know, for letting me work with both teams. I'm trying to educate each other. You know, we're working together, but we're separate teams, and it's 2 different setups. If I can keep Kevin Kent's car from shaking, we'll be okay. But congratulations to Kevin Chapman. all the guys. John Spufford runs this deal over here with Dan, all the guys. It's just, it's a cool deal to make happen, and thanks, everybody. I just love coming over here. It's pretty cool.
We appreciate having you, Johnny. Thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you again. He's got another one to go to. Ladies and gentlemen, you're your champions for Funny Car in 2019. Kevin Chapman, the whole team. Also, big cheer, please, for the Gladiator gang, Mark and Jackie Hawkins, and the contest to see how many people you can fit the Chevy pickup once again in full swing.
I think they've won that one, haven't they? Mind you, there could be a few more powered in a bit later on. Okay, well, the top end is already cleared of cars, but we do have some clean up in the auto glim lane for Jason's car, so we'll get an update on how long this one will be. But instantly, James is out there with a cannon.
Yeah, a good illustration of actually what we were talking about, of actually cars not going straight. Both those cars were completely out of control, really.
Well, Kevin was very, very close to the
Close
wall,
to
and
the
it looked
wall.
like the sheer force of the exhaust coming out the headers were pushing it away from the wall there.
Almost, yeah. And obviously, Jason in this lane obviously had something spilling onto one of the rear slicks by the looks of it, and it was taking it to the other wall. It was a strange side-by-side run, but exciting anyway.
Well, good job they were in the lanes that they were in, otherwise that
Yeah.
could have been a different story. You
Absolutely,
could have seen the centre
yeah.
line cross and
Yeah.
goodness knows what.
But it just illustrates that you do actually have to drive these things. You know, when people say it's just a straightforward quarter of a mile straight line, you don't have to do much. You know, there's a classic example of how much you have to do to keep them in the lanes there.
Well, not only that, you've got engines that are north of 10,000 horsepower in these machines.
Mm.
And the weight transfer is all to the rear.
Absolutely.
You've got aerodynamics to try and keep the front end down, but you haven't got a heck of a lot of steering control when, you know, the front end is light.
Mm. But as Darryl was saying, they're all V8s, and because of the V8s, they have a twisting motion.
Yeah.
And it's almost like driving a corkscrew, because it's twisted all the time. And if you happen to come off the throttle, it twists the other way. And back on the throttle, twist back the other way. You know, there's a lot more to drag racing than a lot of people think. And I've been doing it a long time, as you know. And I learn something every day.
The other thing as well that the most amazing thing about these things is that the headers on them, right, the exhausts in English, the reason that they swoop down and point upwards, it's just quite unbelievable, isn't it? Where what they do is that each cylinder produces so much downforce, it helps plant the car on the racetrack. So if you, what we call drop a cylinder, where a cylinder stops firing, all the fuel that's going into it doesn't fire anymore, what can happen is if one bank is firing perfectly, and one bank has got a cylinder missing, first of all, you're down about 1,500 horsepower.
Yep.
Secondly, that 1,500 horsepower is not pushing the car in the same equal direction.
Yeah, and in the States, the funny cars, they had all these swept back headers and all this sort of thing, and they were taking off because they weren't getting the downforce from the headers. So
what they did that for, just quickly, what they did that for as well, I still find this mind-blowing.
Yeah.
They were using the exhausts as thrust.
Yeah.
Weren't they?
It's incredible. Technology, there is a lot of technology in drag racing, definitely.
But things like that, what they were doing was they like you said, Barry, they were laying the headers back to actually project the cars forward, and it was getting them off the line much quicker. We suddenly saw a very noticeable drop in elapsed times, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. But then we saw a noticeable rise in cars lifting, the front wheels lifting at half track. So the downforce wasn't there from the headers.
Yeah, so instead of planting them down on the ground, it was
pushing
pushing them along. And then if they dropped a cylinder, what it'd do, it would steer them completely off course or up in the air.
Up in the air, yeah.
And I think it was Cruz Pedregon. If you Google, if you're at home or you're here even, if you go to YouTube and Google and type in Cruz Pedregon flying in Las Vegas, you remember that one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
What happened was the car started, the front end started coming up towards the top end, and he flew through the finish line, literally, to the point where the body came off the car but stayed above it, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, anybody who's not been, they just need to go onto YouTube and pick up some of these amazing shots that people take in the States of cars, and over here as it happens, yeah.
Yeah, but it's quite an exact science. It doesn't appear from the outside. It appears from the outside just, big engine, chuck everything you possibly can, but it ain't like that at all.
Nah.
We're not going to be too much longer with this clean-up. James is out there with a T-shirt can. I understand Lee Bowers is on his way over. He's here. Lee has just made an appearance behind the start line. Not with Terry Grant, because Terry Grant is still over there doing his thing, and Steve Colley's over there doing his thing. But ladies and gentlemen, in front of the main Spectator grandstands, Mr. Lee Bowers, everybody. Unbelievably talented young man, and then he gets on a bike, and he's even better.
Oh, don't big him up too much.
No, I'm not going to be rude to him, because otherwise he'll run me over.
He's a bit of a character, is Lee. Top fuel bike in the lanes, but I think they've already, you can see one of the riders on the start line already, having a wander around. Chris Fellows, pin your ears back, please. Chris Fellows, can you please come to Bankside VIP, please? Chris Fellows, can you make your way to Bankside VIP? Just as another little bit off subject, but I need to get this one out. We're a friendly bunch here at Sandpod Raceway, and the best way we get about the pits is by bicycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only way really to travel, because you can take ages getting from A to B, and a lot of our racers use bicycles, and obviously the youngsters use them as well.
Yeah.
But I hope this isn't a trend, but sometimes people just pick up a bike and think, oh, I'll just use that to get to the destination when it's not theirs.
Oh dear.
And then they leave it. And then you think, oh, where the damn is my bicycle gone? And then later on, somebody will spot it. That's so-and-so's, but what's that doing there? And we have this bizarre situation sometimes that at the end of a race meeting, you'll find bicycles dotted around that weren't where people left them. So one of the teams is just messaging me. She says, someone's borrowed a couple of our bicycles and hasn't put them back. So if you've borrowed some bicycles and you've gone to another destination and just left them there, do us a favour, just take them back. It's happened before. I've seen it happen before, and so, I don't remember my bike being there. But yeah, that's sometimes what happens. So the polite message is, if you've borrowed a bicycle to get from A to B and haven't gone back to A, do us a favour. Can you just please return them? Because I've got somebody that's missing a couple of bicycles at the moment. They are on site somewhere, but we just need to get them returned. So thank you very much indeed. But if they're not yours, don't borrow them, or ask the owner first before you borrow them. There we go. That's got that one out of the way. Dealt with in the best possible way I could.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's something I would like to say to spectators on Bankside.
Yeah,
I hope they realise that actually they can get round the pits.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point actually.
Because obviously a lot of these people are on pit side and they do walk down to see the teams working on the cars. Now I know this is not normal in motorsport. If you go to, let's say, Silverstone to a fair-sized meeting like this, then you would have to pay to go into the pits.
Yep.
And you probably wouldn't get very close to the drivers.
Well, not only that, you can't go in the pits during the actual race
No.
as such.
No,
But
you
this
need
is
a triple
open pit
platinum gold card to be
Oh,
anywhere
yeah.
down in the pits. The thing is about drag racing, you don't. You pay your entry fee. I know all those people on the banks now, I'm just trying to explain to them that they could actually go for a walk around the pits and see these guys working on the cars. Stand next to them, talk to them, get to talk to, well, if the crew chiefs aren't busy putting motors back together and one thing and another. It's a very, very friendly atmosphere, even in the pits, as long as things are going quite right.
Well, that's another advantage of the way the pits are laid out at this venue compared to a permanent circuit venue, as in they have pit garages, they can close the doors. Us lot, we just work out the back of lorries and have an awning on the side. You can drop the sides, but the accessibility is fantastic. And during the day, all the awnings are open. So as long as you are not a complete you respect their boundaries.
Exactly.
But if you get talking to someone, they'll probably invite you in.
Probably invite you in and show you around the car. I mean, this is what I used to do. I wanted as many people to be involved or get involved with drag racing as I possibly could.
Yeah.
So anybody who came and showed any interest whatsoever when I was racing, then I used to eventually invite them in and have a look around the car close up and see the guys working, because don't forget, between rounds, I'm going back to Top Fuel now, they probably only touch over an hour.
Yeah.
To get the motor out or back in or strip down, and every run they strip them down to next to nothing.
Yeah.
You know, and I would like, you know, obviously these people on the bank have actually come just to watch the drag racing, but if they do get a chance, wander around the pits because it's very, very interesting.
And you will also find that, you know, one thing that the drag racers and the people involved in the sport, they're so passionate about it. And in the world of social media, everybody likes taking photographs and doing a post and this and that and the other.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky enough, if you talk, you know, if you're polite, pleasant, please and thank you, they'll probably let you sit in the car.
Absolutely.
And you can take a photograph and that, and then that gets posted on social media. Oh, look at this, I sat in such and such, or I'm posed next to such and such. And of course that is great PR for the world of drag racing, it's great PR for your individual team, and it spreads the word.
Yeah. And you never know, some of these people go in the pits, wander around, get to talk to somebody, could end up working on the team. Or think, I think I'd like a go at this, and end up racing here.
And that's when you go on to santapod.com, find out about more of the events. That's when you go on to eurodragster.com, because there is a section like swap meet.
Yeah, there is.
Parts for sale, cars for sale. You never know.
You never
could
know.
be competing here next year.
And also, as I said earlier, Patrick Pear's car, Top Fuel car, is for sale. He doesn't want to take it back to Sweden with him.
Also, there's a cracking top methanol car for sale.
I saw that.
Rod Harrison's.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? 50 grand.
I know.
Including the trailer.
Yeah.
So if you in fact want to go sub 6 seconds down the quarter mile, Rod Harrison has got a top methanol dragster for sale, 50 grand all in, and that's ready to go pretty much.
Yeah.
I think you probably need to get a bit of fuel. He's probably got some fuel for it as well.
Yeah.
So, right, okay, thank you very much indeed, Tom. So yeah, if you go on to eurodragster.com, go to the Jeff Bull swap meet, I think it's called, and have a look there. You will find all sorts of great stuff on there.
But I hope somebody, you know, takes the opportunity to have a wander around the pits, because I think they'll enjoy it. When I used to race in Hockenheim, we had a group of guys come, and like you say, they have a pit there, like a pit box, and these guys used to come, set up stalls outside, watch the guys working, putting the car together and everything, move out the way when we went to run, come down with us, watch us run. By the time we came back off the track and back into the pit area, they were sat waiting. And every run they were watching, and I asked them, and that's all they came for, to watch the mechanics working, because they couldn't actually believe how much work they got through in such a short amount of time. It is quite amazing. Now, lots of amazing things happen on the track, but there's a lot of amazing things happen in the pits as well.
I like some of the teams actually, they do put a webcam directly above the car, and you can see, like, just check on progress and the engine apart, engine going back in. This is more related to probably a dragster instead of a funny car. But then, having said that, when they work with the funny cars in the pits, they take the bodies off. But no, Top Fuel is obviously a hive of activity because they have to go rounds during the day.
You see, since I've stopped, all this social media is new.
Yeah.
You know, we used to have take photographs. We were looking at, you know, you just about had a camera on your phone back then, but now social media, there's lots of things can be done.
Just looking at the live feed, actually, it looks like Lee Bowers is skateboarding along the top of the wall. You can't see that there's a bike below him there. It was just the way the camera angle was, and the dismount from Lee Bowers. Oh, very nicely done, Lee. Well done, mate. Top bloke. He'll be back in live action arena again later on. Well done, mate. And as we look at the track, looks like it's pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, there we go.
Indeed. Funny cars far up behind us. Once again, Steve Ashdown and Kevin Kent. Right, your second pair in Nitro Funny Car. This will make up the other side of the final. Well, once again, Steve Ashdown actually popped out to the tower late in the afternoon yesterday. Had a bit of a moment, shall we say, at the top end. The fire crew were dealing with that instantly, and Steve just apologised for the delay. You know how to apologise, Steve, Kev, all of you. It's what racing's all about. You're pushing these cars to their limits, but the fire crew are always there for you. But you get the thanks.
Yeah, Steve's a good friend of mine. I was with him in the pits yesterday evening, and yeah, they did a lot of damage. A lot of damage. So this is a completely brand new setup in there. So they were hoping they were going to try and save it for next season, but obviously it's in there now. So let's hope, fingers crossed. Deserves some luck, Steve. Good guy.
Well, this is their last race of the year, to be fair.
Yeah.
Unless they got loads of stuff left, we want to have a play at Flame and Thunder, but I think they'll be in teardown mode by then and going to get ready for next year.
Yeah.
So, Kevin Kent and Steve Ashdown, who will be racing Kevin Chapman in the final. So it's the Undertaker in the energy check lane, and in the automatic lane it is, of course, the West End Motorsport Mustang, Kevin Kent. Pedal. Oh, goodness me, can't wait to see the replay on that one. Oh, goodness me, Kevin Kent saw that Steve was in trouble, tried to get the car to hook up, it didn't. He, goodness knows how many times he stamped on that foot to get the car to hook up, but he did it.
Perfect example of that's his money, so he
exactly
can do it,
what I was going to say. Darryl.
Do you know what? I had the pleasure of talking to Kevin, and also when Shelley and the kids turned up at the top end yesterday, and it was hilariously funny because Kevin said to me, he said the first thing that my little girl said when they came up at the final East, after the final East, the first thing she says, "Dad, why were you so late?" Not well done on a new European record or anything like that. "Dad, why were you so late?" And then when they came up yesterday as well, Frankie's little boy, who's 4, said, Dad, you were on the radio. Which was the most exciting thing about it. Not running a pass in a funny car, you know, the fact he was actually on, he's talking to me on the PA, but there we go.
He has got a very good face for radio,
at the live
hasn't he?
feed. Sorry guys, looking at the live feed, Kevin Kent is just climbing out the car now, very gingerly, because I think he's had his bell rung a little bit there.
Well done to both of the teams.
Underneath the back of the car.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to break it again. They keep having trouble with the engine busting things on the car. But Shelley, Frankie, Lola, Daddy's in the final. There we go. Don't have a go at him for being late again. Just go and give him a hug. He might need one after that, I think, to be honest with you. But anyway, he gets to race. It's an all-Kevin final in Kevin Eliminator. Kevin Chapman against Kevin Kent. Those shake marks are absolutely brutal. They really are again. We haven't had a chance to explain tyre shake. We keep mentioning it again for those that maybe haven't been before. Steve Ashdown got it as well, I think, didn't he? But he got out. He got out of it. If you can see these marks here, if you can see on the bank or in the grandstand, these marks on the racetrack here, there's big sort of like skip marks between where the tyres touch the ground. And what happens is that they need a little bit of wheel slip in those big rear tyres when they scrunch off the start line, because effectively the rubber kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, kind of balls up around the front of the tyre because they accelerate so hard, and they need a bit of slip to release the energy. Otherwise, they run over effectively most of the tyre that's in front of it, and that's what causes tyre shake. And as we've mentioned over the last few days, Barry, it is quite ouchy.
It is, yeah, definitely. I haven't raced for a long time, I'm still suffering with headaches, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what was the worst one you can remember? I mean, you had plenty of shake in the alcohol car, didn't you? But it's still nothing quite compared to a 10,000 horsepower top fuel car.
No, alcohol cars went through an absolute spate of doing tyre shake. All of us, for one complete season, nearly everybody had tyre shake. And that's a particular point when I said to Wayne, my crew chief, you've got to sort this out, because if you don't, I'm not getting in it again. And luckily, the very next run, it didn't shake, so...
was all you needed to, you should have told him earlier then, I think, really.
Probably. I don't think he did anything, really. But, you know, going back a long way, you know, lots of people had different ideas on tyre shake. think the sort of technology and people's awareness of everything, they know a lot more now. But they've had it. It's been very difficult to try and get it sorted out this weekend. Yeah.
Well, it's because the thing is what the crew chiefs keep saying is the track is really tight. What they mean is that they mean it's very, very grippy.
Yeah.
And when it's grippy, that's a good thing, obviously.
Yeah.
But when you need to release some of the energy from that tyre, i.e. slip it a little bit, it's very difficult to do when it's cold because the track hangs onto the tyre is the best way of describing it.
Yeah.
When it heats up a little, it means the rubber moves a little bit more. It's a little bit more pliable, so it's easier to get the rear tyre to move and rotate.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
The difference.
Between,
yeah.
That is it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And that's the very, very, very fine edge. That's when you've got to have somebody who's really on the money to sort these things out. Yeah.
And it's very interesting, again, yesterday, before we get to the Nostalgia Funny Cars, the American crew chief saying that they do get these conditions, but like once or twice a year. So even though they've got masses of experience of running nitro cars, still not that much running them like this, you see.
No, probably European crew chiefs have got more experience of running these types of conditions, really.
Yeah, and European top fuel drivers have probably got more headaches
more
as well
headaches,
as a result.
Definitely, yeah.
Nostalgia Funny Car. Round one, sadly, no Paul Harris with us for this elimination round. Put a rod out yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Tony Betts in Venom and Tim Garlick with Apache. I know I say it all the time, but I forgot how much fun it was without a throttle stop. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Tim Garlick with the Apache with some battle scars on the front of it as well. The battle scarred Apache in the energy check lane against Tony Betts with pretty much an all-star crew. Apart from Mickey, but there we go.
Qualifying worked out for Nostalgia Funny Car. These two ended up 2 and 3. Fair to say, I think you've probably already covered this, but Timmy Garlick got a 5-second car there.
Yeah.
But it seems to be the story of the whole weekend is shake, shake, shake.
Yeah. And poor old Paul, the wrist pin broke yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and it took the complete side of the block out. So he's not going to make it. That's a shite-town hustler. I really felt for him.
Well, this is semi-final. No shake for Tim Garlick at all, but the engine has died, and it's Tony Betts who takes it. 6:59.222 to an 8 flat for Tim.
His best run of the season so far, yeah. Like you, Colin, when Tim got off the start line, I thought that'll be it.
Yeah.
Here we go. But go on, Colin, give us some numbers.
Yeah, 103 for Tim, 108 for Tony. At the 8th even, it was still Tim at 427, but he had a bit of a dead stick there. It was only 138, and a 439 at 173 meant that Tony was just about to go steaming past. And of course, he took the stripe 6:59 to lose out 8 flat.
Well, I was having a quick chat with John Wright. I hope he doesn't mind me saying it anyway. But before that run, and there was lots of new stuff on there. New engine, everything on there. And it's taken them a little while to figure it out, but I think they're pretty much on the way.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, we need to be driving one of those, Baz. Match race, you and me.
Definitely.
Yeah. Give them a cheer, folks. That's the Venom gang. And also Tim Garlick's team. They've had a pretty rough weekend, but they've got a race car that launches back by the looks of it. So, we're done with fuel cars for the moment. Well, it's kind of, actually, because we've got 8 fuel cars coming up next. This is Top Methanol, round 1. Your old stomping ground, Barry.
It is.
But thank you very much, for all your help with the
No
fuel classes. It's always good to have a bit of knowledge. More than we have.
Yeah, you. From you.
Very kind, I'm not paying you. Anyway, there we go. Johnny Lag from Sweden in the Auto Glim lane. A heads-up race against Mansi Bugaya, Mr. Whippy from Malta in the energy check lane. Championship's already been decided in the favour of Sandro Bello, who'll be round in a moment. Very interesting chat with Johnny Lag. Both of these teams have been through the ringer this weekend. Manti and the team ordered some rocker gear. They've been here since Tuesday. It didn't turn up till yesterday morning. They didn't think they were even going to get to run this weekend. It did show up. They did get qualified. And Johnny Lag destroyed a brand new everything back on Friday. And they've nailed together what they've got left.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lacklustre burnout there. Johnny and Krista just went, well, shrugged his shoulders basically. But we saw it yesterday, lack of burnout on some of the cars, and it wasn't going to work. Maybe not so critical for Johnny.
No, you're going to see two different styles of leaving the line, actually. Johnny leaves with a slap, and Monty will bring the revs up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 561, 264. His foot was not lifting, despite what the brain was telling it to do. Johnny Lag, the sheer lack of burnout did hurt him badly. There was not enough heat in those rear tyres.
Well, Manti not quite as quick as we thought he was going to go, but just down here with Christian Hansen, I just want to say just a fantastic effort by everybody. You know, you guys should be on lawn chairs with your feet up, and you're still out here trying to give these guys a hard time, but just didn't quite pay off this weekend.
Well, it wasn't our weekend for sure, but we did our best with the stuff we got, and ended up losing.
Your car that you built in the 5.2s, you built it like 15 years ago. Could you have imagined it to go 5.2?
Yeah, that was great in Hockenheim for sure, but it's a hard time to keeping this engine performing all the way down. It's
More A fuel cars next year as well. Might help a little bit more sharing data.
what, pardon?
More A fuel cars next year as well, so that might help a little bit with sharing information.
Absolutely, we are going to be 3 cars, so that's going to be interesting year next year.
Oh, thank you for making the trip over again, Krista. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Christian Hansen, everybody. You've raced him.
I have, yeah. Yeah, good guy.
Just to prove you can't keep old racers away. That's what I said. They should be on lawn chairs. They should be sunbathing somewhere.
Yeah, same
and they're
as me.
still out here nailing stuff together to go quick with. Talking of nailing things together, Silvio Strauch yesterday had a huge wheelie.
How could he? I can't believe he's back. That was a huge wheelie lead. Came down to I thought that was it, game over, but they're back.
Yeah, well, the trouble is, if you don't fix it now, you've got 9 months to wait till you come back in May. So what do? You know?
Yeah.
You work your ass off and get it done, don't you? Yeah. That was a big old wheel stand, that one. It collapsed the front end. Did you see that?
I
Barry?
didn't actually see it, no. But I used to race against that car when Peter Schaefer, was it? Yeah, Peter Schaefer,
yeah.
It was quick then.
It started out with a small block in it, a blown small block, and then they changed the combination in the back end to make it quicker. They were taking advantage of the rules at the time, which were weight brakes for smaller engine cars.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a throwback to the days when it used to be pro comp, wasn't it? And top methanol, top alcohol as it was, Barry.
Yeah, there was. I used to race against regularly Mickey Kagerad and Urs Urbacher. I had the dragster, and both those had funny cars. So yeah. But I think we used to have a staggered start. I can't remember.
No, not then. You didn't.
No.
You had what they did then in those days to try and even them out. That's why the funny cars had 526 engines and the dragsters had much smaller ones.
Yes, right. Yeah, I had a 417, I think. Mine.
That's about right. Yeah.
About the size of my motor, and they were allowed to have up to 500 cubic inch. Yeah.
However, it became very apparent one was quicker than the other, but they're now back together again with a 0.22 second head start for the funny car. You can see that on the board at the finish line for Sandro Bellio, your new European champion in Top Methanol. Take it on newcomer Silvio Strauch in Bavarian Thunder from Germany. And they're both sitting there looking at each other. Sandro goes 5.71 to cap his championship season with a final. Silvio just sadly, after all the hard work and effort to get the front end back together, kind of completes a unfortunately miserable weekend for them. But Danny, Sandro and the team, I don't think Danny's team are overly fussed about the fact that he was in stage with the revs way up and Silvio was sitting there looking at him, but yeah.
I don't think I'd have been well chuffed.
No, not either. No, not at all. But the fact he hadn't even brought the revs up yet.
Well, he got 7 seconds to get in, hasn't he?
That's right. Well, he did it within the time.
Yeah.
He did do it within the time, but just the fact that he didn't bring the revs up at the same time.
Can I please have FIM Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please.
Right, I'm off anyway. I'm going to go into the pits, go to the Top Fuel guys, and see if I can find out what.
See if you can blag a ride.
Yeah, well, not blag. I don't think I'm going to get. I don't think I'm going to get a blag a ride, but I'll try and find out as much information as I can from the last run and try and relay that to everyone else.
Appreciate it, Baz. Thank you very, very much indeed for your time. It's very much appreciated.
Right, Darryl, off-base subject just for a moment. Do you remember a couple of days ago, yesterday, I challenged our great camping fraternity to have a nice, tidy campsite when they left?
Well, they haven't gone yet.
No, but just a reminder, folks, Carfest, they managed to, everybody put their own litter away into bags and just piled them up in one spot. And the campsite looked absolutely amazing. And I've challenged everybody here to see if they can match that. I'm not trying to do our litter pickers out of work, far from it, but I reckon you people that have been staying here for the duration of the event could actually match that. I have been sent a photograph by one of our racers that's actually up in the racer pits, and it looks pretty good actually. There is just one location, it looks like, where everybody's piled their bags of rubbish up, and that's in racer camping. So well done of you lot up there. Let's see how they get on in the camping area. There's loads of people still there. Obviously that is the bankside camping area. That's the one that everybody drives past. And I'll tell you what, if you lot could literally just bag up all your rubbish, even if it's just one central pile, that would be absolutely amazing. That's my challenge to all you great people that have been staying on site this weekend. Leave it as you found it. Let's see if you can do it. I'm going to take a picture first thing tomorrow morning because I'm staying here tonight.
Good lad.
And let's just see how tidy the place can look. That's my challenge. There we go. All
well,
right.
just very quickly, Colin, I just wanted to say to all you folks on the bank and in the grandstand, if you think now's a good time to go anywhere, you are honestly sorely mistaken. We've got FIA Pro stock to come. Then we have round 1 of FIM Top Fuel Bike. We have just seen the most outstanding performances from the bikes all weekend. We have the possibility to set, or for one guy particularly, maybe two even, to set a new world record. It's that good. It's been that good. There are a number of personal best performances, but the standout moment, there was 2 of them. Fast Phil Papaphilippou from Greece, went 5.66 yesterday morning. He backed it up with another 5.66 at 2.46, I think, in the second session. And many thanks to Chris Parker. I know, obviously, Chris, you're doing Super Pro, but he was going through, doing some number crunching. And the run last night, Colin, that Phil was on, well, I'm just going to say I hope he does it this morning instead, because my goodness me,
Yeah.
it wasn't. Something broke in the wiring on the bike. That's why the engine went away. But when he ran 5:66, he got to the 8th mile in 3.74 seconds. On the run that he had to shut off in the evening, he got to the 8th mile in 3.80. Which is the quickest top fuel bike in the world, 4-cylinder, before anyone says about Yaska. Quickest top fuel bike to the 8th mile on the planet. If they can hold that all the way through the other end, hold your breath. And do not breathe out till he's gone through the finish line. It's just incredible. Probably in excess of 2,000 brake horsepower on 2 wheels is something you do not want to miss. We just got a little bit of track prep before Pro Stock. Nothing to clear up really, just a little bit of gluing from the Bluebird, and then we're on with Pro Stock round 1.
Well, the horn certainly still works on the Bluebird. I know it's that car has gone down in folklore now as our Bluebird. I've got to give it a big mention actually. That Nissan Bluebird. You sort of thought a few years ago, oh, come on guys, isn't it up time you updated it? But now there is absolutely zero chance of that. We're going to keep that car pretty much forever. No matter what's required with that car, we will just keep it going. It had a refresh a couple of years ago, just to make it look really, really smart for the Santa Pod 50th anniversary. And we did actually lose the back window out of it. I think it was last year or maybe even the year before. And the parts are a little bit hard to come by for a Bluebird like this. The car, this one particular one, hailed from 1989, I think. Maybe 1990, can't quite work out, do the maths at the moment, but it was certainly coming up to its 30th anniversary, that Bluebird. And it's affectionately now known as the Bluebird. Yeah, a little bit of a Santa Pod history. We do like our history here, and we do like everything nostalgic as well as up to date. And the Bluebird, certainly part of our tradition here at Santa Pod Raceway. There you go. I thought the Bluebird would get such a mention today, but that's the way it is. We're just getting ready for Pro Stock, because Darryl says then it will be top fuel bike. Can't wait to see what they got for us. Okay, we're just going to take a breather just for a second. We'll be back with you very, very shortly, but it will be literally a couple of moments. So just Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves for a second. We'll be back very, very shortly indeed as we get ready for the continuation of eliminations here at the European Finals.
Live race commentary sponsored. To discuss your requirements, contact us at www.amaudiosolutions.co.
joined us up in the tower. Darryl is down on the start line. And, well, Bengt Ljungdahl, Michael Malmgren.
Yeah, up against each other. I mean, we've seen so many strange things around these 2 days of qualifying. I mean, all sorts of problems related to chassis settings. And we've seen tire shakes, some of them hideous. And even though we know the track is very, very good, and following your weather report, we know that we have about the best conditions, I mean, we can ask for. So it's really, really strange. We know that Pro Stock cars are sensitive in one way, not like ladies, but they have to be treated very well. And I mean, to adjust, but with these kinds of weather and track conditions, you really have to throw in everything you have and not underpowering the track, so to speak. I'm not an expert in any way to do the analyze, but anyhow, that's what's needed, I think.
This is a very important race as well, because Mike Malmgren is number 2 in the championship, Bengt Ljungdahl number 3. This is the day we settle the titles. It's already gone to Jimmy Allen, but obviously the lower placings, they are so eager to have a number 2 or a 3 on their car. Well, they want a number 2, obviously. Mike Malmgren's there at the moment. However, Bengt Ljungdahl can overtake him if he wins. It's a big if, because he hasn't been very consistent this weekend, unfortunately.
Not at all. I mean, he seemed to have had the biggest problems, and it's very unlikely to see Bengt in these really problematic situations. But now...
Well, there was only 100th between them in qualifying, literally 100th of a second.
Well, he certainly found something.
Well, Michael Malmgren picked the worst time to make his worst run of the weekend. Unfortunately, he got back after it again, but just, again, like you said, Bjorn, hideous tyre shake on the start.
Oh, yeah.
Bengt and the team finally found the combination with the 655 at 209. I was at the top end when Michael was up there yesterday, and he was real happy when he heard that Bengt didn't make it down, so he got an extra 2 points to stay in second place. However, unfortunately, the round win kind of undid that.
Well, we know that Jimmy's hiding where in the background, so to speak. I mean, he picked the 3 points for every qualifying session, so he earned another 3 points actually for.
Well, it looks like we've got a concern in the left lane at the moment after Mike Malmgren went the pass there. So, the spotters are out there just checking everything out. We've been talking about weather conditions, and the DA did rise to around about 300 earlier.
Okay.
It's dropped back down again. As I say, I'm going back to school to learn how all this all works, but I know a lot of people tuned in and said, oh, what's your DA? What's 217 at the moment?
Okay. It's very unusual for it to go back down.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Very unusual for it to go up then down. It normally climbs through the day and then kind of, levels out and goes back down in the evening. But anyway, that means Michael Malmgren is out. It's very unusual to have any kind of clear up for a Pro Stock car.
Well, that's very uncommon. I don't know. I mean, we are still at an island, and I know that there are very difficult weather conditions sometimes, but not in this way.
Well, a couple of teams that have had, Robbie Noren has had a fantastic weekend. New personal best down in the 6.8, went 6.58 in qualifying, didn't he, in the energy check lane. He's another one that could pick Mike Malmgren's pocket for second place. Michael is now Simon Gustafsson's biggest fan, but Michael Scherquist and the Dodge team, the CHM machine team in the Autoglim lane, they've not had the weekend they wanted, have they?
No, not at all. I mean, he had his idea when they came over here, and already on Thursday they started to do machine work on that car to get new possibilities to adjust the car on the rear end, and it paid off, he thought, but they are still chasing another and a better personal best.
Well,
which
he hasn't
they
made
did
it
also at Tierp. He had a 671, and that was very good.
He doesn't made it out of first gear, unfortunately, I don't think, has he, so far this weekend, which is a big disappointment. I visited with them on Thursday evening, and they were busy making all the changes and working really hard. And sometimes you have to take a step back to go, sort of like 1 forward, 2 back, but it hasn't been a forward step yet.
No.
Now would be a good time though. But they've got lots of new things. They've got a new engine, which they haven't run before, and all the changes to the rear end have been a little difficult to get their head around. But Michael, for a long time, knows what he's doing. And once again, it's his car, it's his money, so he gets to play with it. It's quite funny, actually, because Michael's company, CHM Machine, I've just got to mention this, they build the machines that flat pack IKEA furniture.
Yeah.
So if you wonder, next time you're swearing your head off at an IKEA flatback, blame that man standing there on the start line, because he's the one, his machine probably packed it for you, so you can't get it open. But yeah, this is what Michael does for fun. I would say in his spare time. He doesn't have any spare time, does he really?
Not really. I don't know about IKEA here in IKEA here in England, but in Sweden everyone buys the flat packs and go home and they do what you just said. But I know in the States it's very often, so you buy your furnitures in a flat pack, but you also order someone to attach it or put it together. Yeah.
Seriously?
Actually, I think one of the Reed brothers did that when he first came over to the States.
A professional IKEA furniture assembler,
yeah.
Really? That's a job title I've never heard of, and I never knew anyone had. So it is Simon Gustafsson in Michael's car, the Dodge Dart in the Auto Klim Lane, against Robin Nuren, who was pro number 4 last year. He wants to change that to a 3 or a 2.
Yeah, like you said, he came here as maybe defending 4th place from last year, but he came in here number 3 in the championship and with 306 points, and I don't really know now because Jimmy is here taking away all the good points, the 3 points each qualifying session for being the quickest.
Yeah.
But
that caps a thoroughly rotten weekend
yeah.
for Michael Scherkes, the Samantha Racing team from Sweden. The car looked to have died on the burnout. There's nothing apparently wrong from the outside, but the engine went silent, and it will be a bye run for Robin Nuren. I think it's actually, does Robin get a bye run in the semis?
Yes, he does.
Is
yeah.
that the way it works out? Yeah. So it's going to be Bengt Ljungdahl against Jimmy Holland, who's coming up in a moment, but Robin is the one that gets the bye run. Most unusual for any issues in pro stock at all. It's normally the most consistent, quickest. Very, very close racing, but sometimes even the best have bad days. And Michael, honestly, mate, really, really sorry. That's horrible.
Yeah, I mean the entire team, and especially Mickey, is such a good guy, and he always pulls your leg if you get close to him, and has very close to the job.
It's any consolation, I don't think that they'd have beaten that run from Robin Nuren, and they definitely wouldn't. 6:59. Well, they might have got close. 207 miles an hour, backs up his 6:58 from yesterday.
Right, into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have FIM Europe Junior Drag Bike, please? And also FIA MSA Pro Modified. Daryl, just a quick one. This is an interesting fact. Do you remember the Kev Slyfield run?
Yep.
And obviously Kev got out of shape, and there was a lot of fluid deposited on the track. It was a heck of a clean-up. I've now just found out the reason why. The tyre shake split the rear diff casing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's totally split it, and they just put a photograph on social media. That's what it was. It was rear diff fluid.
Well, they've got a championship to try and win in a couple of weeks for Motorsport UK. At the national finals, my goodness, they've faced a hell of a task to get back for that then, didn't they?
Yeah, so...
it was amazing, it kept running. How did it not... That was why the oil was taking a while to get up, wasn't it? Because it wasn't oil, it was... It was
diff oil.
And that's nasty stuff.
Oh, yeah. So the Blown Bird team, they're really going to be up against it. Wouldn't surprise you if they've actually... they've just posted the picture. They're going to be trying to work on that. And
they'll be borrowing Andy Robinson's, I think. Give Robin Nuren's team a cheer, ladies and gentlemen, please. They're into, actually, the final. They've got a bye in the semi. Well done to them down in the 6.5s on a regular basis now. Yeah. Yeah, well, Andy Robinson's got all his parts from the crash car. I should think Kev's going, can I borrow that one, please? Can I borrow it? Can I borrow it? Can I borrow it? Either that or he hasn't thought of it, and Andy Robinson's now going to come and strangle me. One of the two.
Well, Andy needs finances to get his next car out. Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Well, it depends. Obviously, it depends what axle it is and whether there's any spares. But the thing is, the whole axle is a different thing, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah.
Oh, well, commiserations to the whole team. They have had a bit of an up and down summer. The elation of 5-second runs, but lots of broken stuff, and they were a D&Q at the main event as well. So the sweeper just in the energy check lane for a moment. We've got Jimmy Orland coming up. Bjorn, I think he's on his spare engine, isn't he? Is that right?
Spare or not, I think he has two equal KB engines, and but this one they first had in the car at the second tier event, so they started out with the other KB engine and wanted to see how equal they can be adjusted, or what's the difference between them.
Well, whichever way, Jimmy will be facing Bengt in the semi-final. And as we know, Robin Loren has got a solo into the final itself. Obviously, Jimmy still needs to do the run. He can't just give it to him. He's still got to break the beams to actually take the win. The engine fires up.
Yeah, Jimmy qualified with the 655. We just saw Bengt Ljungdahl producing a similar time or performance with 655. So, but then again, see what Jimmy is up to in his first buy run in the year.
Would you be going for lane choice here? Would it make
I
that
think
much
so.
difference?
I mean, knowing they are on the same performance equal with the Bengt's round of 655, so yeah, definitely Jimmy will go for lane choice. And now he has, after this round, a pretty good idea about the right-hand lane. I thought when you had the option of choosing lane, most of the guys would go for the left-hand lane, but I'm not sure about that at all.
It was interesting to watch this earlier on, because when Super Street Bike came out, I know it's a bike class, but they all went in the right lane that had choice, and then all the pro mod guys went in the left lane. Now Jimmy is obviously, he can pick his lane, and he's gone in the right lane. So it's those lanes must be dead equal.
Yeah, but what I meant was he might have taken the opportunity of checking the right-hand lane right now, because he will obviously go through this round, and then he made his choice, will make his choice, and but then again he has to go for lane choice. He has to repeat what he did in the qualifying.
Well, he's got to
go quicker than 655.
655 with a 9, because these guys work to such tight margins. Let's see what he's got for us.
And the lane choice is about the thousandth of a second for Bengt's time as well. And I don't remember. I mean, 655.
9.
But
655, 9.
Okay, yeah.
Well, here he is, Jimmy. He's sat there in pre-stage.
Oh yeah, it looks really good, and you could hear it.
I think that's lane choice.
Short shifting.
Oh, only just 654 with a 210 miles an hour.
So now it's completely open. I mean, now he has the lane choice. He was 100 of a second quicker than Bengt Ljungdahl, so it's going to get a pretty good, interesting next round.
Okay, so the two-seater dragster is out. Another passenger ride for a very lucky soul in there. And then after that, we turn our attention to our two-wheeled warriors. And it'll be kicking things off with FIM Europe Super Twin. Marcus Christensen will have a solo, then it's 3 pairs. But don't go too far, folks. If you are just taking a quick break, actually nobody's moving, which is excellent, because after that it's going to be top fuel bike. You could see something super, super special. Fast Phil at 566 twice yesterday. Let's see what we've got for us today. But first up, two-seater dragster, part of the VIP experience here at Santa Pod Raceway. Or if you just fancy having a going in it, pop over and see the team. .8 or maybe even a fraction quicker, 172-ish miles an hour. Gets to half track in under 5 seconds at over 135 miles an hour. One of the most enthralling straight line experiences you'll ever have. 773 at 173 miles an hour, like clockwork for the two-seater dragster. Right, it is time for the Super Twins. Number 1 qualifier, Marcus Christensen, went 6.299. Europe's quickest ever run for a Super Twin. He's in race mode now though, he just wants to go A to B, but having said that, very, very strong burnout indeed. Sounds like he's actually going to go for it.
Certainly looks like it. Either that or a launch. Maybe they're going to... He's got 3 rounds to go today, hopefully. I think he's wrapped up the championship again. He's 2-time FIM Europe Super Twin champion. Marcus Christensen with that incredibly unique machine that just has a different design and look about it to everything else. It's his dad that runs it, built it, tunes it, and his lad does a fabulous job of riding it. 6.29 yesterday. You haven't seen these machines before. You're for such a treat with everything today. Very smooth.
Smooth and straight.
636, picking up the top end speed as well at 220 miles an hour. Just very, very quickly, I just want to say, very quickly, Dad.
Very good one.
Very good one. Congratulations again. 2-time champion.
Yeah, it's a good record also.
It's fantastic. Well done, sir. That is Mr. Speedy himself. He is the caricature that's on the bike. Gert-Jan Lesueur taking on Chris Hannum and Neil Midgley with a new engine in there after an awful lot of damage yesterday. Now, one thing I noticed that Gert-Jan's actually done on his bike is that I said this yesterday, Colin, that the exhaust on V-twins tend to be both directed out of one side. What he's done is he's put one on either side, which does actually make more sense. Now, ironically here, Chris Hannum is racing with Neil Midgley, the machine he used to own and ride. A bike that was built in the US by Johnny Vickers, which is now owned and ridden by Gert-Jan Lesueur from the Netherlands in the Energy Check lane. UK versus Holland for a place in round 2.
Well, this is all Neil Midgley.
Oh, and he nearly makes it to the finish line. Still goes 685, 153. Well, Gert-Jan with shake and smoke off the start line. Very quickly, Chris. Well, after a completely rotten weekend, let's be honest about it, that must have looked really good. That was a real nice run all the way down.
Well, not really, but considering we put a complete new engine in it after yesterday, it shared the fuel pump drive. We just don't have settings for this engine because this is one I've built from scratch, so that was a total guess.
Well, it wasn't a bad guess. What were the numbers, Colin? Just quickly. I'll let you know.
103, 60 foot.
Yeah.
270 to 330, and at the 8th, 409 at 168.
Oh, well, considering, I think you want to tune like that a little bit more often then.
Yeah, we'll try. We'll go back and see if there's any damage and see if we can step it up for the next round.
Try and go one better than Hockenheim, please.
Thank you.
Chris Hannum, everybody. I tell you what, for a complete guess, that's what I said he should have done that ages ago.
Yeah.
Just guess. Christian Jaeger taking on Mark van der Boer from Belgium. Now, both of these two are very evenly matched indeed. Christian in the 7-1s, Mark in the 6-9s. I had the pleasure of talking to Mark yesterday up the top end, and he said it's just, number one, just amazing that he's managed to get an engine this small. From Germany look absolutely thrilled with that one. Well, it's so good to see Alan Davis back.
Yeah, I was a bit
that
worried.
was it.
We only saw him once in qualifying, and well, they got the run done, got in the show, and yeah, just took the rest of the weekend off. thought, hang on a minute. It's
I doubt that.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon, we thought, okay, let's give it another go. But this time, it's round 1 eliminations. Going alongside Martin de Haas, number 2 qualifier, went 6:61.
I think that's actually his quickest run ever for Martin de Haas. The bike was brand new at the start of the season. Had a few ups and downs, as I mentioned before, but Martin and his brother really know how to run one of these machines. Good to see him back over here and doing well. Alan Davis from the UK has only ever made one 6-second run. Could do with another one about now.
Well, it's going to be Alan Davis going into round 2. Goes 7:27 at 188.
Well, congratulations to Frank, the whole team. Obviously, all the hard extra work. I can't imagine they took 2 days off. I can only think they were fixing stuff. Martin de Haas bows out, ends his season with an 8.93, unfortunately. Semi-final matchups, Cole? Sorry, before you...
Yep, Alan Davis, you just saw go through their takes on Neil Midgley, so a guaranteed English representation in the final.
How cool is that?
And then Marcus Christensen taking on Christian Jaeger.
It's going to be fun. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, FIM Top Fuel Bike, as I've mentioned a few times, if you're not anywhere near a fence, grandstand or banking, run now. We will make it worth your while. The first pair, this could be a hell of a race, actually. Are they 4 and 5?
Yes, they are.
Eric Richard from France with the funny bike in the energy check lane, 6:48. Against Steve Wooler. Very interestingly, yesterday up the top end, it's quite handy hanging out there because everyone comes past, you can chat to them. Steve said to me, yeah, the whole bottom end is new. After rodding the regular engine back at the main event, and he said it's bigger, he's got an increased capacity, but the problem with that is it's going to take it's taken them a little while to find the sweet spot. So Top Fuel bike from the UK, 4 cylinders, nitromethane and a supercharger, and you'll take them lane around about 1,500 brake horsepower, taken on from France, the Spider-Man theme machine of Eric Richard on the funny bike.
Well, that's game over as Eric goes red. He's putting on a heck of a show, though. But Steve Wellett goes 6:24, 211 miles an hour, 6:53. They'd already gone red for Eric, but a stunning run nevertheless.
Yeah, still a great side-by-side race, actually. Eric still with his 2nd quickest ever run. You guys have had a... No problem. I'm glad you had a good weekend, everybody from France. I think the moral of the story is there, don't give the dealer team too many runs, because they will get... Well, they're going to get it anyway, aren't they? They know what they're doing.
I know it wasn't a race as such because of the red light from Eric did that, but there's only 0.07 between them at the stripe.
Well, unless Steve stole the red light, that was real good. This next race is going to be fascinating as well. From Sweden, we got Thomas Pedersen. I had the pleasure of meeting Thomas up the top end yesterday. Hell of a nice fella. 6.5 second funny bike taking on. I know Fast Philly's cool, but really the man for me in Top Fuel bike, Al Smith. How cool can you get? He's an overnight sensation, 3 years in the making on this bike. The 3-cylinder rocket of Phil Bainbridge went in the 6.2s yesterday to the 8th mile in 4.0. Now, those of you that follow the sport know that is a phenomenal number. Let's see what he's got for us in round 1. I know what he's hoping for. Thomas Pedersen, though, is a very, very tough customer. Also very consistent on the funny bike from Sweden. Once again, another UK for Al Smith in the energy check lane versus Thomas Pedersen from Sweden with the funny bike. And a very good afternoon, Pippi.
All right, so both bikes into pre-stage. Al goes in. Thomas goes in. Al Smith late, but it matters not. Oh, we just got to wind it off the throttle a bit there. Still goes 6.93 at 1.46. 4.11 to the 8th, though.
just very quickly. 4:11 to the 8th that time. Very quickly, Phil. Phenomenal stuff this weekend. I just said I think Al is the man so far in Top Fuel Bike this weekend. I know Phil's run quicker, but what a performance all week.
He's doing great. Rides it like a pro.
Certainly does. It's like he's born to do it, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Certainly was. Fantastic progress. See you later. He's in the semis anyway, so they've got another race coming up. Right, it's the first one of 2 hold your breath times now. Glenn Borg from Malta in the energy check lane has the pleasure of multi-time FIM Europe champion Rikard Gustafsson, who is still in a real dogfight with Fast Phil Papaphilippou for the championship this year. Also a monumental effort to make it here for round 1. Now Rikard broke a load of stuff back on Friday, including busting the crank. He had a spare crank. It was in Holland.
Oh, no.
Somebody who was very, very kind. It was too far away to go and get to make round 1. One of Gert-Jan Lesueur's neighbours went and got it, got on a plane to Luton, and here is Rikard Gustafsson for round 1. What a phenomenal effort to stay in the championship chase. These guys just give absolutely everything. Glenn Borg all the way from Malta as well. I mean, that's not exactly round the corner either, is it? He went 6:70 in qualifying. I think Rikard, he made 2 runs, but it was the first one that counted, which was a 5.9. Let's see what the RG Engineering bike can do in this round 1 race. He needs to win and keep on winning and hope Phil has a bad time of it against Dale Leaks. So, funny bike from Malta, energy check lane, Top Fuel bike from Sweden in the also Glim lane. Also, Rikard over 250 miles an hour on many occasions. Oh, that's a flyer for Rikard. 6 flat, 219. Glenn with a huge plume of smoke through the finish line, 695. I thought that was going to be quicker for Rikard, but it kind of pooped out up the top end. What were the numbers, Colin? Go on.
Short numbers then for Rikard, 107 to 60, 394 to the 8th. And as you say, 6 flat, 219 at the stripe.
I think he backed out of that a little bit early just to make sure. It looked like it dropped a cylinder as well.
Yeah, but reaction times, Glenn was right on it, a 0.7 to a 0.23. So Glenn had the early lead there.
Yeah, well, he went. That's not normally what happens, not necessarily because of hole shots, but funny bikes are much lighter, and they do tend to leave the line very hard indeed, whereas the Top Fuel bikes tend to come on strong in the last half of the racetrack, because Top Fuel bikes are much, much heavier. I think they're around about 600 kilos, something like that. They are, yeah, definitely bigger to get moving, but once you get moving, obviously with anything with nitro in it, they really do pour on the coals and fly through the finish line. So hopefully, looks like nothing on the racetrack actually.
Yeah, no, one of the support vehicles is just pulled onto the track. I'm not quite sure why. Just a quick one actually, can I please, the junior drag bikes should be in the lanes already. Can I have the 2 jet cars please, Fire Force and Firestorm. Pro mods are in the lanes, don't forget, and of course we do have, after Top Fuel bike, we have Pro Stock bike and then a Super Street bike once again for eliminations round 2. Pro mods are in the lanes as well, and now we're just adding 2 jet cars to the back of that.
Okay. We've had 3 Phil moments this weekend. Could this be number 4? Dale Leaks has the unenviable task of taking on the second quickest man on the planet. Fast Phil Papaphilippou taking on Dale Leaks. Dale with the turbo on the front of the funny bike. Dale has to hope Phil has an issue, because if he doesn't, quite honestly, and without being rude, he's sunk. He's in the energy check lane. Dale is the top. Dale is the top bloke. He's going to give it everything. But with all due respect to him, all eyes are going to be on what Phil can do this time. He has made the quickest run to the 8th mile on the planet for a 4-cylinder Top Fuel machine. If he can keep that all the way through, who knows? The big difference between today and the last couple is that was qualifying. They can try different things to go quick. Now they need to win so they might turn it down a little bit just to be safe, to go rounds to make sure they defend their FIM European Top Fuel Bike Championship. I'd just love to know at this point what the hell is going through his mind before he's about to fire himself down this racetrack at 240 miles an hour plus. Dale Leaks from the UK for Warp Speed, and Stu Crane and the whole gang in the energy check lane against Fast Phil. Gulf Oils from Greece in the Autoglim lane. Keep your fingers crossed, here we go.
Well, Phil's won the race as Dale rolled the beams and went red.
Well, that was the luck that Dale Leaks needed against Phil. I'm not sure whether Phil saw it actually and backed off. I don't think anything, I don't think he did actually intentionally do it. He still probably went to 60 foot in no time.
0.97.
Yeah, that's quicker than they've been so far to 60 foot. But it's round wins, I keep saying, that count today. So Phil will be into the semis. What's the races, Colin? What we set up
Phil
today?
taking on Steve Willett. Rickard taking on Al Smith.
So all 4-cylinder Nitro Top Fuel machines. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Al. Sorry, Phil. One's got 3. There we go.
Very good. Good save.
Well, it's all right. No, I just thought about it after I said it, which is unfortunately what I do with most of my life, but there we are. FIM Pro Stock Bike. Up next, we have a championship to decide here as well. The man underneath the tower in the Autoglim lane is Jani Koskinen from Finland. Jani had a great start to the year, won the main event, went a little bit south after that with an incident out at Tierp Arena. But it's between him and Fredrik Fredlund as to who is going to win the title this year. The twist to that is their teammates. Exactly. They share a bus, they share all kinds of stuff, information, tuning, all sorts. But Jani, really nice young guy from Finland. I think he said this is his 3rd trip over here to Santapod, and he'd like to go home with a big trophy to show for it. However, his teammate might have something to say about that, and his teammate was #1 qualifier too, wasn't he?
Yeah, and not only that, he gets gets a bye, gets a bye into round 1. Round 2 even. Oh dear, I lost the plot a bit here.
That's Fredrik, yeah.
Fredrik Fredlund bye into round 2. Jani's got to get past Bertrand Maurice,
who is previous FIM champion.
Yeah.
So he's got to do it the hard way. If he's going to win, he's got to beat the previous champ, and then he may have to take out his teammate somewhere along the way too. So it's going to be a very interesting day in all of our bike classes. Here we go then, Jani Koskinen and Bertrand Maurice.
Right, just a public service announcement. Nicola Kearney, can you please come to Bankside VIP, please? Nicola Kearney, can you please come to Bankside VIP? So, Bertrand Maurice then, 7.57 in qualifying. Jani Koskinen, 7.24. And now, interestingly, Fredrik Fredlund knocked down on the start line with his teammate this time. He's got his own run to do. In qualifying, though, Fredrik always came down to have a look to see how his teammate was getting on.
I think that's because he puts the tune in the bike and he wants to make sure he's done it right. I think that's what it is. However, that could be a disadvantage for Jani come later on today. I'm just kidding. Fred does it really, really fairly. So France against Finland. Jani Koskinen, this is crunch time for him in the Autoglim lane. He needs to win and keep on winning today if he wants to go home with the trophy. Here we go. Jani Koskinen won't be getting a trophy. It'll be Fred. Bertrand goes 7.34, 1.79. Jani Koskinen with a great leave off the start line. Looks like the gearbox failure out there. What was his shot? I mean, he was way ahead. It looked like he was ahead, actually, Colin.
Not by much, though, to 3.30, 2.98 to 2.99. It's only the reaction time advantage that held him out in front. But then by the 8th, it was all Bertrand.
Well, Fredrik Fredlund wins another FIM European Pro Stock Bike Championship in the first race, and he wasn't even in it.
Yeah,
okay,
so that means it's going to be quite loud later this evening.
Oh, you bet.
Always is.
Top
Fredrik's around.
So it's the Bish, Martin Bishop against Len Padgett, these two were hilarious up the top end because Lenny was so happy, and then Martin beaten by a couple of hundredths in qualifying, and he was kind of happy with a few swear words, should we say. So they're going to go all at it this time. Both these two from the UK, proper heads-up drag race to the finish line.
Len goes red.
That's because I said heads-up race to the finish line, didn't I? Still, look at the pair of them. 42 for Len, 36 for Martin. 181 miles an hour, good speed as well. Another one of those really nonplussed with what was a great run, Martin Newbury. I told him we went 7-10, he went, oh, really? You know.
Oh dear.
They always want more. That's
so
what
it's just no pleasing some people.
Definitely not, no. Especially not bright, shiny red ones. Looking at the bike, obviously. So that's David Simon from France in the energy check lane. I think he was our slowest of the 7 bikes. Yep, absolutely. 7. Martin was 2. So Martin, who runs Cycle Works, that's his wife Cindy. Just lining him up. Mark's got an awful lot of good stuff on this bike, so don't be surprised if we don't see a 7-0 from him sometime today. Now would be handy.
Well, David goes too quick. He puts the cherry on the tree. So this one's all Martin Newbury. Oh, 7:10 again. He matches his qualifying number.
What you got to notice with that is the speed, though. 188 miles an hour. That means big horsepower. I think only Freddie's been faster at 189 this weekend. And on that subject, here he is. He now knows he's another European Championship in the bag. Now, you watch Freddie line up on the start line. He does what I call the Pro Stock Bike Rider's prayer. He actually crouches down on the bike. Now, there's a reason for that. You check it out, Colin. What he'll do is he sinks right over the tank. And the reason for that is there's a guy behind him. And if Freddie does that, he bows down so that the lineup guy can see where he's pointed.
Gotcha.
And then they move the bike accordingly until he's happy. So Freddie still had a lot of gearbox problems this weekend. Not sure if this will be a full run or just run it through first and second gear.
105 to 60.
He's going to do it in style.
446 to the 8th.
702, 188 miles an hour. See, that's what I meant about Martin Newbury. Martin had the same speed. That shows horsepower.
All right, Frederick taking on the Bish, and it's going to be Martin Newbury taking on Bertrand Maurice. Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please, from our sportsman classes, please. Pro ET into the pairing lanes.
Big question for this one, Super Street Bike Round 2 is, has Steve Venables turned up the power on the DME Championship winning machine? He went 6.80 yesterday, looking to go in the 6.7s, hopefully at some time today in the Auto Glim lane. Taking on Mark Hope.
119, 60 foot for Ven.
This could be the one, folks. Oh, 682. How the hell are we disappointed with the 682? 214 miles an hour. Great try for Mark Hope, his quickest run ever, with a 7:28.195. What are these guys going to do to stop Ven next season? Probably someone's probably going to have to break his legs over the winter, I think, something like that. Or maybe not as nasty. Give him food poisoning, that'll do. Right.
Just
Graham,
give him a trailer to put to tow up the track or something, I don't know.
Yeah, just put a load of tacks on his driveway so he can't make it off the driveway with his trailer or something like that. So 2 more guys from the UK. The quickest Kawasaki over here, that is Graham Bouchin taking on Steve Mead. Graham in the Auto Glim lane. Steve Mead on the energy check side of the racetrack.
Graham with his nose
what a race.
Just in front.
6.98 again. My goodness me, that's superb.
But the win light goes to Steve Mead. .005, the win margin for Steve Mead. Graham Bouchin loses with a 6.98. It's a 7.02 for Steve Mead that takes it.
What was the win margin, sorry?
.005.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Probably the closest race we've ever had in Super Street Bike, and it was won on a hole shot by Steve Mead. So nearly in the 60s. Next pair, Yannick Richard, Daniel Lentz. Yannick from France in the energy check lane against Daniel from Hungary.
Another 119.60 foot.
Daniel
this one's
with
not
problems.
over either.
It's going to be Yannick, 7.34, his quickest run ever. 197 miles an hour. I think they were having an epic weekend already with how his brother was doing in Top Fuel Bike. It just got better. I think they are, what's the word I'm looking for? If anybody wants to come commentate on Super Street Bike, because we lose our voices every time they run, that would be great. Morganslund against Gary Bow, 2 6-second machines up next. Morgans has had a pretty horrible season by his own high standards. However, round 1 back in the 60s. Gary Bow went 7 flat. We could have another side-by-side 6-second run here. Morgans is in the Autoclim lane. Energy check lane for Gary Bow. These conditions are gorgeous. There's hardly a breeze down here, Cole, and it's just really nice and warm due to the sunshine. Here we go. Big hole shot.
First. Yeah, this was all Bogans, 121 to 60 foot, 6.99 to 07.
And a 7.55 at 2.03 for Gary. Morgans was razor sharp on the tree then, wasn't he?
A 0.4.
I was going to say, it looks even better than that standing down here. You can clearly see the difference, can't you?
Yeah.
The way they react. Okay, that was Super Street Bike. I do hope you got all the numbers that time, Angie, and I did read them all out for you. So we've got Junior Drag Bike. This is another European title to settle today between Meggie Talbot and Madeline Rosen. Meggie, however, has a bye run in round 1. Madeline doesn't.
Yeah, she's got Liam Holgate to contend with. But Meg up first.
After this, ladies and gentlemen, we've got FIA Pro Mod round 2, and we still have a title to settle for that. So, again, if you're not in the grandstands or on the banking, now's a good time. And if you weren't for Super Street Bike and everything else, what were you doing? Now, Junior... Go on, sorry.
Yeah, we've got an issue in the Autoglim lane. The guys are taking a real close. Just told Meggie to shut the bike off. And just before half track in the Autoglim lane.
Well, Morgans has suffered more than his fair share of breakage this summer. He busted the gearbox very recently too. He's done engines, done all sorts of nasty stuff, let's put it that way. And I do hope that wasn't another one. The bike obviously still pulled all the way through for another 6-second run. But that's never good when you have to get the sweeper out. We'll find out how long we're going to be. Hopefully not too long anyway. It entirely depends what's on the track and just how much.
Yeah, just one of those quick pauses. I'll tell you what, time to do a little bit of an update here. 1:20 here at the European finals. Still loads of things going on site for you to keep your eyes peeled on. Live Action Arena, their final show of the weekend is 2 o'clock this afternoon. So 2 o'clock, the other side of the banking. You've got about 40 minutes to go before that final show. So that's when monster trucks totally flatten what's left in the arena of the cars that were nice and shiny and bright at the start of the event. They will totally flatten them. That's when Podzilla and, of course, Swamp Thing strut their stuff around there. We've also got Lee Bowers riding the Kawasaki bikes. You've got Terry Grant around there as well. We've also got the Jet Peugeot. So quite a lot to keep everybody entertained in Live Action Arena. Their final show at 2 o'clock. Steve Colley, who's been coming onto the track on regular intervals actually, his final show of the weekend is at 2:30. Also, you've also heard a bit of a whirring noise occasionally out there. That's the historic Aero engines. They've got another fire up at 2:30 this afternoon. Well, talking about Lee Bowers, he's just appeared in the old return road. Also, just another reminder actually, 17 minutes past 4 this afternoon. Yeah, that's how precise this is. The Battle of Britain Memorial Spitfire fly past in the sky, of course. 4:17 p.m. That's when we're going to get the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. The Spitfire will be paying us a visit. Don't forget the pod shops. 3 of them here for you this weekend. The main one is in the pits just opposite the half-track blocks. Secondary one is in the main catering area, and the third one up past Live Action Arena. Get hold of the latest Santa Bob merchandise. It's still not too late to get hold of the race weekend program. I know it's getting towards the end of it, but there's so many facts and figures and great information in there. You really do need to check that out. So that's
not to interrupt, Colin, very quickly on state of the racetrack. So it won't be long at all. The good news is, as Darren just told me, if just the tractor goes out, it means they can get whatever's off the racetrack very, very easily. So it won't be long. Hopefully only a couple of minutes. So we've got Lee Bowers. We'll be back racing, fingers crossed, very, very shortly, mate. So that's what I just wanted to let everybody know.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Excellent news. I better wrap this up pretty sharpish then, actually. Future events coming up next weekend. Hot Rod Drags, 3-day event for everything old time, and tell you what, some quick stuff coming to that one as well. The weekend after that, 2 weekends time, it is the National Finals. It is the last round of all of our Sportsman Championships for the cars and, of course, the bikes. So that's 2 weeks' time. The UK Pro Modified Series will be decided, along with Super Pro, Pro ET, you name it, everything that is sportsman racing related. They have their national finals. For more information on all these events, you obviously go to www.santapod.com and find out all about those events. It may be the national finals, but that's not the end of our season here. We do have another big event on Saturday, the 26th of October. That, of course, is Flame and Thunder. This is our end of season blowout, if you like, where we run in the dark with jets, cars pulling wheelies. We have some fuel cars here as well. You name it, it's a fantastic, fantastic day. It's a run what you brung the following day, believe it or not. But Flame and Thunder, Saturday the 26th of October, a huge fireworks display, massive bonfire, and a bit of a party atmosphere as we wrap up our season here at the pod. Again, go to santapod.com, find out more details about that event. Today, though, it is, of course, the European finals, and please don't think once all of the finals are completed you will have to shoot off. You don't have to do that at all. Stay around. We like lots of people staying for trophy presentations, and that is when we give out all the big trophies for our sportsmen and our pro classes. It normally takes place on the start line about half an hour after racing is completed at the end of the day. With so many people on site, it's going to be a bit tricky to get everybody out in one go, so why don't you just hang around, watch all of the remaining finals go down the track, and then your journey home will be a lot easier. Because if everybody goes at the same time, it does get a little bit crowded. It is just one access road in and out of this place. It is exit only, and we do use 2 lanes going out, and we do have traffic control, but we have had instances, I think it was at the main event, fun enough, where we had 3 broken down cars on Airfield Road. As if one isn't bad enough, 3 cars decided to expire on Airfield Road at different stages, so that really did create a bit of a headache down there. So just be aware, it is just a 2-lane road going out. It is like one way in, one way out of this place, so we do try our very, very hardest to get everybody out. Right, that's enough from me for the time being. We're nearly there. We've got, once again, Dick Costa joining us in the tower for Pro Modified. We've got junior drag bikes to go, and great to see Stephanie's joined us once again as well as we get ready for round 2
just
of eliminations.
While we got the chance, can you get Dick to get the cans on and Stephanie, just to give everybody a bit of a of what's coming up, especially with Pro Modified, because obviously everybody out there that won in round 1, unfortunately, other than Mickey Goldquist, we would have liked to see a race for the title, but just one of those things, guys. What's been going on? Obviously trying to turn the mic on, that'd be...
Yeah, there we go, Dick.
Go on, sorry.
Dick's just got a bit tangled up in the cables, actually.
Yeah, well done, anyway.
So Dad spoke to Kev Slyfield. He monumentally cracked his rear axle on that run in the first round, which was why there was so much oil on the track, so that wasn't very good. Something that I think that Dad hadn't seen before, so... but he's had such bad tyre shake all weekend. That's the kind of thing that happens. Obviously, Jan is still in. He's still racing for the championship, along with Jimmy. Jimmy has to win the whole event, and I'm guessing that Jan has to go out next round.
Yep, no.
So that's going to be interesting. Obviously, that means that all the nerves are on Jan. JT obviously just did his personal best, so 5:97. So he's bouncing off the walls, really, really happy. I think he was also really, really pleased with how the actual race went as well, because he got a good reaction time. And that's the kind of thing that he's still learning in the Pro Mod car, because I think that was his second elimination this year. He's only actually raced in four meetings.
So now he's run 5. Is he actually selling it?
No.
Because it was up for sale, so I just wonder whether he thought, actually, this is kind of fun.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, everything's for sale for the right price, so who knows. I should imagine, though, that now he's run a 5, he's enjoying it, and he'll probably want to continue to do that. So.
Well, he's going to have to spend some money on a new supercharger, I think, is one of the things, because Luke was saying that that's about the limit of that.
Yeah. I think that Luke was, he was obviously really, really pleased, but also felt like it was quite a challenge to be able to do that. And Marco ran, I think, a 6:03 with that car and all of that setup, but they have changed a lot on the car over the year, but still it's pushing it. The rules have changed since Marco's raced it, so so he may want to upgrade, and then obviously that's money. So
indeed it is a lot, and funny you should say that, Steph, is that, I mean, Luke, very honest lad. Well, you've known him all your life, so, but he was just very candid about it. He said the conditions make us look better than we are, which I know what he means, which is that the conditions are so good that if you get everything right, that's why that happens.
The conditions of the race meeting this weekend have been really, really good, even though it hasn't been really, really hot. Some people may think that that's not ideal. However, the air's been really good, the track still had heat in it, and then obviously because it's a bit cooler as well for the blown cars, it really, really works for them.
Yeah, and also for the Nitro cars.
Yeah.
Bobby was very pleased with the weather, and
that
gave him his personal best.
Well, he's knocked his personal best down by like a 1/10 and a half almost over the last 2 weekends, hasn't he? So.
Yeah. I was with Roger Johansson, who stalled his engine after the burnout.
Yeah.
He kicked a rod in the burnout.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, that's hot.
First time in 10 years.
It's a rarity, that is.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to happen too often in the burnout,
it
but
was
still.
A rod bolt failure is what Alex thought.
Yeah, that's a parts failure. I mean, we have to mention as well, just like David Vector's now into round. Is Dave going to make this round?
Yep.
Yes. Sorry. The only reason I say that is because he's had a horrible streak of luck where he's won races but not been able to make the next round, isn't it? And that's happened in May, didn't it?
Yeah, but the engine is not very happy at the moment.
Oh.
So.
But he's still running 5.8 with an unhappy engine. I mean, that's not bad, is it?
No.
Yeah, he just has to hope.
The car and engine is really capable of running a 70.
Oh, well, I mean,
But
that
hey,
was obvious right at the beginning of the year when he came out and ran an 80 flat. Yeah, I mean.
That was very impressive. We're moving back. Sorry, you guys. Thank you very much indeed. We'll be on with Pro Modified in just a moment. We have.
Yeah, the junior bikes.
Meg Talbot is actually in the lead, but only by a few points from Marie Rosen from Germany, who'll be out in just a minute. These bikes race over the 8th mile. You can see their dial-ins on the board. Meggie is pretty good. Go on,
yeah,
Colin,
well,
sorry.
she went. She dived 960 and went 960 in qualifying. She goes 967 on a 58 there. Right, quick one from the tower. We need to let this burnout go through. Yep, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please.
Okay, Colin, next pair.
That's Blade and Casey.
I thought so. Team race. Sibling
race. No, wrong side. There's Blade Dummett and Casey Holgate, and then you got Liam Holgate coming.
Sorry, my fault.
No worries. 840 the dial-in for Blade. Casey has got a dial-in of 1282. Casey just pulling back just a second. We're just having a look. Right, and all good to go. So the dial-in's then 1282, 84. This is our first dial-in race today, actually. Oh no, we ran Super Pro this morning. It seemed ages ago. So 1282 plays an 840. 4.42 second head start for Casey. But then Blade's machine He reckons is 4.42 seconds quicker. The first to take the stripe, and that's the 8th mile, not the quarter mile, without breaking out. And well, they both break out, but by the lesser amount, Blade takes the win.
So Madeline Rosen from Germany with the beautifully proportioned little bike down here in the Auto Glim Lane. Is that Liam?
It is indeed, yep, Liam Holgate.
Against Liam Holgate. Now this is UK against Germany. Madeline Rosen needs to win and keep on winning if she wants to pip Meggie to the championship. A win light in the Auto Glim Lane, nothing else will do.
For the Darlings, 10.90 and 8.22. Madeline goes first, and it is a green light drag race.
You notice they're also the only bracket class that run off a Pro Tree as well. Oh, Madeline Rosen, I think, got there first, but she broke out by 0.02 of a second. It is Meg Talbot winning the championship. What a shame. A great, great shame. Just the way it goes sometimes, isn't it, really? But I'm really unfortunate for Madeline. That was very close.
10.90 dial, 10.89 with a 2. Oh.
That's why they do their character building on junior drag bikes and
Well,
cars.
Liam takes that win, and then he gets the bye into the final. Meg will be racing Blade. Right, so it is
Pro Mod
up next.
So, first pair. Let's have a quick look.
It's Jimmy Holland.
And now he'll be against JT.
Oh, it's John Tabernin.
Yeah.
I do like JT's tow car as well. It's called Tow Martyr. Have you seen it?
Yeah, out of cars.
It's got that out of cars with the teeth on it too. Sorry, Colin, you were going to say.
No, I was going to say, Jimmy, if you remember, dodged, well, we said a bullet, it's actually a machine gun. He dodged 6.78 in round 1. Michelle Terrell, unfortunately, couldn't make hay while the sun was shining out there, and Jimmy took it.
They both broke their transmission in that
that's
as
what
well
it was,
as
right.
Jimmy and Michelle.
Yeah, so from the outside, obviously with JT running his 5, you'd say that he was maybe the favourite. However, you know that Jimmy will be able to run a 5.7 or a 5.8 fairly easily.
Yeah, but John has lane choice, and that's
that's true.
for most drivers very important.
Well, John Tebenham took his first ever round win in a Pro Mod earlier on today. Can he end Jimmy Orland's repeat championship chances in Pro Mod? It's a big ask, however, stranger things have been known to happen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Orland has to win here and keep on winning it in the energy check lane, and then really hope that Yanni Eriksson does not win his second round matchup. As you just said, guys, do you think lane choice actually makes a difference these days?
Well, it is for the driver, especially with this big supercharger in front of you. You're not always able to see the light when you're in the left lane.
Yeah, from a
people,
track.
In this case, the track is equal, left and
Yeah.
right. I have no doubt about that. But then it's the most comfortable way for the driver to pick his lane.
And sometimes people have a preference, don't they? So
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
So as these two come up to the line, then this is round 2 eliminations. Jimmy Orland must win to stay in that championship hunt. John Tebenham, the last representative of the UK, he's got to be the one that the home crowd will be cheering for. Can Johnny be good? Or is it going to be Jimmy with the old... Well, that is Jimmy going through with a 5.82 at 2.46.
Well,
6.08.
What's a bit surprising about that, not only a decent reaction time, but Magnus actually walked away shaking his head when Jimmy went into stage, which is, you know...
That's nerves.
I think that probably is. So, Jimmy won. It's okay, no, that's cool. Well, I guess now that was a lot more like it. You were shaking. Why were you shaking your head? Because that was good.
Because I'm not confident, you know. Even I'm doing this for 2 zillion years. You can't be confident.
Well, you certainly can. You're in the semi-finals. You just have to hope Jan has a bad day now. Yeah, you're in the semi-finals. You just hope to have Jan Eriksson has a bad day.
No, I don't hope he has a bad day. I mean, we're racers. He had a good race car, and that's respect, Of course, I hope he have a bad day.
Thank you very much indeed, Magnus. They're in the semi-finals. Well, Mats Eriksson, how happy was Mats with his personal best last run?
Very happy.
Very happy.
Indeed, yeah. And Adam was maybe even more happy as he did it with 2 cars. Dimitri was also over the moon. Another small step quicker.
Yeah, but it was a significant win light, wasn't it? That was the most important thing for him. So Mats Eriksson with the black and white Goblin. It's still called the Green Goblin. The crew have still got the same team shirts. 584. Just awesome stuff for that car. Jean Doulemont hasn't actually been up to potential this weekend, has he?
He can run into the zeros. He's done it before.
Yeah, 6:14 in qualifying round 1, 6:45 on a solo when Roger broke.
I think his personal best at Hockenheim was an 02 or an 03.
He's certainly been stepping up since that new engine was installed in the car, that's for sure. But here we go, it is round 2, second pair. Sean Doulemont with a massive reaction time advantage. Matt's trying to chase it up, and he's Sean.
Oh, man. What a way to run your first ever 5-second run.
That was
on a pole
perfect.
shot. Well, I would talk to them, but they don't really speak English, so it's not gonna. I'm not gonna get a lot.
One guy speaking.
One guy speaking. Okay, I missed him. I do
reaction
apologise.
time was really good.
Oh yeah.
It looked like Mats was a bit
late.
Unfortunately.
Give us the numbers, Colin. Colin, numbers.
0.4 reaction time for Jean to a 0.35 for Mats. Half track 397 for Jean, 392 for Mats, who was closing, but it wasn't enough. The win margin was 1/4 of a second.
Well, that's actually further than it looked from down here, actually.
Yeah.
But Jean Doulemont with a round win of his career to take out Max Eriksson and move into the semis. However, up next, championship, or
the orange one.
maybe not. We'll see.
Just as they do their burnouts very quickly, Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please. Super Comp into the lanes.
Dmitry Samorukov took his first round win earlier in the Autoglim lane with the blue Camaro from Russia for SMP Racing. He spoilt Mickey Gallquist Day. Can he do the same thing to Jan Eriksson? Well, Jan Eriksson has been so good this summer, hasn't he, guys? I mean, he was pretty good last year, but he's been great this year.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning what they did with that team.
I spoke to his crewman and I asked him what he changed. I was like, well, how have you found all of this power all of a sudden? And he said that it was mainly the car setup and the way that the car reacted as opposed to engine or anything like that. So they had the power last year, but now it's just really working everything together.
He gave me a completely different answer, Steph, so I'm glad you asked him too, because I said, where did you get over the new engine? Because I said to him way back in May, you know, is there anything new? And he went, yeah, everything there, pointing to the engine. And I said to him yesterday, where did you get it from? He said, oh, I can't remember. So, anyway, this is for the European Championship. If the win light comes on in the energy check lane, Jan Eriksson takes his first ever FIA Pro Mod Championship. Dmitry Samorukov from Russia in his rookie season stands in the way.
Well, it's a race, it's a race, it's a race, and it goes to your new European champion.
Look at Dimitri's time.
And what a race as well for it. Well, come here, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, give your biggest cheer, please, for Jan Eriksson's team. Everybody down here, European champions. Well done, sir.
Oh, sounds good.
It does, and that was one hell of a race to win as well.
Yeah, he's good, Jan. He's so incredible driver, so... yeah, what to say?
Go get ready for the semis. Well done. What a race.
Well, look at Dimitri's time.
Dimitri's just knocked his personal best down by over a tenth.
Yeah, Adam knew he could turn it. When Dimitri got comfy with driving, Adam knew he could turn it up, and that's what he did then. He nearly did it.
I tell you what, the reaction times, either one of them, if they were awake on the tree, could have won that. A 0.18 for Jan, 0.21 for Dimitri.
Subject to confirmation as well. I think that's the quickest side-by-side ever in Pro Mod as well. It was 580 to 585 before. It's now 580 to 584.
Well,
so
these two are your babies.
Yeah, two cars that have come out of my dad's workshop. So I'm not sure which one I'd prefer to win. To be honest, they're both beautiful. I know you've got a preference.
Yeah.
To be fair, David is so consistent and he is really on his game, and Kim is still learning. He's only had a couple of seasons in the car, so to be fair, David would probably be the choice, I'd say.
All right, Daryl, I can't confirm what you just said there. It is the quickest ever. It used to be Jan Eriksson and Andreas Arthursen, 580 and a 585. That's just been lowered by 100. The quickest ever side-by-side Pro Mod race in Europe.
And we've still got more to go.
Yep.
So what's David Vector with a wounded engine, you said? Yeah.
The left two cylinders, well, the numbers 3 and 5 are, well, not happy. They're leaking a bit, and so let's see what happens.
Well, Kim Christensen got bulbed. He took too long to go in.
Yeah, that's the auto start. There's nothing.
Yep, 792. David dodges the bullet there.
Yeah.
He was trying to move forward, but Dave, actually, on a day where he's got a wounded engine, lives to fight another round.
Yeah, well, he saw the wind light, so he got off of it. But he was very good. And 95, 60 foot, 256 and 330.
Yeah, that looked like a really nice run.
Yeah,
it was a shame for Kim Christensen, but yeah, when one driver, you both have to go into pre-stage together. When one driver rolls into full stage, the other has 7 seconds to come in.
Yep.
Kim Christensen was moving. He was trying to move. He just didn't get there in time.
Yep.
That's a weird way to lose, an unfortunate way to lose as well, especially for the crew.
It looked like his run was a really nice run as well.
Guys, have you seen a better round of Pro Mod than that ever?
No. Well, I'm very happy for the Jan Eriksson's team. They really deserve it, and it's very good to have a different champion.
It's a good job they put a 580 in it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because if they didn't, they might have been toast.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody expected Dimitri to run the 84, I think.
Apart from probably from Adam.
Yeah, well, I think he was just hoping it, but
he knows what he does. So, Colin, semi-final matchups for later today.
If your name begins with J, you stand a good chance. Jimmy taking on Jean, and then it's Jan taking on David. He's the only one that's not a J, actually.
There are about 3 races of the event just in one round.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff, guys. Thank you very much for your help, Steph.
Thank you.
And Dick, obviously, that was tremendous.
I hope to be back for the semis.
Oh, we mean you hope you will.
Yeah, if I'm not off to the airport, but.
We just get a flight later. It's your bad planning.
Yeah, there are no later flights.
Oh, right.
And I have to bring my girls to school tomorrow morning. So.
Right, okay. Well, we'll let you off that one.
Yeah, but I hope to be back.
Yeah, good. Just a quickie. Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes. We need them down, please. Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, I'm titling this event the event that keeps giving. It is just absolutely phenomenal this weekend. You lucky people that are here witnessing this, and obviously people tuned in around the world through the fantastic live stream, are being treated to some of the best racing Santwoord Raceway has ever seen. Glorious weather, massive crowd, and record performances. What more could you ask for? Well, I tell you what, we've got some sportsman racing coming up now, but before that, Martin Hill with Fire Force 5. He is underneath the tower. The Jet Dragster already starting up and about to unleash a 5-second pass. Okay, so Martin Hill then with Fire Force 5. The jet running up very nicely down there. And now the afterburner show continues. All right, that was a heck of an early show, that one. That was one of the longest afterburner shows I've seen. Must have put a lot more kerosene in the old tanks there. Anyway, the jet winds up more. Martin rolls the jet forward, and this is where it starts to get very loud indeed. Well, right, well that is ridiculously violent, that car. The tower is rocking backwards and forwards. Give Richie a wave as Martin Hill with Fire Force 5 blasts down the Santa Pod quarter mile. Here he goes. Goodness me, 5:26 at 294 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the quickest runs I've seen from Fire Force 5. 5:26, 294 miles an hour. Incredible. And just see Martin turn the corner at the top end. Right, it is time to fire another jet down the track. Yep, we've got Roger Goring with Firestorm. He's been putting in some fantastic runs this weekend. Gone 6-0s. Very, very entertaining indeed. And after that, we have got Europe's quickest street cars with Street Eliminator, and also got Pro ET. Also got the two-seater there as well. Oh, it's all to come at you this afternoon. Having a fantastic time here. Glorious sunshine. Thank goodness that the weather gods have been smiling on us this weekend. In actual fact, Pro ET just moving forward. Just need to double check on the schedule which one is running first. It's going to be Street Eliminator or Pro ET. But they are all in the lanes, good to go. But first up though, it is the jet funny car of Roger Goring. He's just getting himself into position and ready for another blast down the quarter mile. Now the jet's scheduled for 2 runs today. This is their first one. They will run again a little bit later on. So support truck is in position, car is in position. Remove some of the straps, connect the umbilical cord, very, very important indeed. There's a massive battery booster box in the back of the pickup truck here. I would imagine providing somewhere in the region of 300 plus amps to enable the turbine to turn over, and then the igniters will kick in and the jet will start. Here it goes. Well, thankfully not as violent as Martin Hill, but equally entertaining though. Yeah, huge sheets of flames coming out the back of Firestorm. And I still can't work out why people stand by the gate at the back next to Nitro FM. They're going to smell like diesel fitters when they get home. Others try. Okay, so the support vehicle moves out of the way. It's all down to Helen and Roger now. Well, if it wasn't warm enough out there already today, Roger had his own form of heating. So Roger brings a Firestorm up to the line. Oh, beautiful looking run. Absolutely fantastic looking run. 6:02 at 263 miles an hour. Oh, that was on the verge of dipping into the fives there. But nevertheless, superb run once again from Firestorm. And he's got one more run later on today. Well done, guys and girls. Give them a round of applause. That is Roger and Helen and the rest of the gang, the Firestorm team, going to pick the Jet up from the far end. Jimmy the Jet, as he's affectionately known as, and makes his way up to the top end. Right, we have the two-seater dragster round the corner, and of course we then do have lots of sportsman eliminations to come up. That's where we whittle them down even more. Street Eliminator has got their second round. Pro ET has got their third round as we whittle them down from 8 to 4.
Yeah, not too long after that, we do have round 2 of pros, even though we just had a whole load of good stuff.
Yep.
Don't worry. You'll still get plenty of notice, because from when Colin calls them to when they come down, it's probably about 20 minutes. So grab some lunch, go and have a look around. Stay and watch some racing, please. Stay and watch some excellent sportsman racing. You can, as we mentioned before, go into the pits. So if you're on the Spectator banking, you can walk around behind race control and go and check out all the cars and bikes that you have just seen. All the crews, obviously the ones that won their rounds, are working very, very hard indeed on putting them back together. All the top fuel cars will be in 1,000 bits, and then all back together again. So it's going to be it's going to be it's already been a fantastic day.
8 down to 4, as will Street Eliminator. You know, I'm actually losing count how many runs the two-seater has done just this weekend. That is a very busy dragster indeed. Every event it's putting in, what, 4 or 5 runs a day? Absolutely staggering amount.
And is always fully booked for good reason.
It is, yeah.
Pretty much always, anyway.
Now, you can have a VIP package here at Sandpod Raceway, and if you're part of that, then why don't you work a two-seater ride into that deal as well? Or, if you just want to ride in the two-seater, it's not just running at the big events, it takes passengers pretty much all season long. Get in touch with the team, they're based in the pits, and have a word. Book yourself a ride in our fantastic two-seater. We've also got a pair of Ford Mustangs as well. You can have a passenger ride in one of those, and that's very competitively priced. Just go and have a word again with the Santa Pod crew. You can book it on the website as well, www.santapod.com. I don't need to tell you that web address. You all know it by now. So we're going to see another 172, 173 mile an hour pass from Paul Brown on the two-seater. It's 173 this time at 7.71 seconds. First up though, it is Pro ET, and fair to say that all the racers have got one man in their minds this weekend, of course. Adi Randall, who was here at the start of the weekend, he's still here in spirit and soul, but tragically fell ill yesterday and has departed way too early in life. So thoughts are with Sue and Liam as we race for Adi here at the European Finals. Laura dials in 10:28, Ben 11:60. A green light drag race, very important indeed. Oh, Ben breaks out, but Laura breaks out by more. Ben Newsom takes it on 11.59 with a 4, on 11.60, darling. Laura just went a bit too much quicker. She got there second as well. But Ben is through to the semis. Next pair, Mike Lacey. Ride with me, 80, of course. Ethan Lyle with a Roadrunner. Darling in 9.98, Mike 9.02. Ethan goes red. It's Mike Lacey through to the semis. .10.02 and a 9.06, but a 0-1 red for Ethan Lyle knocks him out of competition. It's going to be Ben Newsom taking on Mike Lacey on the first semi-final. Let's sort out the other side of the ladder. This is Amy Watkins against Will Clark. Will dialing in 10.08, Amy 9.51. Will will be leaving first. And then 0.57 of a second later, Amy will set off in pursuit.
Scrap that.
Will goes and Amy off in pursuit. Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Looks like Amy has drawn alongside Will. Oh, but Amy breaks out. She got there a country mile first. She was shadowing Will, took the strike, but got there too soon. She had a 10th off the line. But it is Will Clark into the semis.
She won't want to check that time into it.
No, she does not.
Goodness me, she had loads of wriggle room there and didn't use any of it, unfortunately. Ooh, shock actually, because Amy's, you know, damn good.
Yeah. Well, one Watkins has fallen. We've still got another one. That in the shape of Neil taking on number one qualifier Gino. And of course, all the messages for AD on the back of these cars. .935 plays 11.27. Oh, and the other Watkins has gone as well. Gino gets a freebie. Neil Watkins goes red, a 0-3 red. So it's Gino into the semi-finals. So Will Clark takes on Gino. Bizarrely, actually, if you look at Gino and Will tied Hockenheim this year because they didn't run the final. He won Hockenheim the year before. Gino won Hockenheim the year before that.
Wow.
Ben and Mike haven't been over to Hockenheim yet.
I'm just thinking, actually, that I think Ben's made a big move in the championship as well.
Yeah,
he's number 2 coming in this weekend.
I'll have a look at the points, actually.
It's all right, we'll have to check it before the semis because we're on with
Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
Indeed we are. It's right, I couldn't find them either.
They are around.
Heads Up Racing, first to the finish line
This
wins.
will be close.
Indeed it will be. Ashley Cooper, unbelievably, both these are street legal. Well, it would have been close, but Ashley Cooper needed an alarm clock to leave the start line. Over a second reaction time, Nick Hale will take this on a whole shot. 10.87, there we go, 10.42, 1.41. Right, okay, folks. Wow, this is going to be a hell of a race, this one. Nick Hale, we just seen Nick Hale, it's my fault for looking at the screen, not out the window. The simply amazing Aston Martin of Mr. Mark Todd. Big turbo engine in there in qualifying. He was number 1 with 724 at over 200 miles an hour. These are street legal cars. They have street tyres on them. They go out on a cruise after they have made their qualification runs. And just to prove they are completely street legal. Taking on Anthony Higgs. Great to see Anthony going further in eliminations. Still with a bit of tyre chatter for Mark Todd. Only 127 to 60, but he's over the stripe first, most importantly. Still goes 7.37 at 199. Anthony Higgs with problems off the line, unfortunately. Still a really, really good weekend. And another personal best for him is what he goes down to the coast with. So Jill Medley and Andy Bond. This is a perfect example of what you can do in Street Eliminator in both lanes. Jill Medley, I can only presume that is kind of a daily driver. It's one hell of a daily driver, that one, isn't it? It runs in the 12s.
They've got 2 of these.
Have they?
Yeah, Al's got one as well.
Like Japanese fighting
the
fish,
white one and the black one.
Right.
I don't know if you remember, but they had a fire. The next door neighbour had a fire at home, and it caught their other Jeep, and it burned it to the ground. So this is almost like the insurance car.
Spare one.
Yeah.
Andy Bond with the ugly sister went 6.99. He goes over 200 miles an hour regularly with the rusty-looking car. Oh, Jill goes before the tree runs. Andy Bond will get a freebie, and he may still pass her. This will be actually quite a good race. Here we go. Let's see if Andy Bond can run her down. He can, and he has. And he goes 6.99 again! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. That is exceptional. 212 miles an hour. Andy Bond has now done it twice. Europe's only 6 seconds. Street legal driven car street trim.
Do you know what's really bizarre? They were planning to run a 6 at this meeting for the first time. It happened too soon at the Summer Nationals.
They did it the wrong time.
Yeah. No, it's really bizarre. It's just their program, they're constantly working on the runs. They thought, right, well, by the time the European finals, we should be ready for a 6.
His 60 foot was down on what it's been before as well. 122 to 60. Superb run for Andy Bond and the team. Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed history again. Supercom, round 2. Phil Bennett with Grandad's Dragster in the energy check lane against Ronald House from the Netherlands with the Chevy Nomad wagon. Well, visible reaction time advantage, and it was only just green for Phil Bennett. In the Dragster, he's going to get there first and not break out. 8.92. 003 on the tree as well. He's going to like that timing ticket.
Well, he's going to love it even more because he's guaranteed a spot in the final. He gets a bye in the semis. He's going to be at trophy presentations later on today.
Awesome.
Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes. If I haven't already called you, I can't remember. But Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Please?
I can see Robin Sattler there, so they're not far away.
Right.
And Supergas as well, actually.
Yeah, they're all there. Junior Dragster are there.
I was just making sure they turned up. Right. So, Leah Kellett and Terry Clifford. Again, this is a very graphic description of what Dragsters used to be and are now. I did explain it earlier when the top fuel cars were running, but Terry Clifford's Ratcatcher Resurrection, the reason it's called Ratcatcher Resurrection, a guy called Pat Cuss, who used to build and race over here, originally built this car, or a version of it anyway. Terry Clifford rebuilt it to be legal for these days, taking on the young lady, Leah Kellett. Well, Terry going all over the place. Now, the reason Leah's car looks like it stopped is because the throttle stopped to keep it to running 890. 921, nicely done. She backed out of it. The round win is the most important thing at this time of the year, isn't it?
All right, Steve Hudson on a bite. He got past a red light in Pete Creswell in round 1.
He's also broken out for the first time ever in Super Comp, isn't he, this weekend?
So he's going to be racing Leah in the semi-finals, and we already know that Phil Bennett is on a solo. You were talking about Pro. So Steve Hudson books his spot in the semi-finals. Test and tune run. Goes 8.87, just that's too quick once again, but it doesn't matter, he's through.
Thank you very much indeed, Todd, for the information that Andybody's on a speed record. That is the first leg of one. Also, the 6.99 may have been or not quicker than his earlier run. However, he can go down to about a 6. He's got a backup for down to about a 6.93, I think, for an ET record. So, awesome
You were
stuff.
saying about the points in Pro ET, 200 points for a round win, basically, yeah? Ben Newsom has gone 2 rounds further than Team Dark Horse at the moment. And it was 410 points between them coming into this event. The only problem is Ben qualified badly, Lee qualified fairly well. So
however, he's still in. So.
Yeah, but Ben could leave here with a points lead going into the national finals. We shall see. Right, the Junior Dragster, round 3. Thomas Cook-Abbott joins us in the tower once again. Thomas, well, we already had a discussion about your own car. What a shame, but you've got 2 weeks to fix it. Fingers crossed you can do it. Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET, can we have you? Matthew Dowdy, though, if he wins this, he's marching on towards that championship, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Frankie will have to follow him and then do way better than him at national finals to have a chance, I think.
Frankie Taylor could put a dent in Matthew's progress, but Matthew is out in front. Doesn't look like he's going to be caught. He's not. 8.34 to lose that 7.95. Matthew wide awake on the tree, a 0.5 to a 0.2 for Frankie. Matthew is into the semis.
More points he's collecting then.
Oh yeah. It's getting to a point where it could be a done deal soon. Obviously, if Matthew goes further than Frankie, it is game over.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this race here, though.
Oh, Purdy taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. This replacing the semis. Purdy has been on super form this weekend. She qualified in the number 2 spot. She got past her great friend Katie Ellis in round 1. Then she got past Holly Moore. How can she knock out Jacqueline Bartlett?
Jacqueline Bartlett's been on it this weekend as well. She went 0-4 against Daniel Weir in the last round, and she was only a couple of hundredths off of her dial-in. Both of them are going to have to be spot on to try and beat each other in this round.
So 8.94 the... Hang on a minute.
Both having to sit there now, wait for the
that's it. It's now been adjusted. So 8.94 for Jacqueline Bartlett. Purdy 8.03.
See, that would have put Purdy off because she sat there just getting hot now. And what Purdy has dialed is actually faster than she's been all weekend.
So she's going to run it out the back door then.
Hopefully.
So Jacqueline to lead first.
Taking her time to get to stage.
Oh, she goes red.
Light.
Oh, Purdy with a 009 green. It doesn't matter. It's a race over already.
See if she gets her foot in it. 8.09 on an 8.03.
Oh, Jacqueline broke out as well. So Purdy will be taking on Matthew Dowdy in the first semi-final. This is crucial. If Frankie stumbles here, game over, championship to Matthew Dowdy. If Frankie wins, he gets a bye into the final. Whoever wins this pairing gets a bye into the final. Lottie Bradford has taken the Lucas Oils Junior Dragster Championship before. She's a former champ at this. Frankie Fordham, he would love a championship. Let's see
Both
what
of them
happens.
dialed really fast.
Oh, you can hear them feathering the throttles, and it is
Frankie.
The man staying alive. 0-4 the win margin. Frankie Fordham is into the semis, and he's guaranteed a slot in the final.
Ooh.
Oh, this is making that championship very interesting indeed.
Down to the wire.
I mean, to be fair, it is still a mountain for Frankie to climb.
Oh,
because
yeah.
the points difference is enormous, but
Matt's going to have to fall on his face at national finals.
yeah, well, he's going to have to lose to Purdy and Frankie basically to win this event and pretty much win the national finals as well.
Yeah.
But it's made it interesting.
Yes.
Thanks, Thomas. We move into Super Gas. First pairing then. Andy Harrison and Brian Huxley. Of course, the messages for Adi, who left us yesterday, still apparent on a lot of race cars, especially on the Huxley's machine. Of course, this car races in Pro ET as well, with Lee behind the wheel. But here, with Brian behind the wheel in Super Gas, alongside Andy Harrison. Two different ways of going racing here. You're going to see the Mustang go off into the distance and then brake at the finish line. You're going to see Andy with a throttle stop, and then the power will come back in. There goes the Mustang off into the distance. The throttle stop comes off for Andy Harrison. He's closing in. Brian's got a lift at some stage. But a perfectly judged run from Andy Harrison takes it 991 to a breakout 973. Andy Harrison through to the semis. Into the pairing lane, please. FIM Europe Super Twin Bike, please. FIM Europe Super Twin Bikes into the lanes. Next up, pick your Camaro of choice. They're both from the year 1969. They're both 50 years old. You've got the RS Camaro of Colin Morrison. You've got the SS Camaro of Andy Dibley. Quite simple to tell them apart. If you look at the front, one's got the louvers over the headlights. The other one's got the headlights visible. The SS has the lights visible. The RS has the louvers. Anyway, it's Colin Morrison, Andy Dibley. 9.90, the name of the game. Both have got throttle stops. And a red light appears for Andy Dibley. He goes too soon and eliminates himself. And Colin Morris takes the win, and he's guaranteed to be at the trophy session tonight, as he's got a bye in the semi-finals to the finals. Dave Fulton taking on Ronald House. The House brothers handyman from the Netherlands. Dave Fulton in his Camaro. The last pair in Super Gas. Green light drag race. Who's going to do the better job at the stripe? Who takes it? Who lets it go? Who does it? 980 breakout, 10.03 takes the win. Ronald House. The race is Andy Harrison in the semi-finals, and Colin gets that bye. All right, Comp Eliminator in the lanes. And it is Robin Sattler taking on Rennie Erschman. Your first semi-final, then Andy Fredholm gets that bye. That will set the final for Comp Eliminator. called Super Pro into the lanes. In actual fact, the lane's looking fairly empty at the moment. We're getting through them very well indeed at the moment. Absolutely glorious conditions out there today. Very warm indeed. I think a few people might be getting pod face today. Yeah, you didn't bring some sunblock with you. Very warm indeed. So Robin Sattler with that wonderful little dragster. He has an index of 9.58. He's been 8.80, so he's been way under index. Rennie Oshman, 768, has been in the 7.2s. Ended up qualifying in the number 6 spot. And fair to say that Rennie really does have to pull absolutely everything out of the bag to be lucky on this one. There's the performance advantage of index is definitely towards Robin Sattler, but doesn't always go Robin's way. Hockenheim, I think it was last year, pulled a red when he didn't really need to. But anything can happen on the drag strip. That's why we race out there, not on sheets of paper. So Robin will be leaving first. 1.9 seconds later, Rene will get his signal to go. Well, Robin Sattler way out in front, Rennie trying to close him down. Oh, did a good job of it though. The win margin was only 0.04 of a second. Robin Sattler takes that 9.20 to a lose out 7.42. Robin in the final. And going to be taking on this man, as long as he can take a light under his own power. Fred will take it to the final. Well, fair to say Fred didn't exactly have it all his own way in qualifying. He had an absolute nightmare, literally every single run. The car got out of shake, got into tyre shake, and it really did rattle that car around a heck of a lot. But got it sorted in the end, went 7.70 in qualifying. Not as quick as he has been, but he got it A to B. Dodged a bullet in round 1 when Kev Perkins went red. And then in round 2, got it down the track obviously, but Robin Orthodoxou having his own problems. So he's into the semi-final here, where he gets an actual bye. Wasn't supposed to be against anybody. Yep, this one. Into the parent names, please. Can I have top fuel bike for FIM Europe, please? FIM top fuel bike, and also pro stock car. That's more like it for Fred. A good launch. That's what he needed. No need to give it everything at the top end, but it was the launch. He just wanted to make sure he was out of the shake zone. So, comp eliminator final will be Robin Sattler and Fred Hone.
That'll be a good one. Especially because Robin Sattler will have to probably drive it out the back door to beat Fred as well. So, comp eliminator done. We've got Super Pro round 4.
Next.
Semis, that is,
as they keep saying.
My goodness me.
Yeah.
So, Nick Good could do his teammate a big old favour here against Tom Atkinson. Provided Brad enters the national finals, which I think he has in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
I think that's, depending on the outcomes of these 2 races, that could be it.
Brad really needs to win this.
Okay, just to make sure.
Pretty much. If Tom wins this and wins the final, and Brad loses, that would bring the points difference down, I think, to about 3,500 points, something like that.
Oh, that's not nearly
so it's not that far. There's not that big a difference. It's 600 as it stands at the moment, but of course with this round and then the extra 100 points for the win, if that went Tom's way, that would, it would be closer than
most of them would want it to be. Obviously.
Yeah. So I think if Brad, if they both go through and they meet in the final, I think that would leave like 500 points between something like that, 400, 500 points.
Very quickly, could we have FIA Top Fuel Dragster into the lanes, please, for your semi-final round? So, ladies and gentlemen, that's around about your 20-minute warning that we'll have Top Fuel cars in a little while. FIA Top Fuel Dragster, please, if you'd like to make your way into the pairing lanes, please, for your semi-final round. We're going to be lining up all of our semi-finalists. Well, we've already got some here. We've got Super Pro coming up right now. As we said, the quickest and fastest of all the bracket classes. We've been up here. Colin's been up here. I've been down there all day. I forgot what he looked like, actually. I needed to be introduced again when I got up here. What's it been like on the bank?
It's beautiful.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's really nice.
It's a lot
Great
warmer
atmosphere up there.
It's a lot warmer than the forecast says it's supposed to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, it is.
It feels it.
Yeah, the sun's pretty bright out there, and it's you can get a little bit of a slight sort of redness, pinkiness.
Yeah, it's like tinge of redness. Well, it's definitely warm down there on the start line, but obviously when you're on the bank, you're a little bit more exposed because you're up higher and everything. I just wonder whether it was breezy or not. I don't think it is.
It's probably breezy up the back. I was right in the middle, so.
But if you notice that the wind turbines are kind of pointing this way, which is always kind of a good sign, that's always really where you want them to go, isn't it?
And the wind's not doing that much out there.
It's not moving
pretty
around.
Quiet.
Yeah, it's kind of a perfect day for a drag race, to be honest with you. And well, it's going to be interesting to see what the semi-finalists in Top Fuel can do. How quick they can go. Can anyone run a 370? And will they be trying to as well? I mean,
I think that's a big ask.
Well, not such a big ask if.
Depends how much you want to race and how much you want the record, doesn't it?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah,
Ask is a verb.
Yeah, so it's still going to be incredibly good to see. So they're just going to go out there with the glue bird, get a bit more preparation done. I say a bit more, not like we need any more, but you know what I mean. It's just to keep it.
The Super Pro teams will be hoping that that's just as enough time to go off before they get ready.
Yeah, another variable you don't want.
Yeah, it just takes a little while for it to, depending on what the wind's doing and how hot the track is, it just takes that little bit of time for it to really go off. It's perfectly, it's perfectly good, but it's that thing of it's just that little bit changeable when it's just been glued.
Well, if you look up there, again, there's quite a few people that haven't been before. First of all, most importantly, we really do hope you've had a good day so far. We've still got lots more to show you, and we've still got plenty of eliminations to come. We've settled everything, I think, actually, except for Top Fuel Bike, as Colin mentioned. And what you see out there is that the reason that the track takes so much time and effort from the track crew and so much preparation is because it has to be in perfect condition. Now, you can't stick 10, 2, 5, 8,000 horsepower race cars down it unless it is.
Well, to be honest, you can't stick much down it. I've driven Super Pro cars on marginal tracks, and it's not a lot of fun.
I can imagine it isn't. It probably moves around a little too much.
Yeah, well, it's that thing of a good race car. No matter really how quick it's going, he's always pretty close to the edge.
Well, what you see the tractor doing with the sled on the back of it, if you weren't up early enough this morning, we've got the tyre rotator as well.
Yeah, I saw the rotator going up and down.
Oh, heard it. It's just the harmonics of that just go right through you. It's for good reason, I know. I get it, but my goodness. Anyway, but what they do is they prepare the racetrack by scraping rubber on top of it, and then they add glue, and it's a combination of the glue and the rubber. And also, I must add as well, it's the mixture that they use in the glue, isn't it?
Oh yeah, they cut the glue differently, and they spray different amounts on at different rates depending on
where on the racetrack and all
how warm it is out there, how much wind there is.
There's a billion variables in this, isn't there?
I'm glad they're doing it, not me.
Yeah, you bet. So that's what they're doing at the moment, just putting a fresh layer of glue down there to keep it absolutely in perfect condition for everybody out here that's still racing.
And for the big tyre cars, what the glue does more than anything is help them put rubber down. So for a big tyre car, the track doesn't need to feel really tacky. It's interesting that in the States they prep very differently depending on whether you're running drag radial cars or you're running big slick cars.
That's what was on about yesterday, because it really is complete. Because some cars, what we call dead hook, which means they don't need any tyre slip whatsoever.
Yeah, the thing with a drag radial car is that the tuning window is much smaller in the tyre. So because the sidewall doesn't compress in the same way as well, it needs to be much closer to dead hook than a big tyre car is. And that likes a tacky track.
Right.
It likes lots of glue. A big tyre car likes the glue to be set and to have rubber down there that's nice, new, soft rubber. And the two are actually quite a different thing.
It's a very different. I mean, funny enough, I've been talking to track prep about track preparation. Excuse me, with quite a few different people, and one of the things I said, funny enough, to one of the American crew chiefs was that the difference between the NHRA tracks. This is one thing that not a lot of people know as well. A track for the NHRA races are pretty much specifically prepared for fuel cars.
Yeah.
Everything else just has to kind of make do. And what I mean by that
and
is
then the pro stock cars guys complain.
Yeah, that's the one. You got it. But anyway, so what they do is fuel cars mainly need wheel slip off the start line, but not everything does, as you've just said. Now, almost everything here, except nitro cars, likes grip. Lots and lots of grip. Nitro cars, especially on the start line, tend to like they tend to like rubber, but not as much grip, so they can get the tyre slip and the wheel speed. Now, what we tend to do in Europe as well, I don't think I'm giving away any secrets, is we tend to prepare somewhere in the middle of the two, i.e. This is actually probably stickier than an NHRA track that they have in the US. However, that's not as good as you think, or not a good thing as you think. But the trouble is, it takes so long to change the preparation between one way of doing it, i.e. for the fuel cars, and then another way of doing it for, like you just said, everything else. And that's why Valdosta in Georgia, which is where they have the Manufacturers' Cup races, or the last Manufacturers' Cup race in November, out there in Georgia. Now, they have a lot of what they call small tyre bikes, which are street tyre bikes, basically, that kind of thing. Last year, they specifically prepped the track for them. That meant all the fuel bikes as well, some of the best in the world really struggled on that surface because they weren't used to it. So, apologies for the long explanation, folks, but it's very important, isn't it?
It is. It's incredibly important, and the thing is that it's really easy to see it as this is a good track or this is not a good track, and that's just not the case. The track's just different sometimes.
Absolutely.
And that's how you've got to treat it. And what we were talking about with Super Pro yesterday, and now I was explaining to you, sometimes the track, especially when it's fresh, can be great, but the way the car reacts to that can just make the car go 400 or 500 slower, which in a bracket class is massive. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the track. It's not loose. It doesn't feel loose. But just because of the way the car reacts to it. And we were talking about the rotator this morning. We were starting looking at what rotators were doing to tracks, and I've been looking at it in the States as well. And it seems interesting that everybody seems to rotate up one lane and back the other. And we haven't got good data for it yet, and if I was racing, I'd like to try and get more data for it. But there is a question of if putting the rotator on in one direction actually makes the track maybe a little bit different to actually running the rotator in the opposite direction,
not
coming down the other way.
Not better or worse, but different.
But just different. Because you're getting the grain in the rubber is actually in a different direction.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So there are people talking about that at the moment. I don't know whether it really is a thing or not yet, but I think we'll find out in a few years.
Well, it's very interesting. I mean, it is, honestly, it's like golf. You try to perfect it forever.
Yeah.
And still never quite get there anyway.
Well,
So
the cars never will perfectly run the same thing.
Yeah.
So trying to find out with those little things.
That's why when someone absolutely nails it and gets it right, that's what makes it even more amazing. So I've already called Top Fuel, FIME Super Twin Bike. I can actually see Marcus Christensen down there, so I think they're there already. Also, please, Top Fuel Bike for the semis and Pro Stock Bike as well. So Super Twin, which I think are there, Top Fuel, I've already called, Top Fuel Bike and Pro Stock Bike, please. Okay, so thank you, Colin. Big championship moment potentially coming up. Especially considering I can't see Brad.
Yeah, I can't see Brad. Oh, I think I can
now.
now.
There we go, yeah. Fair enough. Just a bit further back.
It'd have been very unusual if he couldn't.
So one of the quickest cars in Super Pro in the energy check lane is Nick Good's Lucas Oil's supercharged big block Chevy Dragster taking on Tom Atkinson with the team time is money. Cortina. Yes, that is a Cortina that runs 8s at 150 miles an hour. It's always still worth pointing out because it's still quite unbelievable you can bracket race with something like this, but you can. However, underneath it's nothing like an original Cortina. If it was, they'd have sold loads of them, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I guess.
So what we're talking about here is dial-ins. They will appear on the board at the top end in a moment for Tom Atkinson. 8.74. Tom needs to win this one and win again if he wants to be in a shout of the National Super Pro Championship in a couple of weeks' time at the National Finals.
I think Higgins just holding for a second.
All right, Nick Good. His dial-in, I think. We're just waiting for him to come up on the board. There we go. 686. Even quicker, actually.
Yeah, 874 for Tom. I mean, that's pretty quick.
As you would say, honest dial-ins, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's is very honest. I think that closing speed's just going to be so big that Nick's got to be honest.
Here we go then. Tom's going to go first. 2-0 lights. Win light goes to Tom Atkinson. That was close. Lesser of the two breakouts, actually. Nick Good was 200ths quicker in reaction time. Tom Atkinson keeps his championship chances alive with a final round place against one of these two. Will it be defending national champion Brad Jackson for Lucas Oil and Nick Good Motorsport? He's just seen the boss go down in the lane in front of him, taking on one of the cars of the event for me.
Yeah,
Sylvian Novak with that immaculate Corvette. Now again, an 8 flat, that's left him some wriggle room.
I would like to think that's left him 500ths to be looking over his shoulder and
seeing where Brad is.
Seeing where Brad is, yeah.
But, you know, Brad's one of the masters of doing this. He's very
with
good.
Brad's triple O on the tree in the last round.
Does that make you worried though? Because you're close to red lights.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter.
Didn't matter.
He pulls an 03. Sylvian Novak goes red and backs out of it. Brad, whoa, that was a. I guess he decided to keep his foot in it to see what it would do.
Yeah, he wanted the data there, definitely.
Yeah, 763 with an 03 light. Sylvian Novak, an 05 red. Still have a fantastic weekend. Our friend from France with the Corvette. Some stellar runs.
Yeah,
really good.
Absolutely awesome. And the two championship leaders got to the final.
That rarely happens, does it?
Well, it has happened in the final round at the national finals as well.
Yeah, when you won it, I know. Yeah, very good point. Good point, mate.
Yeah, but you didn't come in as the points leaders to that event. You were 4th and 5th, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I mean we were quite a long way back, really. You know, this is why I'm saying Tom keeping himself in there, going to the national finals. You can be quite a long way back and still make that big move forward if everything goes right for you.
Indeed. Chris, thanks ever so much for your
No
help,
problem.
as always, my friend.
I'll see you later for the final.
Indeed, we have one more round
And
to
it
go.
will be exciting.
We are too. Yep, they're just getting ready to go. I can see the marshals with the...
That whirring noise in the background, that's one of those aero engines again, doing one of their fire-ups. Yeah, just after 2:30. I think that's our last one today, actually. Yeah, as I say, we can see bikes, we can see some of the cars in the pairing lanes as well, but we can also see a crazy Frenchman getting into run after this pro session. Yes, of
Actually,
course.
I missed
Eric
him.
Taboul. He's just going to park up in the barn behind. Thought he was going to come around then and get a sneaky practice running.
Yeah, match race with Marcus Christensen, by the look of it, that was about to be. So, the semis for Super Twin. Marcus is actually here on his own. I'm not sure who he was supposed to be against.
Oh, sorry. Let's get the... Sorry.
Well, I can see Christian Jaeger's around there, but I think Christian is racing... Alan Davis is who's missing.
Yeah.
Because it was going to be... Actually, I beg your pardon, sorry. It's Christian Jaeger taking on Marcus Christensen, because I remember earlier, Colin, you said it was Neil Midgley. That's right, it was Neil Midgley going to be taking on Al Davis, but hopefully Al and the team are down there. I don't think they are, though, unfortunately. Alan, if you're out there and you can hear us, I do hope that it's not too bad, mate. It's such a shame as well, after all the work to get it back together again, to come round here. You see Brad Jackson up the top end, hanging about, trying to look cool. Or looking very cool,
Although
I
we've
should
had
say.
to have two Nick Good support cars go up to the top end, because obviously Nick's dragster is up there as well, and Brad contemplating this final against Tom Atkinson.
Yep, so FIME Super Twin Bike, the repeat champion, Marcus Christensen from Denmark, 6:29, and he went 6:33, I think it was, in round one. That's backed up for a new European record. Also went 220 miles an hour, which is a really nice number. He's going to be in the Auto Glim lane, taking on Christian Jaeger, who is back in the sixes with the Nitro Hunter from Germany. He's in the energy check lane. That 6.9 was very early shut off as well, so there's a lot more left in there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing Alan Davis, really, unfortunately. Well, we've got an Englishman in the final no matter what, but it would have been nice if it was a race to find out who it was.
Marcus Christensen went 6:29 to set a new European best. In qualifying, he went 6:36 in eliminations round one. Christian Jaeger kept the taps open all the way through to a 6.93 when he defeated with Mark van der Burg, setting up this semi-final matchup.
So for a place in the final, Marcus was there a year ago and won it all. Another storming run for Marcus, but Christian is right there. 6:23 for Marcus Christensen, even quicker. 218 miles an hour, outstanding stuff. His dad is overjoyed to the fact that he's Hug Job Haidson. Well done, sir. 1.13 to 60, 4:39 to the 8th mile at 170, but Christian Jaeger, however, that was all about the new champ. Well done, Marcus.
Wow.
So is it backed up? 29 backed up to 23. A little bit quicker, and he would have been too quick. For those out there listening, by the name of Pippi, 106 to 60 foot, 3:30, 2:69, 8th mile. That is exceptional. 4:04 at 184 miles an hour. Over the stripe in a 6:23, 2:18. That really makes him one of the fastest normally aspirated V-twins in the world. Yep, Neil Midgley should have been taking on Alan Davis. He's out there on his own, unfortunately. He's just going to take the green light. In case you're a little confused as to what that was, they only have to actually take the green light and move under their own power to get credited with the round win. Sometimes they run it through for lane choice. However, there really isn't any advantage to that today, especially not in a bike because you ain't got a blower in the way.
Plus the fact the brand new engine in there that
they want
Chris
to
has
save
manufactured at his own Canon engineering company.
That's right. Chris is good lad. They made the final. That's 2 back-to-back FIM finals for Neil Midgley and Chris Hannum. They were there in Hockenheim. They're there again today. What he doesn't want to do is what happened in Hockenheim, which is they burnt it in the semi-finals, didn't really have enough time to fix it for the final. Lost that one to Roman Sixter, who sadly isn't with us this weekend. We do hope he'll be coming back next year. And ironically, when Neil Midgley won that, won the first round race he won in Hockenheim, where he got to the final, was against Marcus.
Ah.
So it's a rematch of the first round from Hockenheim. However, what they've done there is they've given themselves ample time to get ready for the final because nothing was stressed, nothing was under load. So run from the 2-seater. We've got Pro Stockers, we've got Top Fuel bikes and Top Fuel cars not too far away as well. So 2-seater run. So what's Paul Brown got for his passenger this time? 778, 172. So
right.
Steve Willett and the dealer waiting to run round there. I'm not sure. Remind us of have you got the pairings?
I have
somewhere?
indeed, yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought I was looking at Pro Stock car then.
That's all right. No, it may be them next, actually.
They are in the lanes. In actual fact, all of the bikes are down there, actually. Pro Stock semi-finals is Frederick Fredlin taking on the Bish and Martin Newbury taking on Bertrand Maurice. Super Strike, Venn taking on Steve Mead. Yannick Richard and Morgan's Lund. And a Top Fuel bike is Fast Phil taking on Steve Woollett. Richard Gustafsson taking on Al Smith. That is two great semi-finals.
What I'm looking at is I'm looking at Steve Woollett. I can't see Phil or the team wandering around anywhere. I do hope they're not too far away. We're rolling around Pro Stock anyway, and over my shoulder appears the legend himself, that is Mr. Sundqvist. Good afternoon again, sir. Very nice to have you back up here.
Legend or legend?
Legend.
Legend.
I just want to say as well publicly, thank you very much.
Maybe too old.
No. Just want to say thank you very much indeed for looking after me at Mansfield Park earlier this year. I had a terrific time. It was really, really good.
That was really my pleasure to have you over here, over there in Sweden.
Don't be silly.
Helping out that the revival out.
This
that
lot
was very good.
This lot can't wait to get rid of me, so they were probably glad I went. But yeah, no, just a couple of quick words about that event, because Mansfield Park obviously was where we used to go FIA drag racing in Sweden. Now obviously Tierp Arena, but like you just mentioned, the revival race there. It's kind of a gathering of a lot of people, clubs, everything, isn't it?
It is, definitely, and lots of the new style or the new classes that we've seen under the ET regulation with the Pro AT, Super Pro AT, like bracket classes, and of course Top Door Slammer for that type of. I mean, everyone is hoping for something's going to happen at Mantorp Park, but maybe won't believe it will be on this kind of level.
We just have to wait and see, but it was, I mean, if anybody hasn't been for a while, it's a great event. It's really worth going to check out. It was very hot, which was nice. I like that bit.
Yeah, and from this season, they're really trying to bid on it to get more of the vintage cars into various classes. We had them at the first year, last year for the revival, but then some other decisions was made for this year, but hopefully next year but I think it will stay on that level, approximately.
It was very enjoyable, and once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Might become a regular thing. So, Pro Stock, for me anyway. FIA Pro Stock semi-finals, #1 qualifier, Jimmy Orland has low ET of the weekend so far, but Bengt Ljungdahl put down a real good run in round one, didn't he?
Well, he did, 6.55. And, I mean, just looking at the ETs, it's 100 of a second in the difference between them. But, as you said, a very quick 6.54 made Jimmy, or gave him the lane choice. And he tried out the right-hand lane during the qualifying, even though I thought that most of the guys are choosing the left-hand lane, but whatever. He did put Bengt in that lane and managed to squeeze another 100 of a second in with the lowest 6.54.
What was the problems that Bengt and the team are having in qualifying? Because they only put down one run, really, didn't they? I mean, I think that was the first one way back on Friday.
I think you know Bengt as good as me. You ask question once, and then you realize whether you should hang
say
around his neck.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they have problems, and like I said from the beginning, track is definitely perfect condition. Weather is very good, and we've been talking about the reason for tire shakes and maybe underpowering the start line is really a key thing here.
Not enough. Big hole shot, visible hole shot for Jimmy Orland, 10th of a second. Bengt Ljungdahl won't make that up. It will be Jimmy in the final.
Yeah.
6.55 takes out a 6.58. However, the win margin was 0.12. Yep. Jimmy, I must admit, I thought Jimmy was razor sharp on the tree. He was actually 0.6. It was Bengt at 0.16 that made Jimmy's run, or made Jimmy's launch look quicker than that anyway. 4.21 to the 8th mile for Jimmy Orland at 1.68. He'll like those numbers. Bengt wasn't far behind by then, however, yeah.
I think in the previous run, they were both on 4.21, so they were pretty equal performance-wise there. And we already know that if Robin does what he should, he's in the final.
The thing for me... the thing that I can never help thinking about as well, obviously all these guys come from Sweden, is it's a long ride home again.
It is.
Benk has got 9 months to think about that till next May back here again, isn't he? Really, you know.
Yeah, hopefully he spends a lot of thinking around his business as well, not just this. But yeah, you got a point there.
Oh, it's the trouble is your last run of the season hangs with you.
Oh yeah.
No matter whether
really
it's good,
does.
bad, or whatever. And I remember years and years ago, John Force, the first time he won the championship, but in Pomona, his last run of the season, he rolled the lights, and so he didn't run the car. He just backed up and looked at the lights and clicked it off, and he was just kind of upset about it till the next year afterwards. So he didn't get a chance to enjoy the fact he won the title because he was so busy worrying about what the mistake that he made, if it was a mistake indeed.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. And well, without saying any more about Bengt, he's a good guy, but he's very concerned about whatever action in racing and also his business.
Robin Noren.
Yeah, we found out they have been on a program for 3 years now. I mean, they started off very easy.
Excuse me, 6:56. Sorry, Bjorn. Yeah, go on.
I was about to say, is he going for lane choice? And then I thought, well, is it possible? No.
He almost got it.
Dead.
Well, he had tyre shake. You can see it from up here very clearly before 60 foot. But if you look at the 60 foot for him, 0.967. He was quicker than Jimmy Orland to the 8th mile with a 420 at 166.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a way to go. Well done.
And what I remember from early performance is 423 at the 8th mile and fairly quick on the tree as well, 0.96, 0.97.
Awesome stuff.
Okay, so we have a final in Pro Stock then.
We do indeed. Bjorn, as always, it's a pleasure. Thank you, sir. And we are on with the semi-finals of FIA Top Fuel Dragster. So everyone out there, if you're not in a viewing area, come on, you know what to do. The good news is I can see. The good news is for the Top Fuel bikes and everything, I've seen Phil in his leathers and everything else as well. So it looks like it's all going to happen. We're on with the semi-finals of Top Fuel. Welcome back up into the tower, Barry Sheevels. Which actually dispels the rumour that you're one of Granny Turismo, because I can see them over there. So I'm just kidding.
That's a good one.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
So no, Bob, you owe me a tenner for saying it. Anyway, I'm only kidding, mate. It's good to see you back up here, and Pella as well. My goodness me, I thought the sun went in. There we go. He's a big lad, our Pella, isn't he? So it should be Liam against Patrick.
Patrick's not going to make it, unfortunately. When I said that he was out there pedalling, he was actually pedaling it on and off the throttle for 6 different times, and the car absolutely shook itself to pieces.
Oh,
he even
dear.
broke the screen.
Wow.
Yeah. A lot of engine damage and everything else. So.
That doesn't do a lot for your melon, does it? That? Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so we...
See, that's how hard they shake, folks.
Yeah.
They shake so hard, they break chassis rails, they break parts, they break pieces, windscreens.
Yeah.
Imagine
And the economy.
And the economy, and your bank balance.
And your bank balance, yeah.
Yeah, Nitro is the best solvent in the world. It dissolves bank balances and marriages instantly. So Liam Jones finally gets some luck at his home race.
I was just about to say exactly the same, Darryl. At least it's given Liam a bit of luck, because he's had a pretty terrible season, yeah.
Well, the amazing thing for
highs
him
and
is
lows.
he's run so well at times and hasn't made it out of round one.
Yeah.
This weekend, not been where they want to be, but he's going to be in the final.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, about time. Well, he has a chance of taking a win at his home race. That must be awesome. I can see Maya down here ready to watch as well. So, yeah, you were saying about Patrick, so it was the engine and the car. It wasn't just the motor.
Everything. He's wrecked quite a bit of stuff there, yeah. But, you know, Liam drives for Una, and he would shut off when Patrick owns everything. So you're never going to shut off. You know, if you can afford to pay for it, you just keep going. I've got everything crossed for Liam. I really have. I'm even wearing his T-shirt.
Well, that's killed his chances straight away, well. Very, very short burnout for Liam Jones. Now, this is a bye run, folks, so it may not be a full run.
I don't think so, actually. I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, if it's his sensible situation to here because I know they are short on parts.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to do a short to make sure that the car works and they're prepared for the final.
Basically, all he's got to do is actually get into stage and break the beam, and he's into the finals. So it would make a lot of sense, as Pelle says, to actually just break the beam and perhaps check out to see if they've got the right sort of clutch settings, etc. for.
The difference is, though, the throttle stopper's come off, and they're setting the car up. It may only be to 60 foot, just to see if Runa has cured the shake problem.
Absolutely, could be, yeah.
So there will be a young man from the UK in the final, and it will be that lad right there.
Yeah.
There we go. For the first time all weekend, it doesn't shake, and you can't drive it all the way down the track. 844 to 60 foot, which is around about where they want to be. I should.
Perfect, yeah.
But we also know that the track temperature now is about 82, 83, so I mean things is starting to be, I mean, like the situation it should be.
It could be perfect for anything with nitro in it, let's put it that way.
Correct, yeah.
You got it.
And it will be even more perfect in a couple of hours when the final.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's warming up nicely. I mean, when I saw the weather forecast, ladies and gentlemen, the CBD team, the UK are in the final of FIA Top Fuel. This is Liam's first final in England, isn't it?
It's a great feeling, I got to tell you. Yeah.
Just a quickie from the tower. We've still got loads of other stuff to see, including MSA FIA Pro Modified. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified, down into the pairing lanes, please.
Our next pair. Excuse me, I shouldn't have stopped talking.
It's wearing out, isn't it? It's going.
Oh my God!
I'm not surprised.
Thank God, says everybody.
Yeah, thank God for that.
So an awful lot of work, I think, for both of these. Anita Mekula, even though she's the champion and she's in the semi-finals, they've had a horrible weekend, especially breakage-wise, as has India. I was standing down there when she came back and said to her dad, "Oh, everything's gone back."
I mean, basically, this is the motor from Ketty's car, so this because she has nothing to repair. That's a good thing having two cars. You can share the parts in between you.
Excuse us, Colin's redirecting my eyes towards what is going to be a fantastic semi-final, and he's also going to get a hoof in a minute somewhere where he shouldn't. Right. So, Anita, now 4-time European champion. Yeah, that's what it was. And taking on India. I think India's going to be number 3 in the championship. She's raced Anita a couple of times this season, hasn't come out on top. These are both 3.8-second race cars. If Anita's team can hit it right, they could be the first in the 370s. However, the Monster Energy team from Switzerland wants the same thing. The entire Urbacher team and the entire Chicken team on the line to see this one. That's a flyer. 382, 313 miles an hour for Anita. Oh my word, look at that 60-foot time again. 0.822 to 60 for Anita. 214 to 330, 8th mile, 305 at 382 miles an hour. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that was awesome, look out there to where those two blocks are in the centre of the racetrack. By the time Anita got there, she was doing 382 miles an hour.
200. Well,
I was just making it sound better. Thank you very much. And by the time she went over the finish line, 313 miles an hour. You can go to work tomorrow or school or whatever you want to do. You can tell everybody you just saw a car accelerate to over 300 miles an hour in 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Absolutely. India with tyre shake around about a couple of 100 foot out, and that was her weekend done. Still a good effort, though, Colin.
Yeah. But at 60 foot, look, they both actually hooked up and went to the 60 foot mark.
Yeah,
Give them a big cheer, though. Look at the teams celebrating like mad. They're going to pick up their drivers from the top end. Give them a big cheer.
Well, India got past the shake zone, which is around about 60 foot, and had a point at 8.39 60 foot, so they were going for it. Give them a cheer, folks. That's India Urbacker's team. A massive amount of work to come back after the first round explosion.
And what you can see is actually, but in both lanes, absolutely perfect tyre tread from the start line.
We haven't seen that all weekend,
but that is beautiful, perfect.
Isn't it funny, Pella, that you don't miss you don't miss Top Fuel racing over the winter when you're not working on the car or spending the money or everything. But when someone runs quick, that's the second you miss it, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the part. It's very hard when you're here not to. I mean, I have the same heartbeat, and you know. When those days when I was smoking, even if we didn't bring the car, I always needed to do something nervous.
That was always because you were going to race me. You had to have a cigarette.
Could be.
And yeah, most people were nervous if you red lighting against them, mate. That's what it was. Just kidding. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time again. Top Fuel Bike right now. You might want to stick around and watch this, though.
I do, actually.
Just as Hartsfield dodges burnout very quickly into the bearing lanes, cleats Firestorm and Fire Force cleats the two Jet cars.
Well, I hate to say, I think with this run, and the reason I hate to say it is because I can't see Rickard Gustafsson. Fast Phil is going to be European champion again on the Top Fuel Bike. It's a great thing for the team. Commiserations to Rickard. We'd have much rather, as I'm sure he would, seen a race from it after all the effort. Steve Willett from the UK Auto Glim Lane. Fast Phil from Greece with the Gulf Oils Puma Top Fuel machine. Owner of 2 of the 3 quickest time slips on the planet for a Top Fuel Bike. And there might be another one here. This is a goodie. 570 at 244. 645 for Steve Willett, and he looked like he had the handbrake on. Short numbers, 60 foot for Phil, 0.975. 8th mile, 374 at 204. That's exactly what he ran yesterday. I think they backed it down a little bit for the last part of the racetrack. Now, I know you're a kart guy, Barry, but how phenomenal is that?
Amazing, absolutely amazing. And this guy who's coming out now in the left-hand lane here,
good mate of
mine from Nottingham, and we have been actual drag racing friends for probably going on for 30 years now. So
he's a really good guy. He's a very good fabricator,
and
he's also one hell of a Top Fuel bike rider as well.
I mean, he's got his own bike that he's building as well. This is one he's riding.
I think he might stick to this one though after this weekend.
He probably will, yeah.
Yeah, he went 6-2 in qualifying, and he's going to race Fast Phil in the final. Awesome first event in FIM for Al Smith.
Yeah.
Let's see how far they take it as well, because they might want to save it for the final round. Sadly, no Rickard Gustafsson. Well, he lifted that on purpose. Let's have a quick look at the numbers again. 103 to 60 foot, exactly where he was before. 413 at 166 to the 8th. He'd already backed out of it by then. That's why the speed had dropped slightly. 711. He gets a date with the European record holder in the final. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, well, when I spoke to him early on in the weekend, he only just wanted to make it from A to B. So to go through rounds and get to the final, he's going to be ecstatic.
I spoke to him earlier, and he said, you know, before round 1, he said I could pack up and go home now, and I was so happy.
Yeah. He's a good guy.
Indeed.
A good guy.
So we've got semi-finals of Pro Stock Bike coming up. But we have no Bertrand Maurice, who's still in the water box, unfortunately. Oh, what a great shame. It's going to be a bye run for Martin Newbury. The championship's already decided in favour of Mr. Frederick Fredland, who's under the tower as well. What a great shame for the Frenchman. Really good first round win. So it's going to be Martin. It's going to be one man from the UK in the final at least. Well, that's, oh no, yeah, at least, because Martin Bishop's down there waiting to race Freddie. He won't be in the 7.0s with that 60-foot, oh, drifting out towards the wall. Good job he had a freebie that time, actually, because I think they missed the tune a little bit on the start line. 1.12 to 60-foot and out towards the wall. Will it be a Martin against Martin? Will it be an all-UK semi-final in Pro Stock Bike? So Martin Bishop went well into the 7.3s earlier, over 181 miles an hour, but he's taking over. He's taking on even, possibly taking over, who knows. New European champ, Frederick Fredland. I don't know whether you've ever seen this, Colin, but our good buddy Pippi has a knack of making some really awesome hero cards. And my favourite of all time is the one that he made of Frederick.
It's got to be a caricature, because it wouldn't be a normal photo, surely.
It was a moomin on a scooter.
Right, okay.
It was fantastic. Oh, Martin with problems, the curse of the energy check lane twice in a row. Well, both bike riders that were lined up to run there sadly didn't make it. Freddie with a bye run to race Martin Newbury. That's a shocker. And also a real big shame for Martin Newbury. So let's see if Freddie runs it all the way through. 107 to 60, drifting out towards the centre line. He's got to bring that back in. 708 at 187. The steering, the way he steers, that's really interesting. To make it go right, he puts his right leg out, which creates kind of an air dam and tries to bring the bike back in a straight line. So it's Freddie against Martin for all the marbles in FIM Pro Stock Bike.
Into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have Pro ET for your semi-finals, please? I've already called the two Jets. And Eric Taball is down here as well for his run of the day. But okay. This is Super Street Bike semi-finals time. Venn went 6.82 in the previous round. He went 6.92 in round one. He qualified with a 6.80. Are we going to see a 6.7 something? Oh, it'd be absolutely phenomenal. Steve Mead rode the race of his life to beat Graham Boucham in the previous round. He went 7.02 to beat Graham 6.98. The gap was 16 inches between the pair of those.
That was his personal best as well, actually, on that run. Here we go. Short numbers, 120 to 60 foot for Venn. Is this going to be the one? Not quite. It seems to be a 680 bracket bike today.
Steve Lou's out with a 7.05 at 202, but what a weekend.
Still a terrific effort for Steve Mead.
Right, Yannick Richard has made it through to the semi-finals, got past Rick Stubbins when Rick went red in round one. Daniel Lenks was his next victim, went 7.34. Now he's up against Mogenslund, went 6.97 in round one, 6.99 in round two.
Yannick is going to pull another one out of the bag here. I mean, but that 7.34, they're still really, really happy with everything this weekend, the Richard brothers. But it's a big ask against Mogens.
Mogens pulling away. Yannick's not giving up on it though, but it's all Mogens. And he goes 6.97.
208 miles an hour. Unbelievably, he's got 1500ths to find in the final against Steve Venables. That's just monstrous, isn't it? 7.46, fabulous weekend for the Richard brothers, 191 miles an hour. They actually both, lovely guys, they both came over and said, thank you very much, Santapod. They've had the weekend of their lives, actually. They've both run quicker and faster than I think they ever thought they were going to, which is a nice problem to have.
Junior drag bikes, semi-finals. We have got Maggie Talbot taking on Blade Dummer. Of course, Meg won the championship again. And then we have Liam Holgate on a solo. So Blade Dummer appears into the energy check lane. His dial-in is 8.36. Meg will be leaving first, 9.61. After the bikes, I do believe it's Pro Mod semi-final. Don't forget, this is the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. Trust me, when these guys and girls go over the age of 18, they'll be wanting to go the full quarter on something a lot quicker.
So new champ, or repeat champ actually, Maggie Talbot, away first.
Blade closing in. And takes it 8.45 to lose out at a breakout, 9.60. Meg got there first by 0.008. But she broke out in the process.
Well, she wasn't going to win, actually. Look at the reaction times as well. 0.20, 0.29 for Maggie. Well, she still goes home with a championship trophy. That's still not a bad day's work, is it really?
Very good indeed.
Okay, Liam is in the final. We've got Pro Mod semis round the back of the tower. And we've also got Eric Taball.
So, how well is judged? 8.22 for Liam. 8.29. Good shot. Liam is his spot in the final.
It's unusual you have a practice run in the semis before the final at the European finals, isn't it? Just want to say as well, commiserations to the Rosen family after coming over from Germany to try and win the bike championship. They really did put up a fight, and it was cool to see.
All right, FIA and MS UK Pro Modified. Jimmy Orland dodged a bullet in 6.78 round 1. 5.82 got it all together to get past John Tebenham in round 2. Now he's got Jean Delemont, the latest member of the 5 Second Club this weekend.
They're all 5 second
two
runners.
entrants into the club this weekend.
Yeah.
Dmitry Samirikov, and goodness me, he had a little peep in, and then he just barged the door completely open.
5.84.
Yeah, that was smashing it down completely after he got in.
The car was always going to do it. The thing is that he was effectively not learning to drive, but getting more comfortable with it, wasn't he? Yeah. And when he was comfortable with it, he made quite a few 6.0s in TIEP, and came here and made a couple of 6.0s, a couple of 5.99s as well here, and one earlier today. And him and Adam must have had a conversation earlier that went along the lines of, right, let's go.
Yeah,
exactly that. And he did a great job as well.
Absolutely,
really good job.
yeah, perfect run. And the team from Jean Delemont were very happy with the first 5 second run.
Well, the thing is, honestly, he could actually pack up and go home now and not ever come back again, because that's the kind of thing that you can't repeat, I don't think. You could probably try again and again and again.
Oh, he will.
Never get close. I'm sure he'll try.
Yeah.
But you're never going to get close to that. The feeling, well, 2 feelings. One, whole shot win against Mats Eriksson to go into the semi-finals of Pro Mod at the finals, and your first 5 second run at all at exactly the same time.
Yeah, but Jean is getting help from the US, from Switzer Dynamics. They are the absolute best in the nitrous Pro Mod. They are also doing the Khalid Al-Baluchi car, and they are helping Jean out. So it might even go quicker this run.
I noticed he's gained some Dutch crew guys for this round.
Who?
John.
Dutch crew guys?
Yeah.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And yeah, look.
And Ferry behind.
Exactly.
Sean and Ferry from the Voodoo Hemi team are helping out Jean, pointing it back.
Yeah,
that's
funny. What I mean. I know. It's an interesting addition. So the Voodoo Hemi team thought they were having the day off, and not.
Yeah.
However,
they're still in the semi-final.
John's giant killing day is going to do well to continue, because he's got the outgoing European Pro Mod champ, Jimmy Orland, in the old 51. For Summit Racing and Magnus Pedersen in the energy check lane to get round. He went 5.82, John went 5.99. However, if John was any sharper on the tree, he'd have cut himself, I think.
Yeah, it was a good one. 0.04, I think.
I bet you he probably got Brandon out of bed in the States and went, right, we're in the semi-finals, give me the 570 tune-up now.
Yeah, or let it burn down the ground, the engine down.
Yeah, no, don't be doing that. So France against Sweden. How cool is it to see a French Pro Mod in the mix at the late rounds?
Yeah,
an FIA
it's about
race.
time. He's trying so long and so hard.
He had some rotten luck for so many years. It's about time it went the right way. Here we go. Oh!
Look at Sean.
All over the place again. 6:25 at 2:40. They
he's in the
could
final.
not care. Jimmy Orland double steps on the start line. Unbelievable. Do you know what's really unbelievable about that? That was what he did in the first race of the year, and it's what he's done in the last race of the year in Pro Mod as well. He did that at the Door Slammers against Mickey Nord, and he's done it again now. I mean, Jim's been around a long while, but obviously that just threw his routine slightly because John went in the deep stage.
Yeah.
Well, Jan Eriksson wants to crown his victory season with another win.
Of course, yeah. Well, it would be good for the points for David if David won, especially now Jimmy is out.
I was just working this out. If David wins this, he gets third in the points.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because Jimmy's gone out, David will overtake Jimmy.
Yep.
He still has the potential, I think, if he wins the event, to overtake Mickey for 2 as well.
Very tight, very tight.
However, there is a little bit of a twist to that because he does have a wounded.
Yeah. It's, the engine is limping.
Well, let's see how it limps against the new European champion, shall we?
Yeah. Well, they still run 580s, so it's not that bad.
It's a limping 580 Pro Mod, eh?
Well, I'm not biased, but we're guaranteed 2 Camaros in the final.
Oh, behave. So, Jan Eriksson, #1 on the car next year. David Vector, either 3 or 2.
Come on, David. Oh, sorry.
Come on, Jan.
Don't do that. Look at this.
Don't waste a great run, and he did.
No.
584 at 239.
It was a huge red light.
The thing is, I think, without being rude, if you look at the ETs, look, Jan Eriksson 383 to the 8th. Same for David.
Yeah.
Jan Eriksson was 06 on the tree. It would have been close, but David, well, that's the way, kind of the way to end the season with a 580, but not on a red light. I said this to Bjorn earlier. The problem is that when your last run of the season stays with you all winter, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's also a red light.
That's what I was going to say, that, you know, you have like 8 months to think about it. You have the whole trip home to think about it. It's just...
Yeah. And you have your crew members to remind you.
And the commentators to remind you of it all the time as well. But there we go. Your final, not much of a surprise, Janny Eriksson. Wonderful surprise, Sean Dillamont. Dick.
That's his first ever FIA final.
Yeah, he's only ever won a couple of rounds before. Dick, really appreciate your help, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me here.
We've got to get down to the start line for another treat. Ladies and gentlemen on the bank and in the grandstands, if you haven't been here so far this weekend, we really do have a treat for you. If you think you've seen some quick stuff, hold your breath. From the south of France, on the quickest and fastest machine on the planet on 2 wheels, Mr. Eric de Boul, everybody. Eric has put in 2 runs so far this weekend, isn't he? He did 1 Friday, 1 Saturday. This is the one for today. Conditions are lovely as well. He's definitely not got a breeze to send him off in any other direction or whatever. Still trying to get over that. Both Pro Mod semis.
Pro Mod teams just going up to the top end to collect their drivers, and they get them set for the final. Another one for me, actually. Can I have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator into the lanes. All Pro finals are set, obviously, now.
Awesome. I was just, well, the top end cam probably where it doesn't want to be near David Vector at the moment because he's probably not a happy boy. Anyway, Dave and team, great effort, as Jan Eriksson too. I think Jan did the smart thing for once, actually clicked it off before the finish line to save it for the final. That reminds me of when Roger Moore raced Mickey Gallquist in the final of the European finals a few years back. That was kind of unlikely as well. So Eric getting himself set, ready to go. The couple of runs so far this weekend, the one yesterday was fantastic. Was it 5-3 yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. I do apologise not being able to remember better than that, but for the simple reason we do see Eric quite a lot, and he really is that good. Absolutely. So if you haven't seen this bike before, this is something completely different to anything that you have seen so far today. Drag racing very much is the rock and roll end of motorsport for the simple reason that everything is faster and louder than everything else. Just when you think you've seen the most mental thing in your life, something else comes along just to make it, you know, that much more special. Now this bike, like I said, is a rocket. Now you've seen jets earlier on today. They're turbine powered, so they make a whine, they make a very, very big noise, and obviously flames out the back from the afterburner. This is a rocket. It is not anything like the rocket that you've seen taking off from Cape Canaveral on the TV. Those rockets actually build up loads of steam, and they make a lot of noise, and then they just erupt off into the atmosphere. What Eric's bike does, it's completely silent. It's very, very quiet indeed, apart from a few pops and bangs. And the reason for that is it's very similar to the rocket that they used to land on the moon with, in so much as it's thrust propelled, and that's it, Tog. There we go. That's all. I'll stop there. Anyway, now what it is, what's in the tanks is a bunch of chemicals, basically hydrogen peroxide in one, and something else in, and a silver screen, and the chemical reaction is set off by Eric putting the fluid from one against the screen. Does it expand on the screen? Aha, that's how it works. The hydrogen peroxide, thank you, Tog, is sprayed on the mirrors and the screen in the tank. Yep, it is a screen in the tank, and it reacts and expands at such a rate that is what is forced out of the rear thrusters and produces all of that horsepower. And produces the steam, and then when the pressure gets to the correct level, that cameraman up the top end is very brave, keep following Dave around everywhere. Yeah, the pressure gets to the correct level, he kicks the button, and all of that force and energy and thrust is forced out the back, and it accelerates Eric off at a rate of knots that is just unbelievable. So it will be completely quiet throughout the process where the chemicals are, like I said, mixing and reacting with each other. When he's ready to go and the pressure in the tank is correct, he'll give us the thumbs up. When he's ready, we will give him the traditional rocket countdown from 5 to 1 and then go. I'd like you to all join in with that in a moment, please. But for now, Mr. Eric de Boer. Ladies and gentlemen, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Eric is on a flyer. 5:32, 262 miles an hour. Did I mention that was slightly back something? Yes, it was unbelievable. 0.96 to 60 foot, 2.46 to 330. 8th mile, 3.58 seconds at 234 miles an hour. Over the stripe with the 532 at 262. And by the looks of it, we won't have to pick him out of the field for a change, which is nice. And the most unbelievable thing about that is he was probably coasting over the finish line as well.
He was, yeah, he did actually nose his front wheel into the field. He didn't go all the way in, but he certainly put his front in there yesterday. Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp for your semi-finals.
Well, we have more jets. We actually have the Fire Force Jet Funny Car and Firestorm as well. I think we are at finals of all of our pro classes. We're about to run, like you just said, Colin, Pro ET semis. Are we at semis of all of our sportsmen?
Yep, we are, yes. We reckon, given them turnaround time, the pro finals about 5 o'clock-ish. That I've been informed that by race control. So we are doing very, very well indeed today. As you say, Pro ET semi-finals. First up, Mike Lacey, Ben Newsom. And of course, Pro ET all racing in memory of A.D. Randall that tragically passed away yesterday. But he was at the place that he loved, probably more than anywhere else in the world. Dial-ins, Mike Lacey, 9:02. Ben Newsom's going to be leaving first, 11:60. Well, Mike Lacey goes red. Ben Newsom into the final.
Oh, Mike Lacey, bad on both ends of the racetrack. Red on the tree and breaks out too. Ben Newsom did too, but Mike had already gone red by then.
Yeah, Ben with the 09 light, but Mike was 05 the wrong side.
I do think as well. Is that Liam down there on the start line with Karen?
It is,
yeah.
No, sorry, no, that's...
My apologies, sorry. I just found Karen a bit emotional because it was actually Karen and Mike who AD used to hang around with a lot and help out. Liam, I do apologise, mate. I'm sorry, I didn't know that wasn't you. Will Clark and Gino Bernardine for a place against Ben Newsom, who is now points leader.
Will Clark taking on Gino. Gino looking for a 9:32. Will a 10:08.
Gino's already caught him.
And he takes
Gino
it,
took the win.
9:41.
Oh. Will Clark was over the stripe first, but it ended up being an ill-gotten gain.
Right, Supercomp semi-final number 1. This for a place in the final against Phil Bennett, who has a solo coming up next. It's going to be Steve Hudson against Leah Kellett.
Wow, Steve Hudson with a big
All
move
over
out
the
towards
place.
the wall. Leah just needs to back off. Nicely done, 9:36. Steve Hudson with a serious directional issue that time. Yeah, Angie, who needs CPR or like what is it? The yeah. Anyway, if with things like that going on, Angie's definitely breathing heavy after that one. So, Phil Bennett with Grandad's Dragster.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic weekend for Phil in Grandad's Dragster. An 8:92 in quali.
Yeah, and a great reaction time earlier on as well, and an 8:92. Does it again, 0-1 on the tree. Yeah, cruises it on through, he's in the final, he's going to be getting a trophy, he's going to be racing for a trophy. Is it a big trophy or is it a small one? We're going to find out. It'll either be him or Leah. I think Leah's actually defending event champ, if I'm not wrong, Colin, is that right?
Yeah, it's getting to the stage where, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, and I know the team are going to take this the right way as well, but I dread it when Leah gets to trophy presentations.
Don't worry. I think Dan and Phil are going to be trying to do something about that, aren't
Well,
they?
regardless, she's going to be there. When she wins, she becomes quite loud.
I don't think she needs to win to do that, mate.
We do have a lot of fun with Leah in trophy presentations, and she did say to me on social media when the next trophy presentation she's at that I'm hosting, she's going to be a bit verbal because she said, "Are you proud of me for being quiet at the last one?" I said I was disappointed. That's a red rag to a bull. I shouldn't have said that, should I? So, Leah.
One of the things about being paid to talk, Colin, is you need to know when to.
Yeah.
Along with what to say as well, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely.
No, it's great fun with Leah. She's
cool.
a good girl. She's good fun.
Absolutely.
And,
she's come a long way since
has.
she started racing only a few years ago. Right, so semi-finals of Street Eliminator. Andy Bond on a speed record, went 212 miles an hour, I think, earlier today. Taking on Nick Howell. As we said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, these cars are fully street legal. They're actually running on street tyres. They could pull off the end of the racetrack.
Alan Medley messaged me.
Go on.
You know when Jill sort of left way before the tree ran and Andy Bond still went sailing past her at the finish line? Alan Medley said, well, she was going for the photo finish. Which I thought was very well put.
She thought she was giving herself a chance.
Yeah, good fun, that one.
So Nick Howell in the big block Mercedes, you don't get many of them, against Andy Bond. Andy, 115 to 60 foot for Andy Bond. This is going to be even quicker. 690.
Oh my God,
690. Talk about raising the bar. 210.88 miles an hour, which I think backs up the speed record. He's gone too quick for the ET mark, though, isn't he? Well, 699. Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's gone too... Well, he hasn't. He's got another run. Mark Todd.
He's just seen that.
He's in the water box when that happened. Now, the number plate on this car is STP Santapod 685J. You work it out. I hope he can do that in the final, because that's going to be an epic final. To get that big old thing that Andy Bond's got to move to 1.15 60 foot is amazing. Again, street legal. Let's see what Mark Todd can do. Mark Todd to 60 foot in 115 as well.
But he backed out of it.
I think there was tyre slip out there somewhere. Well, that sets up one hell of a final. They both had identical 60 foot times, actually, 1.15, the both of them. Mark Todd went over 200 miles an hour, low 7 seconds in qualifying. That's going to be one of a race in the final. I did say back on Thursday, didn't I? We're going to stop people going home until they've at least watched the Street Eliminator final, because it's going to be cool.
Yeah, but 690, for goodness sake. Unbelievable.
Well, I think, apart from Junior Dragster, actually, I think we're at final rounds for everything, aren't we?
Yeah, no, sorry, Super Gas is the other one that we haven't had yet.
Then we're going to be on a little bit of a hold, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the worst day to be having a little break while we gather all of our finalists for your viewing pleasure before we hand out the trophies at the end of the day. It's been an amazing day in many respects. I always think it's incredible as well that a whole season's work, effort, travelling, all the late nights, money, all the other stuff that goes into it, all comes down to one afternoon in September in England. It's just an amazing way to cap everything off.
And not only that, we've been blessed with superb weather today as well. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, we've had some rain during the event, but it hasn't prevented us from getting the job done each day. We just lost a little bit of time on Friday night where we didn't run the bikes late in the evening for obvious reasons. But they had their 3 runs on Saturday as well, so they lost absolutely no qualifying runs whatsoever. Yeah, I had a little rant yesterday morning about that. But for the last time today, Firestorm, Roger Goring, he has had some phenomenal runs. He's had 2 runs, 6.0 something. And after that, it will be Martin Hill with Fire Force 3. I can see Junior Dragster around the corner, and then the only other class to run their semi-final is Super Gas, and they are around there as well. And you know, we only had like the semi-final for Nostalgia Funny Car with Tim Garlick and Tony Betts, and Tony proceeded to win that one. But then we didn't have obviously have Paul Harris because he's broken
Harris,
the car. So the final would be Tony Betts.
Okay.
But no, we're going to have a match race instead. So
Why not?
Apache is going to come back down and they're going to have a match race. So I'm really pleased about that.
Well, I hope that it hopefully gives Tim Garlick and the team one more run to suss out what he can do to get it all the way through again. I thought he was on it on the last one. I really did. So Junior Dragster semis ready. Jet cars ready.
So Roger Goring, Helen, and of course Jimmy the Jet. This is Firestorm. Helen takes her customary place on the front of the jet, gives a big thumbs up. And Roger starts his flame show.
Yeah.
So there we go then, Roger Goring comes up to the start line, goes deep and doesn't matter, here he goes.
116 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 419, 194, 611, 263 miles an hour.
He's had a fantastically consistent car this weekend. The only reason he went 6-1 on that is because he went deep stage. That would have been another 6-0. Look at the wind conditions out there, Darryl. It's gone. There's nothing. The turbines have stopped rotating. The flags are just
died,
limp apart from one of them, which must be flying for Anita.
I was just going to say that's the Finnish flag. Yeah, it's because it's Anita, isn't it?
And the aero engine fired up behind the main grandstand once again.
Just to let everybody know while we put Martin Hill in place. Yes, we are going to have a break while we assemble all of our finalists. However, we are still going to do our level best to entertain you. We have Mr. Terry Grant and Mr. Lee Bowers down there with their respective vehicles out there in no man's land between the barrier and the spectator banking. I'm going to head up the top end fairly shortly to go and try and catch some words from what will be our winners in as many classes as I possibly can, obviously. We've got 2 more classes to run the semi-finals 2, or 4, sorry. And it's 20 to 4 in the afternoon. I could do it like this every week, you know. In fact, not only that, I could do it like this every event, every day.
What a fantastic crowd we have had this weekend, and they have been treated to some phenomenal performances, fair to say. Records tumbling yesterday, records going today as well.
Just another quick count. How many of you, hands up, who's been here since Thursday?
All Friday.
All Friday, come on.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few. Well, you do get time to go home and have a shower tonight. However, you do get to tell all the folks and annoy all the folks at work or wherever you're going tomorrow just about how much of an epic weekend it certainly was. So Martin Hill with the funny car. I only know that because I could see the shadow underneath us.
Well, put it this way, if you look out the front and look out the back, you can't see anything. It's the
It's
funny
because
car.
it's a funny car, yeah.
And if you can see something, because it's longer, it will be 5 Force 5. So just getting him set. There it goes. Turbine now winds over. Well, those of you that are tuned in via the live feed here from Santa Barbara Raceway, you are getting a great side-on shot of Martin Hill with Fire Force 3 as he rolls forward. But what you can't see at the moment is Richie stood out in front and he gives the signal to blast the afterburner. Martin Hill starts his show. So Richie looking on, he's quite happy with progress at the moment. So as the turbine is wound right up, Martin Hill, the afterburner pops are going to get louder.
Oh, good.
That is the most insane thing being in this tower when Martin Hill runs.
It certainly is clearing out your bag at the end of the weekend on it as well. Oops, and everything nearly landed on you.
Just destroyed the fan next door. That was quite amusing to watch. Here we go then. Martin Hill, give Richie a big wave. Because here he goes for the last time this weekend at the European Finals. Martin Hill disappears into the distance. Wow, 5.81 at 276 miles an hour. His quickest run in the weekend in Fire Force 3.
That man is a born entertainer.
Yeah. Well, he lost a fan on that run because the fan that was up here blowing air onto the computer system, blowing out the computer system, got thrown off the floor with the violence of that one and destroyed itself. Give him a big cheer. That is the Fire Force team going to collect Martin Hill from the top end.
It is a unique way to lose a fan, I'll give him that.
It is, isn't it? Very entertaining indeed. Right, we too still have some sportsman semi-finals. And
That would have
first
been
up,
funny if it wasn't so unfortunate, Colin.
Junior Dragster.
Almost like you planned that. It really was. Actually, I've just realised we've had hardly any more of your Indiisms, as in Indianapolis.
Didn't need them this weekend. Really didn't need them.
We've got our own, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty.
Right, you got semi-final of Super Gas. Ronald House taking on Andy Harrison, and it's Colin Morris that gets the bye into the final. And in Junior Dragster, Purdy Hadfield and Matthew Dowdy.
Whoa.
That is a good matchup. And then the other side of the ladder, Frankie Fordham gets a bye into the final. Now then, Matthew Dowdy, number 1 in the Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster Championship chase. Frankie Fordham is number 2. That's the way it's worked out at the moment.
How far apart are they?
Oh, 910 points.
Oh, blimey, okay.
It's a huge amount. But Purdy Hadfield, if you remember, she only got hold of her car just after the main event. And having an absolute blast with it.
There's going to be lots of "I'm better than you, Dad" conversations going on, I think, after this weekend.
It happens all the time. I was with Andy Hadfield in the pits last night. And,
yeah.
It's quite entertaining, actually. That pit place is quite a good place to be.
So
but it is Supergas first, and it's the pairing of Ronald House and Andy Harrison. This for a place in the final. The Brute Force Sierra taking on the Handyman.
That doesn't mean that's Ronald House's job, everybody. That's the car.
Yeah, it's the car, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the car's called. So it will be Holland against the UK for a place in the final, where they will meet somebody from the UK anyway. So it could be an all-UK final. If Andy Harrison with the Sierra from just down the road in Bedford takes the win in the energy check lane, Ronald from the Netherlands. Also, I would say hi to Simon Goff if he's listening in, and the rest of the family, of course. Two couple of 0 reaction times. The better one was to Andy Harrison, 0.03 of a second. And the win, oh my goodness me, by the lesser breakout. Andy Harrison over the stripe first, 0.03 to an 0.06 light. Ronald House tried to nip him at the finish line, but just gave it that little bit too much. So it will be an all-UK final because Colin Morris, I presume Linton's in the UK, is it? Colin?
It is indeed.
Okay,
yep.
That's good. I know it is, of
Most
course.
definitely is.
Yeah. Not far away from here. Well, they had a rotten weekend to start with. It's going to get better, though, because they're going to get a trophy. That's the throttle stop. They use that. They time it to kill the engine for a predetermined amount of time, so it will run the number. 995, 146. Good tune-up run for the final.
All right, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. First up, Frankie Fordham on his solo.
He will get a trophy.
He will indeed.
Everyone in the finals gets a trophy, and you just all want the biggest one. I'm going to endeavour to find out how long before we gather our finals, if that's all right, Colin. Is that okay?
Well, we reckon 5 o'clock for the pro finals.
Oh, okay.
I've already been updated on that.
So, ooh, okay.
I don't know, might get some of the sportsmen in once for time now, 10 to 4. There goes Frankie. Oh, 007 on the tree. I'll need to be here at the stripe 8:45, but 007 reaction time for Frankie. Good job. Right, here's a good shout out. Michael Veskovich. This is a message from Sean Bow. He's messaged me earlier on. I haven't had a chance to do this one. He's tuned in, watching the coverage from Australia. That's the other side of the planet. So it's a very good morning to you if you're still up and watching the coverage here. Michael Veskovich. Wow. The global coverage of Santa Pod Raceway. Right. The points leader in the Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster Championship. Will he be maintaining that lead? Obviously he will be, but it's how much of a lead is he going to take to the national finals. It is Matthew Dowdy. Going alongside Purdy Hadfield. It's going to be Matthew leaving first, 8.28 dial, 8.05 for Purdy. Oh, Purdy goes deep.
That's thrown a complete twist into it, no pun intended. And that was the difference, an 06 red light. She just went that little bit too far into stage, 0.15 for Matthew Dowdy. Don't shake Andy Hadfield's hand, he'll break it for you. Anyway.
Well, that's 1 and 2 in the points in the final. Oh.
So, what I've just had a quick word with the race director, Colin. Obviously, yes, dead right about the pro finals. However, the sportsman finals may well be some time before that. So, everything is set, ready to run the final rounds and hand out the trophies. Obviously, the thing is our teams need a bit of time to turn the vehicles round. So what we're going to do, we'll collect them as soon as we can. I think Terry Grant and Lee Bowers won't be that far away. We'll try and keep you entertained in the meantime as well. In the meantime, we'll give you plenty of warning as well when the final's going to be
Just
down.
one other thing, don't forget, 17 minutes past 4, we have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfire joining us. So that's why I better set an alarm on something so make sure I don't miss that, because they do come in bang on time, and if I'm not paying attention, I'll miss it. So if I give myself 2 minutes notice, that should be okay.
Yeah, so
Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, 17 minutes past 4, so that's about half an hour's time.
Exactly 17 minutes past 4 it will be too. So things go quiet, kind of, for the first time, apart from the rain delay we had on Friday, for the first time in a while. So if you do want to go, grab yourselves a cup of coffee, have a walk around the pits, just see everyone beavering away, getting themselves ready for the final rounds. Some have had more time than others to get ready, so I'm pretty sure the methanol final will be ready. Phil Funny Car final will be ready too. They've had a while, because there's 4-car fields for those. But everybody else, obviously, we do need to give them a little bit longer before we come down and run them. It's nice to have the what's the word I'm looking for? It's a bit of a luxury, isn't it, to be that far ahead of things that we've got time to spare, because it doesn't always go like that, does it?
Yeah. So the pairing lanes are empty. Right, here's a little story for you. Our 2 start line guys, Ian Marshall, Dave Warren. I don't know if they can hear us down there. They can. Dave Warren was telling me the little story this morning. Yeah, that's it. About the lanes. Now then, Dave Warren has got the expressway today, as his lane has been the quicker. Now, yeah. They have their own private battle, but saying, "Oh, my lane's better." Oh, is that all you've got for me? You know, they have this sort of battle, but I think Dave Warren is doing rather well today. Ian, you must try harder. Good bit of banter between those two down there. They're great buddies, actually, to be fair. They go through thick and thin together. And I'll tell you what.
Oh, yes, Darren, that is a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
That is the best idea we've had all weekend.
They run the start line.
However, just very quickly, Carol just told me, race director just told me, 20 past 4 for the sportsman finals.
Right.
So they're not that far away. We just got to give the pros a little
Darren, you're going to need to press the button, mate. We can't have Ian pressing the button because he'll psych David out.
Actually, let's see. No, before Darren takes it, let's see how good Ian is when he presses the button and does it himself.
No.
Because
that means he's had to practice. Can't do that. Right, so then, best of 3. What are we going to give him? A pro tree? Yeah, pro tree.
Yeah, then change it to a sportsman at the end of it.
Oh, no, it is sports. No, sorry, it is a sportsman tree. Sportsman tree, guys. Sportsman tree.
Yeah, I'm on your side, Dave. That's what I thought.
Sportsman tree. Best of 3. Both into pre-stage. Good idea.
Trying to nobble the mate you were best man for at his wedding. That's a great idea, Darren.
Ian goes into stage. Dave Warren's got 7 seconds to get in.
It doesn't matter because it's on that.
Oh! Dave Warren goes red by 0.01. Oh! But it was a green for Ian. Now, those have just, I've just seen an umbrella disappear at the top end. That's a bit random. Second lineup then. Ladies and gentlemen, those that you can't see the track, we have got the wheels out there and we're having a battle between our start line crew with reaction times on the tree. So here they go then, both into pre-stage. Dave goes in. Ian's having a cup of tea. Here he goes. Oh, and Ian Marshall goes red this time. It was a 0-2 red. Dave Warren takes that with a 0-6 green. Right, guys, one each. This is the decider. Who is going to take this? Both into pre-stage.
Change it to sports, but change it to pro quick.
And it is 2-1. Dave Warren goes 0-3 red. Ian Marshall takes it 2-1. Oh dear, oh dear. Sorry, Dave. Ian's got that one over for you for a while, I think. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. Right, good entertainment between our two guys down there. Thanks for doing that. We really do appreciate that. Just kept them out there a little bit longer. Right, we're gathering sportsman finals. So the next thing you're going to see from us, basically, the Battle of Britain Memorial Spitfire will be here at 17 minutes past 4, and then it'll be straight into our sportsman finals, and then we aim to run our pro finals after that. So we're going to take a break from commentary. Nitro FM are going to take the airways for one. Time for you good folk out there, just chill out, relax and enjoy the lovely sunshine here, and I hope Nitro FM have got some chilled out music for us as we get ready for the finals here. Thanks very much indeed. We'll be back with you shortly.
Live race commentary sponsored by the Dark Revenge.
First Airport Taxis Rochester, Medway's premier airport transfer company since 19...
Went 6:29 to set a new European best. In qualifying, he went 6:36 in eliminations round one. Christian Jaeger kept the taps open all the way through to a 6.93 when he defeated Mark van der Burg, setting up this semi-final matchup.
So for a place in the final, Marcus was there a year ago and won it all. Another storming run for Marcus, but Christian is right there. 6:23 for Marcus Christensen, even quicker. 218 miles an hour, outstanding stuff. His dad is overjoyed to the fact that he's hugged Job Haidson. Well done, sir. 1.13 to 60, 4:39 to the 8th mile at 170, but Christian Jaeger, however, That was all about the new champ. Well done, Marcus.
Wow.
So is it backed up? 29 backed up to 23. A little bit quicker, and he would have been too quick. For those out there listening, by the name of Pippi, 106 to 60 foot, 330, 269, 8th mile. That is exceptional. 404 at 184 miles an hour. Over the stripe in a 623, 218. That really makes him one of the fastest normally aspirated V-twins in the world. Yep, Neil Midgley should have been taken on Alan Davis. He's out there on his own, unfortunately. He's just going to take the green light. In case you're a little confused as to what that was, they only have to actually take the green light and move under their own power to get credited with the round win. Sometimes they run it through for lane choice. However, there really isn't any advantage to that today, especially not in a bike because you ain't got a blower in the way.
Plus the fact that brand new engine in there that they want to
and break the beam, and he's into the finals. So it would make a lot of sense, as Paddy says, to actually just break the beam and perhaps check out to see if they've got the right sort of clutch settings, etc. for.
The difference is, though, the throttle stopper's come off, and they're setting the car up. It may only be to 60 foot, just to see if Runa has cured the shake problem.
Absolutely, could be, yeah.
So there will be a young man from the UK in the final, and it will be that lad right there.
Yeah.
There we go. For the first time all weekend, it doesn't shake, and you can't drive it all the way down the track. 844 to 60 foot, which is around about where they want to be, I think.
Perfect, yeah.
But we also know that the track temperature now is about 82, 83, so I mean things is starting to be, I mean, like the situation it should be.
It could be perfect for anything with nitro in it, let's put it that way.
Correct, yeah.
You got it.
And it will be even more perfect in a couple of hours when the finals.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's warming up nicely. I mean, when I saw the weather forecast, ladies and gentlemen, the CBD team, the UK are in the final of FIA Top Fuel. This is Liam's first final in England, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great feeling, I got to tell you. Yeah.
Just a quickie from the tower. We've still got loads of other stuff to see, including MSA FIA Pro Modified. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified, down into the pairing lanes, please.
Our next pair, excuse me, I shouldn't have stopped talking.
It's wearing out, isn't it? It's going.
Oh my God.
I'm not surprised.
Thank God, says everybody.
Yeah, thank God for that. Yeah.
So, an awful lot of work, I think, for both of these. Anita Mekula, even though she's the champion and she's in the semi-finals, they've had a horrible weekend, especially breakage-wise, as has India. I was standing down there when she came back and said to her dad, everything's gone back.
I mean, basically, this is the motor from Kevin's car, so this she has nothing to repair. That's a good thing, having two cars. You can share the parts in between you.
Excuse us, Colin's redirecting my eyes towards what is going to be a fantastic semi-final, and he's also going to get a hoof in a minute somewhere where he shouldn't. Right. So, Anita, now 4-time European champion. Yeah, that's what it was. And taking on India. I think India's going to be number 3 in the championship. She's raced Anita a couple of times this season, hasn't come out on top. These are both 3.8-second race cars. If Anita's team can hit it right, they could be the first in the 370s. However, the Monster Energy team from Switzerland wants the same thing. The entire Urbacher team and the entire Chicken team on the line to see this one. That's a flyer 382, 313 miles an hour for Anita. Oh my word, look at that 60-foot time again. 0.822 to 60 for Anita. 214 to 330, 8th mile, 305 at 382 miles an hour. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that was awesome, look out there to where those two blocks are in the centre of the racetrack. By the time Anita got there, she was doing 382 miles an hour.
200. Well,
I was just making it sound better. Thank you very much. And by the time she went over the finish line, 313 miles an hour. You can go to work tomorrow or school or whatever you want to do. You can tell everybody you just saw a car accelerate to over 300 miles an hour in 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Absolutely. India with tyre shake around about a couple of 100 foot out, and that was...
fairly easily.
Yeah, but John has lane choice, and that's
that's true.
for most drivers very important.
Well, John Tebenham took his first ever round win in a Pro Mod earlier on today. Can he end Jimmy Orland's repeat championship chances in Pro Mod? It's a big ask, however, stranger things have been known to happen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Orland has to win here and keep on winning it in the energy check lane, and then really hope that Yanni Eriksson does not win his second round matchup. As you just said, guys, do you think lane choice actually makes a difference these days?
Well, it is for the driver, especially with this big supercharger in front of you. You're not always able to see the light when you're in the left lane.
Yeah, from
So
a
people,
track.
in this case, the track is equal, left and
Yeah.
right. I've no doubt about that. But then it's the most comfortable way for the driver to pick his lane.
And sometimes people have a preference, don't they? So
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
So as these two come up to the line, then this is round 2 eliminations. Jimmy Orland must win to stay in that championship hunt. John Tebenham, the last representative of the UK, he's got to be the one that the home crowd will be cheering for. Can Johnny be good? Or is it going to be Jimmy with the old... Well, that is Jimmy going through with a 582 at 246.
Well,
608.
What's a bit surprising about that, not only a decent reaction time, but Magnus actually walked away shaking his head when Jimmy went into stage, which is, you know...
That's nerves.
I think that probably is. So, Jimmy won. It's okay, no, that's cool. I guess now that was a lot more like it. You were shaking. Why were you shaking your head? Because that was good.
Because I'm not confident, you know. Even I'm doing this for 2 zillion years. You can't be confident.
Well, you certainly can. You're in the semi-finals. You just have to hope Jan has a bad day now. Yeah, you're in the semi-finals. You just hope to have Jan Eriksson has a bad day.
No, I don't hope he has a bad day. I mean, we are racers. He had a good race car, and that's respect, you know. Of course, I hope he have a bad day.
Thank you very much indeed, Magnus. They're in the semi-finals. Well, Mats Eriksson, how happy was Mats with his personal best last run?
Very happy.
Very happy.
Indeed, yeah. And Adam was maybe even more happy as he did it with 2 cars. Dimitri was also over the moon. Another small step quicker.
Yeah, but it was a significant win light, wasn't it? That was the most important thing for him. So Mats Eriksson with the black and white Goblin. It's still called the Green Goblin. The crew have still got the same team shirts. 584. Just awesome stuff for that car. Jean Doulemont hasn't actually been up to potential this weekend, has he?
He can run into the zeros. He's done it before.
Yeah, 6:14 in qualifying round 1, 6:45 on a solo when Roger broke.
I think his personal best at Hockenheim was an 02 or an 03.
He's certainly been stepping up since that new engine was installed in the car, that's for sure. But here we go, it is round 2, second pair. Sean Solomon with a massive reaction time advantage. Matt's trying to chase it over. It's John.
Oh, man. What a way to run your first ever 5-second run.
That was
on a hole
perfect.
shot. Well, I would talk to them, but they don't really speak English, so it's not gonna. I'm not gonna get a lot.
One guy speaking
One
English.
guy speaking. Okay, I missed him.
His
I do
reaction
apologise.
time was really good.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It looked like Mats was a bit late.
Unfortunately,
Give us the numbers, Colin. Colin, numbers.
Well, 0.4 reaction time for Jean to a 0.35 for Mats. Half track 397 for Jean, 392 for Mats, who's closing, but it wasn't enough. The win margin was quarter of a second.
Well, that's actually further than it looked from down here, actually.
Yeah.
But Jean Doulemont with a round win of his career to take out Max Eriksson and move into the semis. However, up next, championship, or
the orange one.
maybe not. We'll see.
Just as they do their burnouts very quickly, Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please. Super Comp into the lanes.
Dmitry Samorukov took his first round win earlier in the Autoglim lane with the blue Camaro from Russia for SMP Racing. He spoilt Mickey Gallquist Day. Can he do the same thing to Jan Eriksson? Well, Jan Eriksson has been so good this summer, hasn't he, guys? I mean, he was pretty good last year, but he's been great this year.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning what they did with that team.
I spoke to
really
his crewman and I asked him what he changed. I was like, well, how have you found all of this power all of a sudden? And he said that it was mainly the car setup and the way that the car reacted as opposed to engine or anything like that. So they had the power last year, but now it's just really working everything together.
He gave me a completely different answer, Steph, so I'm glad that you asked him too, because I said, where did you get over the new engine? Because I said to him way back in May, you know, is there anything new? And he went, yeah, everything there, pointing to the engine. And I said to him yesterday, where did you get it from? He said, oh, I can't remember. So, anyway, this is for the European Championship. If the win light comes on in the energy check lane, Jan Eriksson takes his first ever FIA Pro Mod Championship. Dmitry Samorukov from Russia in his rookie season stands in the way.
Well, it's a race, it's a race, it's a race, and it goes to your new European champion.
Look at Dimitri's time.
And what a race as well for it. Well, come here, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, give your biggest cheer, please, for Jan Eriksson's team. Everybody down here, European champions. Well done, sir.
Oh, sounds good.
It does, and that was one hell of a race to win as well.
Yeah, he's good, Jan. He's so incredible driver, so, yeah, what to say?
Go get ready for the semis. Well done. What a race.
Well, look at Dimitri's time.
Dimitri's just knocked his personal best down by over a tenth.
Yeah, Adam knew he could turn it. When Dimitri got comfy with driving, Adam knew he could turn it up, and that's what he did then.
Wow.
He nearly did it.
I tell you what, the reaction times, either one of them, if they were awake on the tree, could have won that. 0.18 for Jan, 0.21 for Dimitri.
Subject to confirmation as well. I think that's the quickest side-by-side ever in Pro Mod as well. It was 580 to 585 before. It's now 580 to 584.
Well,
so
these two are your babies.
Yeah, two cars that have come out of my dad's workshop, so I'm not sure which one I'd prefer to win, to be honest. They're both beautiful. I know you've got a preference.
Yeah.
to be fair, David is so consistent and he is really on his game, and Kim is still learning. He's only had a couple of seasons in the car, so to be fair, David would probably be the choice, I'd say.
All right, Daryl, I can confirm what you just said there. It is the quickest ever. It used to be Jan Eriksson and Andreas Arthursen, 580 and a 585. That's just been lowered by 100th. The quickest ever side-by-side pro mod race in Europe.
And we've still got more to go.
Yep.
So what's David Vector with a wounded engine, you've said? Yeah.
The left two cylinders, well, the numbers 3 and 5 are, well, not happy. They're leaking a bit, and so let's see what happens.
Well, Kim Christensen got bulbed. He took too long to go in.
Yeah, that's the auto start. It's nothing.
Yeah, 792. David dodges the bullet there.
Yeah.
He was trying to move forward, but Dave, actually, on a day where he's got a wounded engine, lives to fight another round.
Yeah, well, he saw the wind light, so he got off of it. But he was
thinking actually that I think Ben's made a big move in the championship as well.
Yeah,
he's number 2 coming in this weekend.
I'll have a look at the points actually.
It's all right, we'll have to check it before the semis because we're on with
Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
Indeed we are. It's all right, I couldn't find them either.
They are around.
Heads Up Racing, first to the finish line.
This will be close.
Indeed it will be. Ashley Cooper, unbelievably, both these are street legal. Well, it would have been close, but Ashley Cooper needed an alarm clock to leave the start line. Over a second reaction time, Nick Hale will take this on a whole shot. 10.87, there we go, 10.42, 1.41. Right, okay, folks. Wow, this is going to be a hell of a race, this one. Nick Hale, we just seen Nick Hale, it's my fault for looking at the screen, not out the window. The simply amazing Aston Martin of Mr. Mark Todd. Big turbo engine in there in qualifying. He was '1 with 724 at over 200 miles an hour. These are street legal cars. They have street tyres on them. They go out on a cruise after they have made their qualification runs. And just to prove they are completely street legal. Taking on Anthony Higgs. Great to see Anthony going further in eliminations. Still with a bit of tyre chatter for Mark Todd. Only 127 to 60, but he's over the stripe first, most importantly, still goes 7.37 at 199. Anthony Higgs with problems off the line, unfortunately. Still a really, really good weekend, and another personal best for him is what he goes down to the coast with. So Jill Medley and Andy Bond. This is a perfect example of what you can do in Street Eliminator in both lanes. Jill Medley, I can only presume that is kind of a daily driver. It's one hell of a daily driver, that one, isn't it? It runs in the 12s.
They've got 2 of these.
Have they?
Yeah, Al's got one as well.
Like Japanese fighting
the
fish,
white one and the black one.
Right.
I don't know if you remember, but they had a fire. The next door neighbour had a fire at home, and it caught their other Jeep, and it burned it to the ground. So this is almost like the insurance car.
Spare one.
Yeah.
Andy Bond with the ugly sister went 6.99. He goes over 200 miles an hour regularly with the rusty-looking car. Oh, Jill goes before the tree runs. Andy Bond will get a freebie, and he may still pass her. This will be actually quite a good race. Here we go. Let's see if Andy Bond can run her down. He can, and he has. And he goes 6.99 again! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. That is exceptional. 212 miles an hour. Andy Bond has now done it twice. Europe's only 6 seconds.
A little precursor to our sportsman finals. Well, I think Paul and the team are, I don't know who's worried or not, but if Murray has the same aspirations and dreams as her big sister, then that's going to be quite a bank emptying moment when trying
Mum
to
and
field
Dad.
2 top fuel cars. Exactly that, yeah.
Yeah, two car top fuel team for sisters. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the plan when they went
No,
top
I
fuel
don't think it was.
racing in the first place.
Still a fantastic crowd here this afternoon, Darren. Unbelievable. Thank you all so much for staying, but then you want to see the pro finals. .839 at 155 miles an hour for Murray. And she's heading your way. Oh, it doesn't seem a lot of other movement in the pairing lanes at the moment. Maybe, hang on a sec. You've got the Nostalgia Funny Cars head of the lanes at the moment, Apache and Venom. Don't forget, we are aiming to run our pro finals around about 5. In actual fact, I wasn't really looking, but I've had some messages from various people. It wasn't a Spitfire, it was a Hurricane that was flying over the top of us. Well, we booked a Spitfire, we got a Hurricane. Well, I suppose it's up to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight to send in what they want. So here we go. This is actually going to be a solo run, I think, or not. It is actually, because there's no movement around the Venom car at all. So Timmy Garlick with Apache, just going to see if he's got rid of that tyre shake. He did earlier, but then the run didn't work out how he wanted it to. That's right, just looking at the messages came through. Chris Perkins wins the first message on the old Hurricane. Jenny Higgs comes in second, and Melanie Moxon comes in third. But Chris Perkins wins that one to spot as a Hurricane, not a Spitfire. I was very late to the party on that one. So Tim Garlick with the Apache Funny Car. Didn't have the best of time in qualifying. He only came up with the best of 8.77. He had tyre shake on every single run. This is a 5-second Nostalgia Funny Car when everything hooks up and goes right. That is much more like it for Tim Garlick. 6.62 at 203 miles an hour.
Well, I'm actually up the top end with Marie Utian, who, well, you thought they just won the event, actually. It's 8.29, that's what you were looking for. Just a test run, see how things were going.
Yeah, that went well.
It went very well, didn't it? Your mum and dad seemed to be just as happy as when your sister set a European record.
Yeah, of course. It's a new personal best, so...
It just worked out as well. This car's older than you, is that right?
Yeah, over 20 years.
My goodness me. Okay, well, good luck next year anyway. Hope you had fun in Super Pro, and it's a long way to come from Norway. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. That's Ryutian, everybody. He's very happy indeed. Seriously, mum and dad came down yelling, hollering, screaming. It was great to see.
Okay then, so this in effect is the final of Nostalgia Funny Car. Tony Betts with Venom. Can I please call all pro finalists into the pairing lanes, please? All pro finalists, that is bikes and cars, into the pairing lanes, please. So Tony Betts then, again, issues in qualifying. His best was an 8.16. He's been low sixes with this car. He's on the verge of going in the fives.
Just quickly, Carl, what were Tim Garlick's numbers back in the sixes again, I think,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
662, 203.
203. Okay, probably not quite what they were looking for, but I bet he's glad he just got to the finish line and pulled the chutes, actually.
So, but all completed there for Tony Betts. As he brings the car onto the line, and let's see what he's got for us. And he's on a solo. Unfortunately, Paul Harris done some serious damage to the Chi-Town Hustler, so obviously unable to make his semi-final run and take that by. So that's how Tony is on a solo here. Taking it all the way through to 6:43 at 228 miles an hour. His best run of the weekend.
Well, I'm up the top end with Tim Garlick, who hasn't actually got out the car. I think you're still collecting your thoughts, actually, after, to be honest, a pretty horrible weekend and season, because you've been so consistent for so many years. What's kind of gone off the rails this year, Tim?
If I'm honest, I think the track is different now, and we haven't got to grips with it. Nostalgia cars haven't got an awful lot of adjustment. We've got a clutch and an engine. There's no electronics on it, and I think we haven't really had enough track time. So we need more track time.
Well, hopefully you get out next season. We've got to go back to the start line because we've got the comp final coming, but it is good to see you out here, and we've got lots more Nitro Funny Cars coming, which is a good thing.
Thanks, chaps. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Robert, Tim Garlick, everybody. Back to you, Cole.
Okay, it is Pro ET, the final. Ben Newsom, second in the points, closing the gap on Team Dark Horse. He dials in 11.60. Number one qualifier, Gino, has made it all the way through to the final. He dials in 9.40. 2.2 second is the gap between these two on the tree, but what will the gap be at the finish line? Ben Newsom goes green. Gino goes red. Oh no, a 0.03 red. Ben Newsom wins Pro ET at the European Finals in memory of our great buddy Adi. Congratulations, Ben Newsom.
That is the points lead as well, I think, Colin, is that right?
Yeah, he's really closed in now, really closed in. I think, I've got to wait for the official confirmation on the points, but that's going to be superb going into the national finals. I think whoever goes furthest is going to win it. Right, next up it is the Super Gas final. It is Colin Morris taking on Andy Harrison. Colin had a wounded stick down there. His dad had to go all the way back to Linton to get their spare transmission. So they left it at home, but they got it back here. Got it in the car. Unfortunately, didn't go far in Super Pro, but they're taking it to the final in Super Gas. Tough customer, though, in the other lane. In the autoscaling lane, it's Andy Harrison. 9.90. Break out, you lose, unless your other guy breaks out by more. Let's see what happens. Green light drag race. Throttle stops in different positions. Let's see who's the bravest at the stripe. Pick and choose. It's Colin Morris, 9.90 with a 5. 9.93 lose out for Andy Harrison. And not only that, Colin Morris had 100th off the line. Colin Morris wins Super Gas.
Wow. Just down here with Tony Betts. He's happy that he's put 2 6-second runs in.
Well, Supercomp coming at you. Both burnouts completed, just bringing these two up to the line. Leah Kellett, Phil Bennett. Now then, is Leah going to be really shouting her head off later on at trophy presentations, or is she just going to be her normal self, which is still shouting her head off? Alongside Phil Bennett.
I didn't get a word with Colin, sorry, because they just keep rolling. They've gone straight back to the pits.
Oh, right.
He looked a happy boy.
So Grandad's Dragster against Dolly Daydream. Both in pre-stage. Leah goes in. Lights go green. Totally different throttle stops. They've got to do their own thing. Trust the tuners. And the win light goes to Leah Kellett. Congratulations to Dolly Daydream. She takes it. 8.94 to lose out 9.03.
You've had it at trophy presentations, mate.
Oh, no. Oh, she's going to get me back big time. Right, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Wow, what can we say? Andy Bond went 6.90 in the semi-finals. He went 6.99 in the quarters. Mark Todd, he was your number one qualifier with 7.24, but maybe Andy was just duping him. I don't know. But here he comes, Mark Todd with the Aston Martin. Has run a 6, but that was in Super Pro, guys, with slicks and wheelie bars. But Andy Bond, if he can back up the 6.90 for another street eliminator record, I think the 6.99 was just too far away to back it up. But let's see what happens. The final in street eliminator. Mark Todd, Andy Bond, both in pre-stage, both building up the boost. Andy Bond is in. Mark Todd is in. Oh, Mark Todd goes red. So Andy Bond has got the win. It's a 1:19.64. I don't think it's going to be a 6.90. It's a 7.19 at 204. I think the tyres rotated a little bit there, but nevertheless, Andy Bond wins the European Finals in Street Eliminator.
A run that before this season would have been the record. However, after everything he's done this summer, it's the European Finals win there. That's all that counts. I think he's going to be Street Eliminator champion. We're going to try and get him out of the way up the top end. I'll try and catch a word with him as well.
Yeah, I actually think he may have already done it, looking at that.
Well, the championship, I'm pretty sure he has. Actually, he may just even drive back to the pits. I think he's having the parachute.
Yeah. Subject to full confirmation, Andy Bond has taken it as Joe Stevens didn't even make round one. Graham Smith not here. Ash Cooper went out early, so congratulations there to Andy Bond, but we will get a confirmation. Right, Super Pro ET. Chris has joined us for one race, and it is a great one, though.
It's just one pair. Brad Jackson in the right and Lane, in the Oslo Lane, and Tom Atkinson in the Cortina in the Energy Jack line.
Now then, Brad's been in this position before. He's won events. I'm sure Tom has over the years.
Tom's had some wins. Tom's had quite a few wins. I didn't say a lot to them. I wish them both luck. I think there's quite a lot of pressure going on there at the moment with the championship situation. As it stands right now, with the 610 points between them.
Ah, right, 6-1-0. So it's not a done deal, even if Brad wins. So it can all go. It's going to the national finals.
Yeah,
but Brad would like to take 800.
If Brad takes the win here, then Brad will simply need to qualify better than second from last.
Oh, right. So it's all about Tom then?
If the entry list stays the same as it is.
Oh, it's going to be a solo for Tom.
Poor
Brad's
Brad.
got a problem on that. I can't believe the last time I saw Brad ever have a problem on the line. But Tom Atkinson is going to be on a solo to win the event at the European Finals. Tom would rather have a race. I know what he's like.
But that takes the championship to the national finals.
Oh, congratulations to team. Time is money. 8.73 was the target. He got an 8.76. But congratulations to the team. Time is money. Andy, Kirsty, John, the gang. Congrats.
Sorry, Colin, very quickly up the top end with a kind of stunned Andy Bond. Well, the race against Mark Todd wasn't quite what we hoped. There's plenty more where that came from, but just what an outstanding weekend again for you guys.
Do you know what? It's been fantastic. Everything about the car's been running great. The crew have been great. Everything, the whole thing's just gone just like clockwork. We originally had it planned for this weekend. I think Colin mentioned it earlier, or you mentioned earlier. We had it planned for this weekend to run a 6, and yeah, it came early at the Summer Nationals, but we'll take that, you know.
Yeah, now you've upped it to a 690. That's amazing.
You know, the next one's obviously a 689, so. But you know, I'm so chuffed with the 690. I mean, this is a proper hot rod. You know?
It's amazing to watch you guys do it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we've got to go back to the start line, but Andy Bond from everybody here, just amazing stuff. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Problem, Colin.
Right, it is the final of Junior Dragster, and it is number 1 and number 2 in the points. 8.29 the darling for Matthew Dowdy, and he has got a massive lead in the points. And how does he get the points? Going rounds. But Frankie Fordham, he's not out of it just yet. If Matthew Dowdy wins this, he's going to have over 1,000 points, and I think he becomes champ. I'm not here, mate. Wedding that week. Right, 790 plays and 829. Matthew Dowdy, I believe if he wins this, he's pretty much sewn up the championship. If not, it goes down to the national finals in 2 weeks' time. Frankie Fordham, let's see what he's got. Matthew Dowdy be leaving first. He goes green. They both go green. Oh, pick and choose this one. And the win light goes to Matthew Dowdy. Oh, Matthew Dowdy wins the European Finals event. And I think with that pretty much takes the Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster Championship with an event to spare. But what a fight Frankie Fordham has put up. Matthew Dowdy for Gravitas HR. Oh, and there goes Dolly Daydreams. Please tell Leia to be quiet at trophy presentations. No, that's not going to happen, is it? But the Kellets going up to collect Leah Kellett at the top end. But Matthew Dowdy takes the European Finals win. On now to Comp Eliminator. That was our last Sportsman final, actually. Next race. It is Comp Eliminator. Robin Statler, Fred Hone. Oh, commiserations to Brad Jackson. He really wanted a race in that final. To Wayne and the team, gutted. We always like to see a race. I know Tom wanted to race as well, but you can console yourselves with a good points lead going into the national finals in 2 weeks' time. He is defending national champion. And his only team time is money. Right, Fred Hone, Robin Statler, your final in Comp Eliminator. Robin Statler was your number 1 qualifier. Had a bye in round 1, got past Jordan Payne, who red lit in round 2. Got past Rennie Ershman in the semi-finals to line up against Fred Hone, who got through as Kev Perkins red lit in round 1, and then Robin Orthodox, who couldn't take the start line in round 2, and then Fred had the predetermined bye, but then he was going for it in the semis just so he could get some good run data. So here we are in the final, Comp Eliminator. Robin Statler from Germany in the energy check lane, the left-hand side of the racetrack. Index 9.58. Andy Fred Hone, index 7.95 with the super modified Granada Scorpio. Fred is closing in at an alarming rate. I think Fred might just squeeze this. Oh, that was so close. 0.18 at the strike. Robin Statler takes it, 8.96 to a lose out. 7.36 from Fred Hone. That was his best run of the weekend, but it just wasn't quite enough. Robin Statler takes the win.
I'll see if I can get a word with him. Well, that makes up for the red light a couple of years back for Robin. Colin, what did Fred actually run? Because I missed that bit. Are you there?
Right, hope you got that, Darryl. 7.36 was...
So Fred's just about best ever run. I think that was, and Robin Sattler still took him out at the finish line. So we'll try and get a word with Robin in a couple of moments.
Next up, FIM Europe Pro Stock Bike. Number 1 and number 2 qualifiers, Frederick Fredlin and Martin Newbury. Burnouts completed, just getting themselves comfortable before they come up to the line. Frederick is in pre-stage, he waits patiently, just looks over at Martin. Martin now goes in. Fred's in stage. Martin's in stage, here we go. Green light drag race. Both of them wired to the tree. Oh, this is super, super close. And the win light goes to Martin Newbury. He takes it 7.05 on a whole shot to a 7.04. The win margin 0.05. Martin Newbury takes Pro Stock.
Well, that's unbelievable. Also, Robin Sattler, that red light from a couple of years ago seems like ages ago. Well done, sir.
Thank you. Have an awesome weekend, and thank you to my family. And oh, yes, thank you, Santa Pod.
It was a really good final. It was a really good final too.
Yes, very close, but to win, yes.
Thank you very much for coming. We'll see you again. Robin Sattler, everybody. I'll try and go and get a word with the winner in Pro Stock Bike. They don't know who won.
Right, okay, here we go. In actual fact, we're coming up to the finish line now. Liam Holgate, Blade Dummer. And the win goes to Blade. He takes that one by 0.8 of a second. He had an 8.41, Darwin 8.73. So Liam 8.22, ran an 8.56. Blade
just very quickly, on a whole shot, 7.05, took out a 7.04.
Yes.
And it's your win, Mr. Newbury, sir.
Twice this is now, yeah. Getting regular.
Well, your first full-on personal best, 7.0, and a whole shot over the new European champ as well.
Perfect. It doesn't get no better than this. I never get emotional, but I'm right on the edge of it. Finally. Yes, finally. Everybody goes, don't know what to say, but I just don't know what to say. Honestly, it's just...
Don't say anything, just seriously, well done. These are the kind of moments you live all year for, aren't they?
Perfect. Couldn't get any better.
Well done. And for the UK and Pro Stock Bike again, Freddie, awesome race. Great to see you again, my friend. And another European Championship going back to Orland. Back to you, Colin.
Okay, here we go then. It's the final of the FIM Europe Super Twins. It's Neil Midgley taking on Marcus Christensen. Marcus just been rewriting the record books this weekend. 6.36 and E1, 6.23. Eliminations round 2. Alongside Neil Midgley, he just broke the beans in round 2, but sets up this final. Oh, that was close to half track, and then the pipes went wet for Neil Midgley. Marcus Christian goes through with a 6.33 at 218 miles an hour once again. Neil Midgley, unfortunately, the pipes went wet and the engine faded away. Coasted to an 8.44 at 97.
Well, we did actually have an opportunity there, I've just realised, for the UK to sweep the bike classes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thinking about it, because now when Martin Newbury won Pro Stock Bike, if Neil had won that, and we've got Al Smith in the Top Fuel Bike final as well, and obviously Super Street Bike as well with Steve Venables, it was a possibility. We can still take a bunch of them, but there we go. I'll wait for Marcus to get his helmet off, and he'll be a very happy
You've got a
boy.
chance, actually. There's a bit of a sweep in the energy check lane, so you've got
I
a bit
will
of time.
do. No problem. I know where Marcus is going. It's okay. He's all right. He's got to go. The one thing that we don't... Yeah, it's all right. I will have to come back in just a couple of moments. Marcus has got a little bit of a quick There we go. So right, what they have to do that you don't see up the other end.
Well, we can
is
see it now.
All of the bike riders. Is it on the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. What Marcus is doing is he's cooling the clutch down. Now the thing is, I'm actually standing by his clutch cooling bottle and it's empty. He just went to pick it up. And they need to get the clutch back to the right temperature very, very quickly.
What's he got now?
It's water.
Oh, it looks like a different colour bottle, that was all. So does that actually prevent further damage to the clutch if it stays too hot too long?
If it stays too hot for too long, it doesn't do it any favours. It starts warping. That's why they have to cool it down very quickly. The good thing is we do have a camera crew up here that do have spare water bottles, which are being sprinted over to Marcus's aid. It's all right. It's I think he has got some anyway. He could do with some more than likely. But the top end crew doing everything they can to help.
Hot.
Yeah, it's they get very, very hot. They absorb an awful amount of energy. While we're waiting for a quick word with Marcus, he hasn't even had time to enjoy his win because he's too busy trying to save the clutch on the bike. Neil, that's 2 finals in a row, 2 losses, unfortunately. You beat him in Hockenheim, he got you back here, but not a bad end to the weekend considering how badly qualifying went, really.
We've been struggling all weekend to find a setting. We had a good run this morning. We tried to get further down the track for the final, but unfortunately it's taken the belt off mid-track, so we've still got to find a perfect setting for this bike, and when we do, it's going to be quick.
It certainly is. I mean, the half-track numbers were spectacular as always, but exactly the same as Marcus when he ran 6:23. So you know it's there, it's just getting it to the other end is the problem. Yeah,
it's just the final few bits, which is taking us some time, but we'll work at it, we'll get there.
You certainly will. Well done for the UK. I'll try and get a couple of words with Marcus, who is... sorry, mate. That just goes to prove to the rest of the world, because you are live on TV over there, that, winning is not, that's just a tiny part of it, really, isn't it? Because you came round the corner, the first thing you need to do is cool the clutch down. But got to say, congratulations. Obviously, you got the event win and the championship win 2 years in a row.
Yeah, what can I say? It's perfect. We work hard for it, and we're happy for it.
It's all home built. I mean, the best fuel Harleys in the world run in the 6.1, 6.2s. You've now been 6.23. That is very impressive.
Yeah, yep. It's really cool. It's nice to get into the 6.20s. So we can maybe compete in a few years in America, maybe.
You can compete now, I think. I don't know about a few years. But is this bike much different to ride because of the way you sit on it? Because you're much further forwards than the other riders. You don't lay down as much. Or is this the only bike you've ever ridden, so you don't know the difference?
I never tried one of the other positions, but I've been riding a gas bike before, and it was kind of the same setup. This one is much heavier, so of course it's different, but I can't compare them to the other ones.
It must be a lot of fun to ride, though.
It's amazing.
Oh, good. The thing is, as well, you're getting 2 trophies today. You're getting the European Finals winner trophy and an FIM European Championship trophy too. That's not a bad way to spend a day.
No, it's a great way to end the season. So, yep.
It certainly is. And your dad, who's just coming down here, we've got to get your dad in here as well too. I mean, it's you and your dad that do everything. I mean, who does the most work, or do you kind of even it out?
Yeah, we kind of even out. It's last winter I did most of it, but we do it both. So.
Well, I'm just about to try and make your dad famous as well. He's already famous on the caricature anyway, but there we go. We're just firing up the top fuel bridle very quickly. You must be one very proud dad.
Sure I am. It can't be any better. Yeah.
Well, definitely not. 2 trophies today, and your son is European champion again.
Yes, that can't be better. I'm very proud of him, and he's always very concentrated and focused, and he's always on the spot.
You bet. We've got to go back to the start of the Top Fuel Bike Final. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And Marcus as well. Back to you, Carl.
Okay. Well, let's see what Fast Phil can do. He's got the championship. He's got the European record. He has got the 2nd and 3rd quickest Top Fuel bike runs in the world ever. Unfortunately, Al Smith can't make the final, so it is going to be a solo for Phil. He's in the auto glim lane. Let's see what he's got. This is his last run in competition of the year. Is he going to rotate the earth? Is he going to try and go quicker than 566? He's already got the event win. He's already got the championship. It's all about numbers. It's not going to be a record. He blazes the tyre off the line. It was a 1:17.60 foot. It didn't really make any difference, but I think they loaded it up to really go for it. But nevertheless, he is champion once again.
Oh, and the sad thing for that then, no Al Smith.
No, unfortunately, I couldn't make the call.
Never mind. Well, Al, if you're out there and you can hear us, and Phil Bainbridge and everybody else, spectacular weekend, everybody. Al said before round one that, you know, he could quite happily just, you know, go home now.
He still gets the runner-up trophy later on, so
he does,
it's
yeah.
a very proud moment indeed for that team.
The only thing is, I'm not sure Phil is going to make it all the way down to this turn-off, is he?
No, he's gone already. He's disappeared.
Yeah, sadly, we're not going to get a word with Phil. Got Super Street Bike coming up, I'm guessing.
It is Steve Venables and Mogens Lund. Now Ven has gone, wow, 692 in round one, 682 round three, 683 round three. He qualified with a 680. Having said that, Mogens has been in the sixes on every of his runs in elimination. 697, 699, 697. But is it enough? Mogens with a hole shot. Ven closing, Ven goes past. Ven goes 6.804 at 216. He just misses that 6.7 that he was so desperate to get. Mogens goes 7.02 at 208, but Ven takes the event win along with a European title.
Well, Steve, let's see how disappointed he is with the 680 today.
He will be.
Yeah, you bet he will be. I think he knows he's going to have won anyway. He cruises round the corner and stops right in front of me. So, well, good and bad. Well, not bad, not bad, because I know what you're after, mate. Obviously, event win 680 with a 4 that time. I think, I'll tell you what, if you just go to the loo before you get on the bike, and that might be the difference. I mean, you're just so close at the time now.
That's great.
European champion, event win as well. Can't all be all bad.
It's not bad at all, is it really? We worked hard and, you know, we did want that 670, but we'll take this.
Sure, you take the event win and the championship and everything else as well. Once again, like Marcus, you get to pick up 2 trophies in one day. You get an event win trophy and you get the championship trophy tonight as well.
Yeah, that's great. You know, the whole class has been good this weekend. You know, it started off a little bit rough, but everyone's picked up. It's, you know, it's been awesome.
It's always spectacular, and you got your own back on him for last year as well.
We did mention that, yeah. I said you ain't having it this time.
Thank you very much, Steve. Both Mogens Lund and Steve Venables back to the start line. Colin.
And Bjorn, as we get ready for FIA Pro Stock Car. Jimmy and Robin.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy came here already decided European champion. Qualified number 1 with a 655. Improved on that in the first round to get himself a lane choice against the former European champion Bengt Ljungdahl from 2018, or almost all the way through 2019. So, and then he put on another 6.5 to get into this final, and he's up against the number 2 qualifier, Robin Norén, qualified by the 6.58, if I remember right, and he has reset his personal best a couple of times during this weekend. Used to be 6.598, first improvement to 6.581, and against, or when he actually had a bye run in the semi-final, but he still went for the lane choice, I think, and he managed to put it on a new personal best, 6.565. So here we go, the final. Oh, yeah.
Well, Robert with
Wow.
almost a 10th off the line. He's going to need every single bit of it. And he's got it! Oh,
He takes the win.
Robin Norén takes it.
Wow.
6.58 to a lose-out, 6.55. Robin Norén takes the win on a hole shot on Jimmy Olland.
Oh, yeah, great. I mean, Jimmy already had the championship in his mind, but this was very, very well worth for that team. They've been on a program for like 3 years now.
I'm going to turn the microphone on so you can hear Robin yelling, because I can hear him coming around the corner already. I think he knows he got that one. Sorry, guys. It's okay. No, I haven't got up with him yet because he's still in the car. It's quite okay.
0-1 at the stripe. Sorry, the reaction time's wrong. It was a 0.10 for Jimmy. It was a 0.4 for Robin. And the win margin was 0.19.
What have you got on the line now?
Pro Mod.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Actually, very, very quickly, Robin, you just beat the man on a hole shot.
Yeah, I can't believe it right now. I'm so pleased with my guys that working on the car, and they have just given me one hell of a car.
658 beats a 55.
Yeah, when I put it in the 5th gear, I think that this is gonna be good, but you're not sure. He's coming like a monster from the back with his speed, but we managed to do it.
And that's 2 event wins in a row as well, and number 2 in the championship. Well done.
Yeah, that too. We are powered by Grey Motorsports. All of our other sponsors too. I'm so proud of them.
And you certainly should be. Well done, sir. We've got to go back to the line for the Pro Mod final, but well done again, Robin.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Colin.
Yep, just in time actually, as Jan Eriksson goes up to the line. He's got the supercharged car, Jean Delemont, the nitrous Camaro. Yanni goes into pre-stage. Jean Delemont goes in pre. They're both staged. It's game over. Jean Delemont goes red by a country mile, dinks the blocks at 3:30. That block actually hit Jan Eriksson's car, but it was on the side. Jan Eriksson takes the win with an 8.17 against, well, everything he could do wrong, it went wrong, 8.26. But Jan Eriksson not only takes the European title, he takes the event win as well.
Well, the thing is, sometimes you need luck, sometimes you need to be in the right place at the right time, and he's kind of had everything today. That was a bit of luck, a lot that he probably needed it, but yeah, he won the right rounds at the right time. He also won the quickest cyber race in European Pro Mod history. He's just come round the corner as well, so I'm going to get a word with him in a couple of moments. How far are we away from the next final, Colin? Just so I know.
They're just lining up, and it's top methanol. You've got a few seconds.
Okay,
I've got a bit longer, actually.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Well, you just give me a quick nudge when we're out of time, because Jan Eriksson's going to be climbing out the car in just a moment, and I'm sure he won't be happy with the ET, but he won't be bothered about it either, because he's the European champ in FIA Pro Mod.
Yeah, they're just replacing the block at 3:30. Just having a look in the lane as well. But if you catch him, we're still not had the signal to fire just yet.
No problem at all. Well, Jan's out the car, looking like Darth Vader, smiling underneath as well. It's all right. He's just got to turn off the electrics and the air bottle on the car, and we'll get a quick word with him. So, I am very happy to say Jan Eriksson, not only event winner, but also the new European champion in Pro Mod. And when he can get his crash helmet off, then we might get a couple of words out of him as well. It's all right. It's when there's lots of, normally up here, you've got as much time as you want to do everything. And when there's a camera on you and a guy standing in front of you with a microphone, all of a sudden, it becomes impossible to get everything off, doesn't it? Yeah. There he is, folks, for everybody watching. I think we're just doing the burnouts with the methanol cars. So I tell you what, I want to get a proper word with Jan Eriksson, so I'm going to hand back to you, Colin. Just give me a minute. Hand back to you, Colin, on the start line. We'll come back to Jan in just a couple of seconds.
Okay, yep. Well, Danny Ballio's gone to 1,000 foot with his burnout, so it's going to take him a little while to come back down to the start line, but I totally agree, Dale, because we've only got Fuel Funny Car and Top Fuel Dragster to go with regards to finals. But it's Manti Begea from Malta with the Dragster, and of course young Mr. Bellio with the funny car from Belgium. So a head start then to the funny car of 0.22 seconds. And then Manti will be trying to chase him down, but that's the advantage that the funny cars have over the dragsters. The dragsters are quicker. But to level the playing field, The bunny cars get 0.22 of a second head start. Sandro was number one qualifier, went 5.49. Manti went 5.56. He can go quicker. Sandro's in P stage. He's ready. He wants to just bump forward a bit. Manti taking his time to come forward. There he goes. Neither of them want to go into stage though. Sandro barking at Manti, saying, go on, go in. Manti saying, no, 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 you go first. We have a burn down here in top methanol final. Neither of them going in. Someone's got to flinch. Someone's going to get overheated. They're still not in. Manti goes in. Danny goes in. Oh, wow. So close at the stripe. And it's Manti Bagaya that takes it. 5.30 at 268. He saved the best till last. Sandro goes 5.63 at 261, but the win margin 0.03 of a second at the stripe.
That
what a
sounded
final.
Like a stonking race. What was Sandro's number?
5.63 to a 5.30.
Awesome stuff. Well, I actually get to talk now to Yanni Eriksson up the top end. He's got his sunglasses on and his hat on, so everything's a little calmer now. European champion event winner, you guys have just had such a stellar season.
Yeah, it's been quite amazing. The car have been working good team. Everyone supports me. I've been working really good, and the car has been in one piece, so it's I can't believe it.
The good thing too, well, the good thing for you as well, all tuned, all built by yourselves, everything done yourselves too.
I tuned the car by myself, but the car is built of Tommy Brander in Finland, so he raced with it a while. But I rebuilt it and we tuned it by ourselves, yes.
Beating guys like Gilchrist, Jimmy as well, the champion from last year. I mean, you were up here last year, you lost the final. This must be a lot better.
Yes, this is a lot better to win, yeah. I know, I have big respect for Gilchrist, Jimmy, all on they're good guys. Victor, he's a good guy. Big respect. It's really happy to beat these guys because they are really good guys.
Go get ready because you've got one hell of a party to go to tonight.
I have that, and I will party, yes. Thank you.
Yanni Eriksson, everybody, the winner in FIA Pro Mod at the finals and European champion. Back to you, Cole.
Yeah, Manti was late, 0.21 on the reaction times to a 0.13 for Sandro, but then what a race that was. They were barking at each other on the start line. They were trying to psych each other to go in. It took them ages, but eventually they both staged. I think they psyched each other out a bit too much. But Manti Bagaya, there goes the golf buggy. Give them a huge cheer. They come from Malta. No. They've taken the win.
Don't send them up here. I need to get to him before they get here.
Oh, they've only just leaving the start line.
I'm just kidding. How long we got before the... Is it Top Fuel next?
Yeah, it's Funny Car next. They're just getting ready. They're not even fired up yet. But the win margin, 0.03. Sandro almost got there. But... Manti just drove around him at the stripe.
Well, while you guys line up the funny cars, we've only got 2 more finals to go. They're just pushing Manti and the new European champion, Sandro, out the way. I'm just going to try and get a quick word with Manti whenever you're ready. Thank you very much indeed. Here we go.
Go for it.
So, after what started out to be an absolutely awful weekend, it ends up with you winning the final by about that much and a 5.30.
Yeah, after hard work, we had some results at last.
Well, it was a bit of a. I mean, he actually got you on the tree a bit, but your car, your team, you can hear him in the background. I just wanted to get to you before they got here because I'm not going to get a word in otherwise. But Manti, it's just fantastic what you've done.
We deserve it anyway. After all this work, and my crew never stopped working. That's it. That's all I can say. Thanks for everybody.
No problem. We'll see you a bit later on. We're going to give you a big trophy tonight. Well done.
Thank you.
That's Manti Bagaya, everybody. Joe Carabot family. Well done, sir. Awesome stuff.
I can't believe what I'm just about to say. I am absolutely stunned by this. During the methanol final, someone on the Spectator banking threw a can of Coke towards Manti Bagaya's car on the racetrack. We are going through images, face recognition, to try and find out who on earth that was. I just cannot believe the stupidity. Please, 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 come on. These are super fast cars with ridiculous amount of power. If you want to cause an accident, go and do it elsewhere. Do not do it here at the drag strip. That is the most idiotic thing I think I have ever heard.
Right, very quickly, Colin, sorry to interrupt. Well, not winner, but European champion, Sandro Bellio up the top end. He just got you by that much. You had him on the tree, but he just beat you.
Yeah, we had a little bit tire shake, and that's costing a lot of time, but we will see next year. You know, everybody starts from zero again, and then we try to repeat it again.
But not everybody starts with the number one, but you do.
Yeah, that's unfortunately bad for the other guys.
Yeah, well, you, again, like everybody else, you'll be going to the banquet tonight. You'll be getting the big FIA trophy. So well done to your team, your father, everybody, the whole family from Belgium. It's been one hell of a year for you.
Yes, indeed. And I want to thank my sponsors, Danny Cars, Dyno Limited, and Evo Charge, to help us out in this tough times with finding sponsors. So hopefully next year we do it all over again.
Well done, sir. European champ.
Thank you.
No problem. It's amazing how easy it is to make people smile when you call them a European champion, isn't it? But there we go. Anyway, Colin, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying. It's just I had a chance to talk to Sandro, but what you were saying?
No, it was just one of those ridiculous moments, but unfortunately the moment's gone. Right, Fuel Funny Car. It's Kevin Kent, Kevin Chapman. We have 2 races left to go here at the European finals. We have Top Fuel Dragster. So 2 Kevins to enter the arena, but only one of them has made it to the start line. Unfortunately, Kevin Chapman not making the call, so it's going to be a solo for Kevin Kent. Oh, Kevin Chapman must be absolutely gutted.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I went into the pits and talked to Steve Ashdown as well. And on that particular run, his last run, even broke the back axle. Yeah, so that's why it took a massive movement towards the barrier. The back axle actually snapped. Yeah.
That is serious damage, and that's not something that can be fixed that quickly either.
No.
So unfortunately, Kevin Chapman not making the call to the final. So it's going to be, he'll still get the runner-up trophy.
Yep.
And he'll still come down to the trophy presentations. That he should be immensely proud, and he's also taken the championship. But this is all Kevin Kent then. Kevin would rather race for the event win, but when your opponent is broke, nothing he can do about it. He's just got to carry on and do his thing. The penultimate final of the day.
I would guess to go in for low ET and top end speed. That would be my guess.
Well, it's his last outing of the year.
Yeah.
It's a long time until April/May next year. A heck of a long time.
Oh.
Well, he plays ping pong with the blocks. Well, the scoreboard says 490,673. That's probably fairly representative of what he did run, but he has taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks out on that run. Ah, dear, what a shame for Kevin Kent.
I think that is a shame, because I think that was actually his best run of the day.
Oh, it would have been,
yeah,
without a shadow of a
definitely,
doubt.
yeah.
But yeah, going block hunting, just, well, we had some spare. We didn't use them all this weekend, so Kevin was trying to up the averages there. But never mind. Kevin Kent still takes the event win here at the European finals. Kevin Chapman, although he didn't make it down to the start line, takes the runner-up spot. Look at this.
I know.
My desk is clear, apart from one sheet of paper, and that is the pairing for Top Fuel for the final. Liam has made it all the way through. He hasn't had a banner weekend, but sometimes you've got to ride your luck.
Absolutely.
And you've got to take every opportunity you can, and he's got it through to the final. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a huge cheer as we support your British favourite, Liam Jones. Go on, he can hear you in the car. But on the other side, your repeat European champion, as she goes for the event win once again here at Sandpod Raceway. They've come from Finland. They've got their chicken mascot with them. Let's hear it. She can hear you. Big cheer, Anita Mäkelä. Even Anita, she's pretty chilled out and relaxed in there. She won't be in a moment, but she waves to the crowd as well. So, the 2 green cars for CBD Asylum and for Runefield Motorsport. Laurie and Gary having a quiet moment. The rest of the team shake each other's hands there as they get ready to fire Liam Jones up. On the other side, Tommy and the gang and that big chicken at the back get ready to start Anita's Levin Igloo, Auto Happinen, Jetaset, Movalube, and all the other sponsors on that car, their Top Fuel Dragster. Liam is going to be in the Auto Glim lane. Anita is going to be in the Energy Check lane. This is for the big trophy, the event win here at the European Finals. Fair to say that Anita has had a phenomenal season. She set her stall out early, and well, she's carried it all the way through. She had a huge points lead coming into this event. Only Maya could have stopped her.
Yeah.
But Maya went out in round 1. I think it was pretty much a done deal then anyway.
Yeah.
But Anita, her repeat champion. Oh, everybody in the house is here looking on at this. Hardly anybody has left. Even the other contestants in Top Fuel have been watching this as well. Suzanne,
and we're up here at the top end too.
Yeah.
We're all
Suzanne is up there on the bank, on the VIP bit there with Keith. Keith, what a sensational season it's been in Top Fuel. We have thoroughly enjoyed the show this year. For you that you promote this sport so well, thank you so much indeed for giving everybody what they want. A killer racetrack here, an incredible season, and not only that, you've put your wife in a Top Fuel car as well. That is sensational.
Colin, I'm going to try and beat you for rubbish analogy.
Go on then.
If it was an any more killer racetrack, it'd be up on trial, I tell you. It's just
very good.
Yeah, I've just been learning from the worst, which is you.
Oh.
It really has been utterly fabulous. It's just the most picturesque scene down here, right at the top end, with some pretty little clouds. It's about 18 or 19 degrees, no wind. I mean no wind at all. Yeah. It's just a beautiful day for it. We've got one more race to go. Can we get our first ever 3.7 second elapsed time in Top Fuel in this final round race? The 2 cars that are lining up can definitely do it.
Yeah.
Anita's nearly been there. The quickest that Liam's been is 3.86. However, his teammate Maya has been 3.80 on this racetrack yesterday. So Runa, who tunes that car, knows what to do.
Jamie's down there, Maya is down there as well. Literally everybody connected with Fuel Racing is down here. Literally everybody.
And Barry's up there by the sound of it. I know that noise.
Yeah, Pella is up here as well. Literally, well, put it this way, it's the last race of the day, and it's staggering that we've got this so much done, because sometimes this event can run on, but we've got the job done. Absolutely brilliant event.
I'm in an awkward position here because I like both teams.
We all do.
I like both drivers in both teams, and
here we go.
Very awkward.
Thumbs up from both teams.
Yeah,
so they're ready.
The signal has been given to fire up the cars. Fist pumps between Liam and his crew.
Oh, last time we saw that was Easter, and you know what happened then? So Liam has finally had the chance to take the win of his own race.
Complete their burnouts. Let's not forget that Anita went 3.90 in round 1.
Yeah, and the previous round when Liam got out of by a run, they were only tested to 60 feet, and it was the quickest 60 foot it had all weekend, 0.84. So fingers crossed there for this one.
382 from Anita in the semi-final against India. But this is it. It's the last run of the year. Maybe Liam will come out of Flame and Thunder, I don't know. But definitely Anita's last run of the year. So is it going to be Anita, the Lemon Igloo dragster from Finland, or is it going to be Liam Jones, the CBD Asylum dragster, based out of Runefield Motorsport stable here at Sandipod Raceway? They bring the cars up to line, they're both into pre-stage. The final of Top Fuel is
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3.85 and some damage. Anita takes the win. 497 at 159 for Liam. A bit of a barn burner in the shutdown area towards you, Darryl. But the chicken gang are going crazy.
As well they might. They have won 1, 2, 3. I think they've run 4 out of 6 races.
Sorry, Darryl. It's a mosh pit down here. The chicken is about to be squashed.
It's a chicken pit, mate. That's what that's called.
That's it.
I'm not sure Anita's going to actually make the turn off. She may have stopped. No, she is coming around the corner. The car is steaming somewhat. But what was that, 385?
385, 297.
Yeah, the fire crew are on the case. And from here, that's right. And from here, I can actually smell the burning. That's always not a good thing, is it, really? But, gentlemen, you've both been in this position where you've won a Top Fuel final and you've come around the corner at the top end. It's probably the only time ever anyone wants to talk to me because it means that they've won. But, yeah, you know go on.
Luckily, I know the feeling of actually winning the European Top Fuel Championship as well. So, yeah.
As does Pella.
And Pella, yeah. Sorry.
But that was a long time ago.
Well, mine was a long time ago as well.
Yeah, but it's an extremely nice feeling, and I mean, it's and repeat the same thing as ever. It's a team effort.
I was just about to say exactly the same.
So I mean, the driver might be the one who I mean, stepping on the pedal, but the team is making it happen.
You know what I always put it down to? It's like being in a band.
Yeah.
And the driver is like the lead singer. And your crew are like the drummer and the guitarist. It's always the driver who gets all the accolade. It's always the singer who gets all the accolade.
Sorry, guys, I hate to interrupt. However, I have a very happy young lady from Finland with me at the top end. Now, she's always smiling, but she has an extra special reason to smile today. Anita, you have won 4 out of 6 events in Top Fuel this summer. You've just beat Liam in the final with a 385. You've taken your 4th European Championship. What more can you do?
Well, thank you for those kind words. Yeah, that's fact, but hey, I have such a good crew. They are so hardworking, and I have a good car, and it all comes from theirs. It's teamwork, as you know.
And you have been really, it must be really fun to drive this car, though, because you know every time you get in it, it's going to run 3s, it's going to run 300 miles an hour.
Of course, that gives you confidence, but there again, whatever can happen in racing, as you know.
Did you know that all the other Top Fuel drivers have started up a petition to not allow you to race next year so they have a chance?
Well, I didn't know that.
I think I might have just made that up, actually, but you never know, they might do. But it's just been an amazing year, and like you said, your husband, Tommy, all of your team just work so hard.
Thank you. Yeah, hey, it's been fun to race this season, and it has been fun to be here at Santapod. I love Santapod.
I've just got one more question for you. What is a lovely lady like you doing in a place like this?
Winning.
There we go. That's the answer we need. Anita Mäkelä, everybody. Oh, she is one happy girl. Here come the rest of the crew.
Well, they're just about to arrive. Just very quickly, everybody leaving the grandstands and the banking, thank you ever so much indeed. No need to dash off, though. We're going to be doing trophies down on the start line in about half an hour's time, as we gather all of our winners and runners up from our sportsman and our pro classes. It's going to be about half an hour, 40 minutes, and if you want to hang around, because there's going to be a bit of a traffic jam getting out, a lot of people here today, why not just take it easy and come and join us for trophy presentations. What a day it's been. Absolutely incredible. Darryl, I hope you still got the mic on up there, mate, but we have had probably one of the best European finals I care to remember. Records being set, incredible performances from all of the teams. 619 Street Eliminator, 5.66.
Sorry, I'm just about...
I think they're arriving, aren't they?
Can you tell?
No. Go on, take it away, mate.
You can tell the car that Anita's team have hired because it's the one that goes back to Avis rental car with the horn not working anymore because it's just simply worn out. Yeah, one thing I want to do very quickly. No. I was just going to say I want to have a word with the chicken, but all of a sudden he's gone very shy. Anyway, it's absolutely happy time up here at the top end, and there's lots of Finnish flags waving. There's lots of happy people. I'm going to count the amount of crew shirts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's at least 12 or 13 people up here, and the young lady that was in the seat. That is a season that they will never, ever forget as well. 4 out of 6 races take some doing. Back to you, Colin. I'm going to get on my bike and come back and join you.
Right, okay. I think he's going to catch anybody else up there. There's a chicken wandering around up there. I'm surprised it's got
he's not an English chicken, though. I asked him.
Oh, right. I'm surprised he's actually standing because he was at the bottom of that big old squash.
He's got the padding going on. That's probably why he was down there. No, he's probably worried about... I look a bit hungry. He's probably worried I'm going to eat him for dinner. But, yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
Right then. Okay, so a wonderful crowd out there as you make your way to your cars, and I wish you all a very, very safe journey home. You have seen history in the making this weekend here at Sandsport Raceway, one of the best European finals I care to remember. Thank you all so much indeed for coming, but why not hang around? There's going to be some trophies being presented in about half an hour's time. We need to get set for that. Okay, we're going to sign off from the tower for the time being. If all winners and runners-up can make their way down to the start line, we will aim to run the trophies around about 10 to 6 o'clock at the latest, and we would like everybody to come down, please. Going to sign off from the tower for the time being. Nitro FM are going to take over the airwaves. Until then, we'll catch up with you soon.
Live race commentary sponsored by the Dark Revenger.